I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if we can start kicking out off. Hey, whose unit is that right there? That's mine, 8-0. Well, you're right here, so watch this on. Simple.
Well, guys, we are still waiting for some more details, exactly what happened out here today. We do know that one person is in custody. We talked to the sheriff of Uvalde County, who said DPS is taking over the investigation, and we're waiting for information. I've been here about 20 minutes, and I can tell you already this is a very difficult scene out here. Let me step out of the way so you can see a little better of what we're seeing out here. Border Patrol, Uvalde City Police, Uvalde County, DPS, multiple law enforcement agencies from probably 4 different counties, surrounding counties, in addition to EMS units from Kenny County, from Medina County, from Valverde County. All of these border communities coming together right here to support this community in whatever happened out here today. Once again, we are waiting for some specific details. We do know from Uvalde Police Department that the students are being transported to the Willie De Leon Civic Center to meet with their parents. We just saw those buses pull out about 5 minutes ago. You can still see there is a large law enforcement present in the back of the school. We are actually standing in the front of the school. This is as far as we can get to the scene. I can just tell from the faces out here of law enforcement, this is very difficult. It's difficult for us to stand out here, and we're still waiting to find out exactly what happened. We do see some more law enforcement, looks like DPS, Border Patrol, running into the school right now. We are not sure why. We don't know what's going on. We are standing here. It looks like that perhaps is a Sheriff Nolasco also running into the building right now. Some kind of urgency into the building, into the back of the school. Hopefully we can get some information soon. There are some parents standing out here as well trying to figure out what happened. Most of the parents who are waiting to pick up their kids have gone to the Willie De Leon Civic Center. If you're still wondering where to pick up your child, that is where the Uvalde Police Department is telling us to go right now. Once again, Sheriff Nolasco here in Uvalde County has told us that DPS is taking over the investigation into what happened out here today. We just heard from Deborah that some were taken to San Antonio, to hospitals in San Antonio. We don't know if any more are injured, or if they were children, if they were teachers, if they were school staff, or if they were law enforcement. We just know that shooter is in police custody. Yes, Audrey, I can hear you. No, we do not. DPS also has their chopper flying above the area, circling the school, but we do not know if they are still looking for other suspects, or if the one suspect they were looking for, if that was the only person that they are searching for at this time. But once again, law enforcement is surrounding this campus right now from 3 or 4 different counties. I've seen Medina County, Valverde County, Kenny County, Uvalde County. I know some individuals from San Antonio just came here. I couldn't confirm what agency they're with, as well as EMS from all the surrounding counties as well, coming out here to support this community. There are also many community members. This school is in the middle of a neighborhood here in near downtown Uvalde. Many people coming out of their homes, many people coming out here just to see what exactly is happening out here. As soon as we get more information, we will pass it on. We're hoping to find out something soon, but once again, I know that they're still gathering, and the investigation and this scene is very active. For now, we're going to send it back to you, Audrey and Deb, in the studio. We're live in Uvalde. Vanessa Croykins 5. Well, Audrey and Deborah, we're still waiting for any updates that we can get out here. I can tell you it's a very active scene. We just saw, I would say, probably 20 law enforcement run into the back of the school, and multiple law enforcement agencies from Border Patrol, I believe the Uvalde County Sheriff, now Texas Game Wardens are here as well, just ran into the back of the school. We do know one person is in custody, but that is all we know. We don't know if they're looking for someone else or if they found something else inside the school. We're hoping to get information soon, but once again, this is a very active scene, a very new investigation. The suspect was taken into custody less than an hour ago. We don't know when we might get some confirmed information out here on the scene, but we can tell you what we see out here. Many community members have been lining the streets, coming back and forth. This school is in a neighborhood near downtown Uvalde. This is a very close-knit community, as well as surrounding counties out here. EMS and law enforcement from surrounding counties have reported out here. We're seeing one of those school buses go by right now. It looks like there are children inside that school bus. They're heading to the Willie De Leon Civic Center to reunite with their parents. That is a school bus full of children that just pulled out of the elementary school, headed to meet with their parents, to reunite with their parents. Once again, law enforcement is asking that parents do not come out to this scene. It is very active. They're asking to pick up your child there and to not come out here. They do have all these streets blocked off as well in this neighborhood. That is all we can tell you right now from the scene. Once again, yes, Deb.
Vanessa, so they're still evacuating children.
Yes,
an hour and a half after this all began. We have no idea whether there are any more children in the school, but we did see easily 40 police officers go running in there 10 minutes ago. Have you seen any of them come back out?
We have not, and you can see toward the back of the school. We're actually standing in the front of the school right now. It looks like some are walking out right now, but we did see them rush in with a huge amount of urgency, but we can't confirm exactly what was happening, why they were running into the school building. We do see a few walking out right now, but we haven't seen the dozens that ran in come out. And I believe that Sheriff Nalaska was one of those. He's the Uvalde County Sheriff, was running in there as well. We've heard from sheriffs in surrounding counties that they have sent law enforcement out here. Border Patrol from these surrounding border counties are also out here assisting in the scene. Vanessa. And we do know as well that DPS has taken over the investigation, so we're hoping to get some information from them as soon as we can.
Vanessa, your background.
But I can tell you,
I'm sorry.
Deb and Audrey, this is this is a very difficult scene out here. It's difficult for me, and I'm not sure exactly what happened yet, but I can just tell from the faces of these law enforcement here, this is a very difficult scene for them to deal with. It's difficult for me to see them. I'm a former teacher, and just pulling up and knowing what these families are feeling right now is heartbreaking.
Well, Vanessa, I was going to ask you about your background. You are a former teacher. Did you have training? Did you have active shooter training when you were a teacher? What were these teachers, what do you think they were going through?
Yes, I believe that that is a state law now, that schools do have to have those trainings multiple times during the school year, inside and outside of the building. We do know that the school was on lockdown for how long, we don't know. I would assume about an hour. The school was on lockdown where children were still in the classrooms. Of all the drills that I've done in my career in education, I've never had to prepare for a real situation. I can't imagine what those children, what those teachers were feeling at that time, wondering what was happening in their school building, where they usually come to school to feel safe every day. Once again, this is a very close-knit community out here. These surrounding counties are very close in this area, so I can tell you this is a very difficult situation. We will bring you as much as we can as soon as we can get some more information.
Okay, and Vanessa, walk us through what happens in a lockdown situation. I mean, the announcement goes out, what happens?
I believe that when the lockdown happens, if you are an educator, you open your door to see if there's any children outside in the hallway, if there's a bathroom near your room. You pull those students inside your classroom, whether they are registered on your roll or not, and you let a school administrator know that you have these children inside your classroom so they can account for as many children as possible in that building. They're asked to turn out the lights often. often it depends on what kind of drill, if the students need to gather in a certain area of the room, but most of the time that those teachers are with those students inside the classroom until they hear some kind of word from school administrators what's going on. Or usually, like I said, most of us are just used to drills. Most of us have never had to experience a real life situation like this. So I can just imagine the terror that those teachers were feeling trying to protect those children in a situation that they're very uncertain and don't know what's happening outside that classroom door.
And UCISD, they are busing those children off campus from Robb Elementary School there to the Willie DeLeon Civic Center. They're not allowing parents just yet to pick up their child. They're saying they will notify parents. But Vanessa, about how long do they, have them wait for their parents there? Is that also very routine in situations like this?
I believe when we first got here, I've been out here probably about 45 minutes right now. There were many parents out here trying to pick up their children. And so we were actually just conveying that message as well, to head over to the Civic Center to pick up, to reunite with your children. We've seen probably, I would estimate, half a dozen school buses pull out in the last 20 minutes to head over there full of children. So that process has begun. I do not see any more buses down the street. When we around 20 minutes ago, down the street where all the ambulances and law enforcement are gathered, that's where all the school buses were, and it looks like they have all pulled out right now. So we don't know if there are any more students inside the building, but it looks like there are no more buses waiting to pick up children to head over there. So hopefully all those children have been reunited with their parents.
And there are 600 students that attend Robb Elementary School. It's one of 2 elementary schools there in UCISD. And of course, this happened at Robb Elementary School. It's the end of the school year. They were wrapping up this week.
Yes, and I saw on the Robb Elementary calendar, Thursday's the last day of school. And we have just seen a from Vanessa that other children are being treated in Uvalde at Memorial Hospital.
Yes, they are being taken there. They're asking immediate family of those students to gather in the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, and then hospital staff will be in communication with you there. They're asking that other extended family members please do not show up, just immediate family, because they do have a big triage situation going on there.
And we have no idea how many students are there, how many were injured. We did speak with a father who showed up at the school about an hour ago. He saw the children starting to be evacuated. There, I guess another school bus has pulled up, and he said he saw several students covered in blood. So we do not know how many were injured, but students were in fact injured. We do know that from Uvalde Memorial and from University Health.
And as of now, we do not know if they are releasing children to their parents, but all of those children should have been bused to Willie DeLeon Civic Center. That's where you can go to wait until the district does release your students. Now they're taking them there so that they can account for every student there at that campus, and then they will release them to parents. And that's about 5 minutes away from Robb School. It's off Highway 90 there in Uvalde. But if you are just joining us, around noon today is when UCISD went into active shooter mode, and they put not only Robb Elementary School but all of their campuses on lockdown. And then it wasn't until around 1 o'clock this afternoon, that Uvalde police did say that they did have 1 suspect in custody. At that time, we didn't have any immediate reports of injuries, but as of now, we do know that 2 people are being treated at University Hospital here in San Antonio, 1 adult and 1 student, and several students are also being treated there at Memorial Hospital in Uvalde.
And maybe we can go back to Vanessa and see if more students were on those buses we just saw leaving. I was just looking it up. A typical school bus can carry about 80 children, and as we've said, 600 as capacity there at Robb Elementary. Vanessa, have you seen more school buses go by?
Yes, we just saw another school bus that went by. It was very full of children, actually waving at us as they were going to reunite with their parents. We do see another school bus as well, parked in the front of the school. We are in the front of the school. The school bus came from the back, where there is a large presence of law enforcement gathered in the back of the school. But we do see another school bus parked out front. I can't tell if they are loading up children from that school bus. We are asked not to cross any farther than we are right now to get closer to the scene, so we can't confirm if there are children loading that bus. There is a police vehicle kind of blocking our view out here. But we do know probably half a dozen, maybe more, school buses have left. We've been here for almost an hour now. So we have seen many buses leave to head over with those children to reunite with their families today. And we are seeing more law enforcement report here on the scene from, once again, surrounding counties. DPS troopers are also here supporting the Uvalde Police Department. Border Patrol is here as well. Uvalde County Sheriff's Office. And I have talked to the sheriff of one of the surrounding counties who said that they have sent EMS and officers down here as well. Even on my way down here, I saw 2 Medina County Sheriff's vehicles pass me on the highway with their lights on, in addition to 2 EMS units from Medina County. So we do know that these surrounding border counties are lending every single ounce of support they can to the Uvalde community today, whatever transpired here at this elementary school today.
And we just learned Uvalde CISD just posted to their Facebook page 2 minutes ago that parents now can go and pick up their children from the Willie DeLeon Civic Center Reunification Center. So right now parents can go and be reunited with their child.
Well, what a relief that is. And Vanessa, did you say law enforcement are still arriving on the scene?
Yes, we do. One minute, Deborah, excuse me. Excuse me, Deborah, I thought one of the troopers was calling us over. There are multiple law enforcement agencies out here. I'm sorry, I forgot your question. I got sidetracked for one moment, but there are multiple law enforcement agencies from state troopers to Border Patrol supporting the Uvalde City Police Department and also supporting the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office out here. We are seeing a few more officers arrive as well, but we don't know, once again, if they were on another side of the school and they're just walking by us. We are in the front of the school on the corner of Geraldine Street, and this is as far as we can get to the scene. You can see some officers right now walking out in SWAT gear. We did see a large group of officers running in the school about 15 minutes ago, but we can't confirm exactly what they were looking for, what exactly they were doing.
Okay, and Vanessa, we've just gotten word from San Antonio Police Chief William McManus that SAPD has sent resources there to Uvalde to help in this situation.
And the other big update is that Uvalde Consolidated School Districts, they now do want parents to head over to the Willie DeLeon Civic Center. You can now pick up your students. They were all bused there from Robb Elementary School there to the Civic Center, and they are now going to start releasing them. Probably a lot of relief for those parents who have been waiting.
Right, lots of tears and just a terrifying situation. And schools due to let out on Thursday.
I can tell you, Deb and Audrey, I can tell you, Deb and Audrey, I know these communities very well in these surrounding counties out here, and they're very tight-knit communities, and I've seen many officers visually upset up here today, and I'm sure that their families and know some of these children that were inside the school today. So a very difficult situation for this close-knit community here in Uvalde today.
I mean, Vanessa, when you say upset, were these officers crying?
Visibly upset, yes. I would say yes. Yes.
That is very troubling.
Absolutely.
Okay, once again, we're just going to recap for you if you are just joining us. At about noon today, we got word of a possible active shooter at an elementary school in Uvalde, and that turned out to be true. One man has been arrested. Several people have been sent to the hospital, and all the children have been evacuated. We don't know of any deaths right now, but we do know several people are at Memorial Hospital in Uvalde. An adult and a child are being seen at University Hospital here in San Antonio.
And there are multiple agencies from the surrounding areas and counties who are assisting, including San Antonio Police, who have sent resources there. You can see from this a live picture of the scene, they are all gathered there at the front of the school. Earlier we saw deputies and officers running into the back of the school. We're still waiting to find out what that situation, how that was unfolding and what was going on there. But a lot of the community also there waiting behind that crime scene. That crime scene just really shakes you to your core. This is a very small community.
Right, and for something like this to happen. And as you can see, it is still a very active scene 2 hours after this all began. The children, 600, possibly 600 students at the school, all taken to the De Leon Civic Center there in Uvalde. And just moments ago, the Uvalde School District said parents can begin picking up their children there. And parents are also waiting at Memorial Hospital.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they sent some children or staff. We have not confirmed how many are there. They're asking that those parents go to the second floor cafeteria, and then hospital staff will then try to reunite you with those students or staff who are there, but they ask that only immediate family go to that hospital. And we also learned from University Hospital here in San Antonio, they tweeted that 2 people were transported to their hospital, an adult and 1 child are being treated there as well.
Yes, and as we can see right now, things have calmed down from 30 minutes ago when we brought you the live pictures of easily 3 or 4 dozen officers running into the school, running to the back of the school in SWAT gear, carrying weapons. We don't know what is going on there, whether they're looking for another suspect, but we haven't seen anyone come out since that time.
Yes, but we do know they do have 1 suspect in custody. Uvalde Police posted that to their Facebook page around 1 o'clock. This all started around noon today, but again, it's still, like you said, a very active situation, a very active scene, and they are pushing everyone back, asking everyone to stay as far back as you can from that crime scene.
And we do have 3 crews on the scene. We have been talking with Vanessa Croy, who is there at Robb Elementary School. We also have a crew on the way to the Civic Center where the students have been held and parents are picking them up. We will also have a crew at Memorial Hospital there in Uvalde where people are being treated. Of course, Uvalde about an hour and a half from San Antonio on all of this. We just got word about 2 hours ago about this and immediately sent our crews over there.
And it's a very small town. We're told that UCISD only has 2 elementary schools. Robb Elementary is just one of them. There's only about 600 students in that school. And like you heard, there are several being treated at the hospital there. We don't know their injuries or their status at this time. And 1 adult and 1 student are being treated at University Hospital in San Antonio. But of course, parents, right now you can be reunified with your child at Willie De Leon Civic Center. That's on Highway 90. It's about just 5 minutes from the school.
And we have Chopper 5 headed to Uvalde right now. Now, as we've been saying, this is a close-knit community. Many of these people were born and grew up in Uvalde, a population of 16,000 people. And as Vanessa was saying, police officers and sheriff's deputies deeply upset by what they saw inside that school. No doubt they know these families, and this affects that entire community. And
we've just learned that FBI is there at the scene in Uvalde at Robb Elementary. We know San Antonio Police did also send support. We know Border Patrol was there, as well as many other surrounding towns and counties, their police departments and sheriff's departments, everyone just hoping to lend a hand in this terrible, terrible situation that we've been following since noon today.
And all of this happening just as school is about to let out. Robb Elementary's last day of school was supposed to be this Thursday. I can only assume that today may be the last day of school there. Mm-hmm. But right before summer break, shooter comes into the school. We don't know anything about motive, age, But we do know several people were injured, including children.
Yes, and 2 people are at University Hospital in San Antonio, 1 adult and 1 child. Also at Memorial Hospital there in Uvalde, which we have a team there. There you can see right now the FBI arriving at the scene, and they're headed there to meet Uvalde police and other departments who have been working that scene all afternoon. But we can tell you, we do know they have 1 suspect in custody. We don't know their status. We don't know male or female. All we know is that around 1 o'clock they did report that they have 1 suspect in custody. Now, shortly after we came on air most recently, we did see a lot of deputies and police officers running to the back of the school, but we've yet to find out what that situation was.
Right. We have not seen those officers come back out, at least from our vantage point where our camera is located right now. You can see crime scene tape has been wrapped around the entire school there. The father that we spoke to earlier said he saw students being brought out the back and the side, and we have watched at least a half dozen school buses take those children away, and we now presume that all children are out of the school. But as you just saw, the FBI has arrived on the scene and are working with multiple law enforcement agencies there. Let's go back live to our reporter on the scene, Vanessa Croy.
Yes, Deborah and Audrey, I can tell you this is still a very active scene out here. We are seeing another school bus pull to the front of the school right now. We've seen probably half a dozen to a dozen school buses already leave full of children to go reunite with their parents. We are standing in the front of the school, front side of the school, right in front of the school sign. The front of the building is left to us. This is as close as we can get to the scene. We can tell you that most of the law enforcement presence is gathered in the back of the school. You can see a very large group over there. It looks like some of those officers have been walking this way, walking away from that right now, but the majority of them are still over there, with exception to those who are standing on the perimeter, of course, guarding the scene out here. We did see many officers run inside, probably 30, maybe probably about 20 minutes ago. We cannot confirm exactly what was happening, but all I can tell you is watching them from afar, there was a huge sense of urgency when they were running inside that building. They do have, law enforcement has the streets blocked off in this area. And once again, we are just waiting to find out some information. We have heard DPS has taken over the investigation. However, we did just see the FBI walking toward the scene in the back of the school. So all we can confirm is that they're here. We don't know exactly what their role is at this time or why they are here today. Once again, we're trying to find out as much as we can on the scene here.
I know this is all unfolding, Vanessa, and you're gathering as much information as you possibly can out there. It looks like police presence directly behind you has cleared out a little bit. Are they moving to the back of the building, or are they leaving?
Looks like maybe they are opening the street up right here. We cannot confirm that, but most of the law enforcement presence is in the back of the school. You can see where they have it. There's a police tape around the front of the school, and you can see that huge group of law enforcement gathered in the back of the school. And I do believe that is Sheriff Nalaska that just walked out of the building. He ran in a while when we said that group ran in the building. So some of them looks like may have come out. But once again, all they're telling me out here now is this is a very active investigation.
All right, and we do have Chopper 5 on the way there, Vanessa, and then we will be able to get an aerial view, see the back of the school. Of course, you are positioned in the front of the school, and we have seen all of that going on. This week in Uvalde was supposed to be the last day of school on Thursday. Uvalde High School is graduating on Friday. It's a big week there for students and families. Okay, here is Chopper 5. Audrey, can you tell if that's the back of the school?
That looks like where all of those police officers and deputies are gathered there. Maybe the side of the school. Vanessa Croy is further in the front of the school there, but this is a wider view. You can tell that the school is in the center of a community right there,
right,
of a neighborhood, and they are starting, it looks like, to open up those streets, but that campus is still fully roped off as a crime scene after everything started unfolding around noon today.
Right, and of course, elementary schools are situated right in a neighborhood, so children can walk to school, and that is the case here. Okay, I'm just going to walk over here and get a better look. At the front of the school, I think where those two vans are parked, and now now we're coming around to the back of the school here. And this is where they were evacuating people and running in.
And it looks as though maybe that's faculty parking there to the left of your screen, and then that's the back part. We're not sure if that's more classrooms or a gymnasium, and we're not exactly sure where the entire incident unfolded, whether that was the front of the school, the side of the school, the cafeteria, the gymnasium. We're still waiting to find out a lot of details about this very active scene. The FBI is now on scene along with many other counties and cities assisting, including San Antonio police, who have sent in resources.
Right, and I'm trying to locate Vanessa Croy. We're swinging around the side of the school now, getting ready to come to the front. You see this group of people gathered here in the middle of your screen. I believe those are the people we've been seeing behind Vanessa in her live shots. And you can see people are starting to come out the side of the building. There, all the people behind the chain link fence, and the yes, and the vehicles. Okay, you can get a
yes, Deborah. Yes, it appears from where we're standing that they are behind the chain link fence. Once again, this is as far as we can get to the active scene that looks like is happening behind the school. We are standing in the front of the school, and that huge gathering of law enforcement is in the back. That's where we just saw the FBI agents walking toward that area. And that is where they have the police line blocked off all the way to the extended past that area over there. They do have these streets blocked off as well. So we're not sure exactly what's happening over there. All that law enforcement will tell us right now on the scene is that is very active investigation. I can tell you from speaking to some of the law enforcement on my way down here is that all they could tell me was this is a very active situation. I know they were just doing their best to try to figure out what exactly was happening and protect those children from whatever harm was in their way today.
So Vanessa, you are right in front of the school, is that correct?
Yes,
You're on the sidewalk right in front of the school?
Yes, we are. So yes, and that is close as we can get to the scene right now. Officers have asked that we stay back here. We are respecting that. It looks like, once again, that the majority of the investigation is happening in the back of the school. That's where that large gathering of law enforcement is standing at almost past that building. It looks like they're past the chain link fence back there.
And it seems to be maybe a faculty parking lot. We do know after the late 90s, 2000s, they started revamping schools and front offices where they were locked during the school day and you had to be let in. It seems like there's not much activity there in the front of the school. Wondering, Vanessa is working to find out, as well as our other crews, where exactly this incident unfolded there on the campus at Robb Elementary School.
Yes, we just lost our chopper shot there. We're back down live on the ground. In the front of the school, we've seen in the back of the school, but you're right, Audrey. I mean, everything is locked down now. Very hard for people to get into a school.
Yes.
So we don't know where the shooter entered, and we don't know where the shooting happened.
Absolutely, but if you are just joining us, it was around noon today that Uvalde Consolidated School District did report an active shooter at Robb Elementary School. They shut down their entire district, and then it was around 1 o'clock that Uvalde police did report that they had one person in custody. At that time, there were no reports of injuries, but we have since learned that Uvalde Memorial Hospital is treating several people in their ER. They're asking that only immediate family report there, and also University Hospital here in San Antonio is treating 2 patients, 1 adult and 1 child. The FBI is on scene, and we've also learned that DPS has taken over this investigation.
And Chief McManus told us SAPD is sending equipment there to help. And so everyone is rallying around law enforcement around this small community, Uvalde, 16,000 people. to help in this tragic situation.
And only 600 students at the school, Robb Elementary School. It's one of 2 elementary schools there at UCISD. All of the other children who were not injured, they were taken to Willie DeLeon Civic Center, and they are starting to be released to parents there. They can pick them up there. It's off Highway 90.
And we have just gotten word Alicia Nieves, KENS 5 reporter, is on the scene where all the students are being held at the De Leon Civic Center. Alicia, what can you tell us?
Good afternoon, ladies. We just passed the Civic Center. Reporter Victoria De Leon is there. The school just gave clearance for parents to go and pick up their students there. It's been very active by the school district, by the police department, on social media. As you can imagine, parents concerned, they wanted to arrive to school as soon as they heard the news this morning. They wanted to go and collect their children, make sure their children were safe. But the school said they had to account for these children first before taking them to the Civic Center. So Victoria De Leon is at the Civic Center right now. I am driving down Main Street, headed toward the library, where another staging area is taking place. We hear a bloodmobile is there. We are just about 2 minutes away. Main Street is packed right now in Uvalde, and it's not just with residents. We're seeing multiple law enforcement agencies on our trip from San Antonio to Uvalde. We saw the San Antonio Police Hostage Negotiation Unit. We've seen multiple ambulances driving towards Uvalde, and then a couple more in the other direction back towards San Antonio. We see a chopper in the air. We see multiple law enforcement vehicles just driving through this main street. So we are here to check out what this staging area is all about. I've been just looking on social media to try and see if we can learn any further information, but that is what we know at this time. I mean, you know, this is a time, ladies, when school's about to let out, and students are looking forward to summer vacation. They want to start signing yearbooks. They want to start, you know, gearing up for summer vacation, and I can't imagine to deal with this kind of thing right now as school's about to let out. It's just heartbreaking, but I will certainly keep you updated if I hear any new information. Once again, on the way to a staging area at the library off Main Street here in Uvalde.
Thank you so much, Alicia. And she mentioned a bloodmobile. We do know when situations like this happen, they are needing people to step up and donate blood just for whoever they're treating in that area.
Right, and we had not heard of the library being used as a staging area for any of the children.
No.
So perhaps they are using this as a staging area to get people to donate blood. A dad told us he saw several bloodied students leaving the elementary school. We know that several of them are being treated at the Uvalde Memorial Hospital there. There's, of course, always a need for blood, but perhaps especially now.
Yes, absolutely. And they are releasing children who were bused over to Willie DeLeon Civic Center. They started releasing them probably over an hour ago now to their parents. They were being held there because they were needing to account for every child that was there, like we heard from Vanessa. And these types of situations, you know, they've practiced for these. Unfortunately, this day and age, we have to practice for active shooter situations. And when something like this happens, teachers are told to pull any child you see in the hallway, pull them in your classroom, turn out the lights. That's traditionally how teachers are trained and staff.
Right, lock the doors and at times have the students get under the desks. Let's go back to Vanessa Croy on the scene there at Robb Elementary.
Well, guys, we are back here live on the scene. We have been out here probably for over an hour. Our cameras were the first here on the street to see what was unfolding in front of us. And I wish that we had more information about the investigation, as it is a very active scene out here. We can only tell you what we see right now. There are many law enforcement officers standing in the back of the school. You can see them behind that chain link fence. I know that multiple law enforcement from surrounding counties are out here lending support. We are looking at a San Antonio Fire Department battalion chief pulling up as well. Looking at a city of Austin, some kind of official pulling up. It says EMS physician on that truck. So obviously there's a lot of need out here for support. These are very small communities out here. There's only one regional hospital in Uvalde County. There's one regional hospital an hour away in Del Rio, and the largest medical centers are in San Antonio, which is at least an hour and a half away. So they are definitely in need of the support out here. I've talked to some of the sheriffs of the surrounding counties who have also sent EMS crews, who have sent officers out here to lend their support, and that was 2 hours ago. So that they have been out here for a long time, as well as DPS, and we also saw the FBI arriving as well. We haven't confirmed with them exactly what their role is out here yet. The last we heard was that DPS was taking over the investigation into what happened out here at this school today.
And like she mentioned, there is only one hospital there. We do know they are treating several people in the ER there at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. They're asking immediate family to go to that second floor cafeteria, and then their staff will reconnect you with them. And the other closest hospital, like she was saying, Del Rio and San Antonio, we confirmed through a tweet with University Hospital, they are treating 2 patients that were transported there, 1 adult and 1 child. And we do have a crew headed there to Memorial Hospital there in Uvalde. But again, this is a very, very small community. We also learned that San Antonio PD is lending their assistance. Bexar County Sheriff's Office is sending folks out there to help. We know DPS has taken over this investigation. Uvalde PD was, though, however, the first on the scene.
Right, and we did just get word from Sheriff Salazar. They're sending units down there, as you said, as well. So everyone is joining in and trying to help Uvalde in this situation where a shooter apparently has entered the elementary school there, Robb Elementary, and injured several people. We don't know how many people are injured or how seriously. We do know children, and we do know at least 1 adult was injured. From University Health, they're treating an adult and a child, evaluating them. They've not released their conditions. We don't know the conditions of the children or people. Could be staff at Uvalde Memorial. Now people, it looks like they're moving there. This is in front of the school, and we've been watching law enforcement and some neighbors. And
like they're running.
Yes, and now they are running.
Wow. Let's see if we can go back to Vanessa to see if she has any word as to why those different
why people are running.
Members are running there.
Deborah and Audrey, we do not know. We don't know what's happening out here, but there is extreme urgency with law enforcement right now on the streets. DPS, Uvalde Police, there is something happening down the street. We don't know what exactly is happening, but we just heard these officers tell each other to run. They are making their way toward the back of the school. These officers just turned on their lights. You can see other officers making their way out there. You can see Border Patrol, DPS running out of the school right now. It looks like they are heading down the street across from the school. Once again, we do not know where they're headed right now. We just know that there is some sense of urgency with these officers right now, that something has just happened, and they are responding to that situation. This is as far as we can get on the scene right now. It looks like I believe that's Border Patrol's BORTAC unit. They are loading up in that Humvee-looking vehicle down at the end of the road. You see it at the side of the school. Once again, all I can tell you right now is what I'm seeing, and that is the urgency in these officers' faces and how fast they were moving down that street right there. I do not have a map in front of me. I can tell you in a moment what street that is, but I'm not sure where they are headed. This is a residential neighborhood around this school, so perhaps they are heading to another home.
Mic open?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Vanessa, we have an unconfirmed report that police are surrounding the other elementary school in Uvalde.
Dalton Elementary School, which is just 7 minutes away.
All that we can tell you right now is that a law enforcement officer just pulled up and said no shots fired at the high school.
High school.
It looks like perhaps that's where they are heading right now. We cannot confirm that. That's just what we're hearing on the scene. No shots fired at high school, but we cannot confirm that at this time. We just heard a law enforcement officer tell another officer that here on the street. So once again, we just saw many officers rush toward to the back of the school, and I would need to look at a map. I do believe the other schools are nearby, but we are trying to find out exactly what's happening out here right now.
Okay, Vanessa, thank you. No shots fired at the high school. We also have been told there's a police presence at the other elementary school there in Uvalde. There are only two. Robb Elementary, of course, where we had the shooting today, and then Dalton Elementary School, we have been told there's a police presence there as well. And Vanessa just heard the officers discussing Uvalde High School and that no shots had been fired there.
And Dalton Elementary School, it's located just off Highway 90 there on North 4th Street and Leona Road. We have not confirmed whether or not that police are there, but we do have unconfirmed reports of a police presence there at Dalton Elementary School. But we do know they did have every campus on lockdown earlier today to ensure that all students were secure. And, you know, UCISD, like you mentioned, Deborah, they were supposed to let out for school this week.
Right.
Graduation at the high school was supposed to happen this Friday.
Graduation Friday and end of school on Thursday. It's a small community there in Uvalde, and now it looks like both elementary schools and the high school are somehow connected in all of this. Police presence, and maybe it's just a matter of being overly cautious, we don't know, but just moments ago, if you were with us, you saw all of those armed police officers running from Robb Elementary, getting into SWAT vehicles, police vehicles, and just taking off.
And Uvalde CISD did just tweet out that there will be a press conference there at the Willie DeLeon Civic Center. They posted that at about 2:32 to Twitter. We do have Victoria DeLeon there at the scene along with Alicia Nieves, and they will be covering that. And we hope to bring you more information once we do have officials on the record.
Yes, several scenes, active scenes in Uvalde right now. These are live pictures from Robb Elementary, where there were an active shooter at about noon today, where that active shooter is in custody, but numerous people are in the hospital. They're in Uvalde, 2 people in the hospital here in San Antonio. And we have understand, of course, there's the staging area where all the children were taken at DeLeon Civic Center, where the news conference will be held. Our reporter Alicia Nieves told us there is another staging center at the Uvalde Library where they are taking blood donations.
And we do have Alicia Nieves by phone right now. Alicia, what can you tell us about this upcoming press conference?
Well, the school district just announced that they will be giving more information shortly at the Civic Center. That is about 2 minutes away from where I am, down the street, 300 West Main Street in Uvalde. And as soon as we drove up, the last I spoke with you, we were trying to fight traffic to get here, but we are here outside of the, I believe, old library building. It looks like it's a vacant building, but you see ambulances from Utopia, from San Antonio, from Val Verde. We asked a couple of the firefighters who were kind of controlling traffic around here, you know, what's going on, and they said, you know, they completely forgot that some of these little, it's like all these little counties, emergency and volunteer crews are showing up. They said, oh my goodness, I had no idea that they even had this type of help that they could give us. So it really sounds like even the local emergency crews are just, you know, thankful that they're getting help from all across South Texas here. So you see multiple ambulances lined up in the parking lot here. And I mentioned earlier the blood donation vehicle. That was given to us by another journalist. That information was given to us by another journalist. But I believe what they were referring to is a vehicle that is actually a mass casualty evacuation ambulance. So the firefighters kind of call it an intensive care unit bus. And what they can do is take care of up to 20 people inside at once. But again, this is a staging area, and these emergency crews are waiting for the call. They most arrived about an hour ago to wait to see where they were needed, but the firefighters told us that as soon as they arrived, they heard that the injuries that happened at the school the injured were already being taken to the hospital via airline. So for now, they are staying put and waiting to see if they're needed. I'm seeing a group of firefighters just hanging out in the shade for now, just once again waiting for word on what they should do next. But again, it sounds like it's just a camaraderie right now, a team from all across South Texas made up of first responders waiting to see how they can help in this tragic situation like this.
Okay, Alicia, so just to clarify, they are not conducting a blood drive right now, is that correct?
That is correct. I think that we were misinformed about that, and it does look, if you, at first glance, one of those blood donation drive vehicles, the same kind of model, but this is not. It is the Emergency Medical Task Force from the San Antonio Fire Department, and once again, it can be used to treat up to 20 people inside should a mass casualty event happen, but they have not needed to use that resource today just yet, Deborah.
All right, thanks so much, Alicia. And we do know not only San Antonio Fire is there, but Bexar County Sheriff's Office tells us they are also sending their support. San Antonio Police, we know the FBI is there on scene, and DPS has taken over this investigation of this active shooter situation that took place there at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde.
Yes, and they have the entire school is surrounded with crime scene tape. We do know dozens of police officers and law enforcement are still inside the school there, along with the FBI that we saw arrive about 30 minutes ago and enter the school. So they're processing the scene there. And let's go back live to Vanessa Croy.
We just wanted to give you a quick update. A few minutes ago, we saw many law enforcement rushing down the street. What appeared to be Border Patrol or SWAT members actually was also members of the San Antonio SWAT team. We just saw their vehicle drive by. They ran out of the school. There was a huge sense of urgency in these officers' faces, and as fast as they were moving, we were hearing there could have been something else at another school. An officer just passed us a few minutes ago. I asked if everything was okay, and he said yes, no alarm right now. So that's all we can tell you. We don't know what happened further down the street. We just saw the officers rush down the street, but the San Antonio SWAT vehicle that we saw all those officers jump into is now in front of the school again, so they are back in this area. Once again, all that law enforcement is telling us right now is that this is a very active investigation at Robb Elementary here in Uvalde. It looks like there were probably a huge amount of officers standing in the back of the school. Earlier, it looked like there's a smaller number of law enforcement officers standing over there at this time. It looks like they are also blocking off this street. City of Uvalde crews are here putting barricades up. It appears that they will be blocking off the street. We can tell you, too, that we did see FBI here as well, but we don't know their role at this time. The last we heard is that DPS is taking over the investigation. We also saw the Texas Rangers here as well today. So once again, multiple law enforcement agencies, especially a few hours ago. We've been out here for a while now, and I can tell you that the first responders to come out here and support this Uvalde Police and Uvalde County Police were these surrounding border counties from Medina County, Kenny County, Valverde County, all around, coming out here, sending officers as well as DPS troopers here as well, and Border Patrol rushing out here to lend any support they can to this community today.
All right, Vanessa, thank you. Well, this has been a very fluid situation, all unrolling, evolving in the last 2.5 hours. But if you are just joining us, we want to bring you up to date. Around noon today, we got word of an active shooter at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. We have since learned that that shooter is in custody. Several people are injured. A child and an adult are being treated at University Health. We don't know their condition. Several people are being treated at Memorial Hospital in Uvalde. We've been getting conflicting reports about other schools, possibly in every school was put into lockdown in Uvalde, a community of 16,000, when this happened. But we have gotten conflicting reports about police presence at other schools, but no reports of any other shootings. Simply at Robb Elementary, all the 600 students were evacuated. They were sent over to the De Leon Civic Center there in Uvalde, and within the last half hour, parents have been arriving to pick those children up.
And we do know that UCISD is going to be holding a press conference. The school district will be speaking to crews there at the scene. We do have Victoria De Leon and Alicia Nieves there at that pickup scene at Willie De Leon Civic Center, where parents were able to pick up their students. Now, Robb Elementary School only has about 600 students. It's located in Uvalde. That's about 85 miles west of San Antonio, and that's where all of this unfolded this afternoon. A very small community. There are multiple law enforcement agencies there assisting, like you just heard from Vanessa there at the scene. Uvalde police did start, they reported first to that scene around noon today, but DPS has since taken over this investigation and they are the lead. The FBI is there. We've learned Bexar County Sheriff's Office is sending their assistance. You saw San Antonio SWAT there at the scene. And San Antonio Fire as well. And we have learned that there were 15 liters of blood sent to that area from neighboring blood banks, because in any type of situation with high injuries, which we know there are multiple people being treated at Uvalde Memorial Hospital and at least 2 in San Antonio, there is always a need for blood.
Yes. And people are so generous in times like this. Now, about an hour ago, we saw 3 to 4 dozen heavily armed officers running into the school. We have not seen them come out. We did see the FBI arrive there at the scene, so presumably they're all still inside the school, which is an active crime scene, processing that right now.
And you are looking at our Chopper 5 right now. This is a wide shot from above Robb Elementary School. They did push our crew back. They were on the sidewalk there in front of the school, but just a few minutes ago, we saw crews and different law enforcement agencies running from that scene, and then shortly after did they push our crews there back. But we have them back live right now. Want to see maybe Vanessa Croy can update us, see if she has any new information. We're still working to get more from her. Yes,
Vanessa, she has been out there since about 1:30 today.
I apologize. No. I am here today. I've been covering this area for a long time. These communities are very close, and I apologize for stepping away. I'm responding to as many messages as I can from these communities, surrounding communities, trying to inform friends out here. I'm going to say friends because these communities are very close knit. As you can see, a lot of the law enforcement from surrounding counties were here first, supporting Uvalde Police and Uvalde County Sheriff's Office. When whatever happened at this school today, they were here first. I know the sheriffs have told me in a few of the surrounding counties that they sent officers and EMS units right away. And you have to remember as well, these counties are very small. Uvalde only has 1 regional hospital. Valverde County only has 1 regional hospital in Del Rio. And I know there's very few EMS units as well compared to, for example, San Antonio, which is 2 hours away to the nearest medical center. Since we've been out here, we have seen San Antonio Fire Department crews here. We have seen some city vehicles from Austin EMS here. San Antonio Police SWAT team have been here. We saw them running into the school, I would assume, probably about an hour ago. We did hear some concerns that there was another situation going on. We haven't confirmed exactly what happened. We just had an officer here on the scene tell us that everything is okay, is what he told us. So I don't have any details as to what was happening or why they were running down the street. All I can tell you is what I'm seeing. And once we saw them run down the street, a few minutes later, some of them were returning, including that San Antonio SWAT vehicle. Now we are standing on the side in front of the school, and the San Antonio SWAT vehicle is parked in front of the school right now.
All right, Vanessa, and I know that you saw deputies go into the school and come out, and they were very distraught. We don't know what that means. We are waiting for a news conference any time now from Uvalde School, the Uvalde School District there to tell us everything they know.
Yeah, and that'll be taking place at Willie DeLeon Civic Center. That's where they sent the remainder of the students by bus there to be reunified with their parents. That took several hours because they did want to account for every child there. And we were talking earlier, the school district, Uvalde CISD, they actually were about to release this week for summer break when all of this unfolded. Right, the last week of school. And high school graduation is this Friday. For this small community, this is it's a terrible thing for any community to have to be going through. Absolutely, and it's just 85 miles west of San Antonio. To give you some perspective, like Vanessa has been saying, a very tight-knit community. There are multiple law enforcement agencies who have gone to lend a hand in any way that they can, just be there of assistance for this community. San Antonio Fire did take that emergency truck like we heard from Alicia, but luckily they did not have to use it. But we do know that several people are being treated at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We're trying to find out just how many and the severity of their injuries. They're asking that only immediate family show up at that hospital, and then their staff will try to reunite you and give you more information. And of course, we again are waiting for that press conference at Willie DeLeon Civic Center. That's off Highway 90. It's just 5 minutes from Robb Elementary School. And we have confirmed 15 liters of blood has been sent to Uvalde Memorial Hospital to help those people there. And we're going to go back now to Vanessa Croy. Vanessa?
I wish we had some new updates for you, Deborah and Audrey. I can only tell you what I've seen since we got out here a few hours ago, and it does appear that the law enforcement presence has moved a little bit from the school. I know some of these officers have been out here for hours, just looking at their tired faces, walking outside the building. Whatever happened here at this school today was very difficult for them. I do know that some more Border Patrol officials have arrived. We don't know exactly their role today, but I do know that, once again, I've said it time and time again, that these communities are here to support each other, from Border Patrol, DPS, local sheriff's office, city police, are all here. We do know that San Antonio Police, we have seen their SWAT team. San Antonio Fire Department is also here assisting in the situation, and we have seen the FBI arrive about an hour ago. So once again, we're still trying to figure out their role. I know that press conference, I believe, is with the superintendent of the schools. We'll learn a little bit more information about what happened. I can just tell you right now, this is very difficult for everybody on the scene today, including us. You know, I know these communities very well, so it is a big struggle, especially with these officers who, in this tight community, that probably have children at this school, are family members. They grew up in Uvalde, they grew up in one of these surrounding counties, so I can tell from their faces it's been a very challenging day for everyone out here today.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Vanessa, for checking back in with us. Uvalde CISD, they also just posted to their Facebook, all district and campus activities, after school programs and events are canceled today. They just posted that 3 minutes ago. Understandably, nothing will be taking place after school. We are waiting for that press conference that's going to be happening at Willie DeLeon Civic Center. That is the reunification site for parents and children that they opened up just a while ago. This was the last week of school and UCISD, so a really heartbreaking situation taking place there in Uvalde.
Yes, and we are expecting to be hearing from the superintendent of Uvalde CISD, Dr. Hal Harrell, there at the DeLeon Civic Center, where he will bring us up to date on what has happened at this elementary school and what is going on. The roads were blocked off up until about 30 minutes ago surrounding this school by law enforcement. Those roads are now reopened, although the school is still wrapped in crime scene crime scene tape. And we do know a number of law enforcement officials, along with the FBI, are still inside that school.
And we also learned that 15 units of blood were sent to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. Earlier in the day, Uvalde Memorial posted on their Facebook that they were treating several people in the ER. Only immediate family was asked to gather their second floor cafeteria, and then the hospital staff would be speaking with them. We also learned that 2 people were transported to University Hospital here in San Antonio, 1 adult and 1 child.
And of course, we've been reporting for the last several weeks about the increase in mass shootings that we've seen. And unfortunately, we have seen far too many mass shootings inside of schools over the last couple of years, not during the pandemic, but prior to that. We've seen very few at elementary schools. So this is...
Anytime this happens, this is any parent's worst nightmare. I'm sure it took a while to reunify parents and children, but they just wanted to make sure everyone was accounted for. We do know schools, we heard from Vanessa, have been trained in these types of situations, these mass shooting situations, and like you mentioned, a lot of that started when a lot of these shootings began across the country.
Right, and we heard from Vanessa Croy, a former teacher herself, about the process. We do have an update on the shooting at Robb Elementary School. At University Hospital, 1 patient, a 66-year-old woman, is in critical condition. We do not yet have a condition to report on the child. That coming to us via Twitter from University Health. A 66-year-old woman is in critical condition there, and a child is also being treated. We don't know that child's condition right now.
And we are still awaiting to hear from CISD School District. They will be talking at Willie DeLeon Civic Center. We have a crew there on the scene who is going to be updating us any minute now. But that scene there at Robb Elementary School still covered in crime scene tape. They are pushing everyone back. It's still a very active investigation scene. We have a crew there on the scene as well. And if you're just joining us, it was around noon today where Uvalde Consolidated School District, they put Robb Elementary School on lockdown due to an active shooter situation. They put every school in their district on lockdown at that time. Uvalde police were the first to respond to that scene. It wasn't until around 1:06 that they reported that a suspect was in custody. We don't know whether that's a man, a woman. We don't know their condition. We are waiting to find out more. We do know DPS has taken over that investigation. FBI is there on the scene. There's only about 600 students that go there to Robb Elementary School. It's one of 2 elementary schools and UCISD.
Yes, and so this is the last week of school there in Uvalde, of course, across the area. And the last day of school is supposed to be Thursday, and graduation will be Friday. But as we've just learned, all activities today have been canceled across the Uvalde Consolidated School District. And we are waiting to hear from the superintendent, who is going to be holding a news conference at the Civic Center, where all of the children were taken by bus from this elementary school starting at about 1 o'clock, shuttled over there. It's just a mile away, about 5 minutes from the elementary school, where they did a very thorough job of confirming all of the children and then releasing them to their parents, doing a head count.
All right, we want to get back to Vanessa Croy, who is there on the ground in front of Robb Elementary School. Vanessa, have you learned anything new?
Unfortunately, guys, I have not. I was just looking at the time to see how long we've been out here today. I would assume probably shortly after, about an hour after whatever happened at this school. I know it was, I arrived shortly after they took a suspect into custody. We don't know who that is. We don't know anything about what happened inside the school today. I can tell you what exactly that I've seen out here. When I first arrived, this is in a residential area, so there are homes surrounding the school. We're actually in the front of the school. The majority of the law enforcement has been staged near the back of the school. We have seen a San Antonio SWAT team. They had a truck at the front of the school a few minutes ago. Officers out here just tell me this is a very active investigation. I can tell you, driving down here when I was trying to reach out to law enforcement in this area, frantic in their voices. Whatever happened here today is hurting this community already. I can see it in the faces of the officers out here, from DPS to Border Patrol to the local sheriff's office to the city Uvalde police. This is a very small, tight-knit community. I'm assuming that many of these officers have families that attend this school, as well as children in this community. So surrounding sheriffs have told me once again that they have sent EMS units and officers to the scene right away, right when the first calls came in earlier today, that there was some kind of active shooting scene here at Robb Elementary and Uvalde CISD.
Really, every parent's worst nightmare.
We also
every community's worst
yes,
nightmare.
and I do want to say, just from being a teacher myself, we talked about this earlier. Many teachers and students are used to doing lockdown drills all year. I believe the state requires a certain amount, one each semester, maybe more, that you're required to do. But just from my experience, I did many of those when I was an educator, but I can't imagine the fear and the uncertainty of these teachers and the children when they find out this one is for real. Because especially, the teachers trying to protect those students in their classroom and not knowing what's happening outside that classroom door. I can't imagine what they were going through inside today.
All right, Vanessa, thank you. And we've just gotten new word from Uvalde Memorial Hospital. They received 13 children. They were brought there by ambulance or buses for treatment. 2 children have been transferred to San Antonio. 1 child is pending transfer. 2 individuals that arrived at, this is just terrible, at Uvalde Memorial Hospital were dead. So 2 deaths in this shooting that we can now confirm. Right now, we have just learned that from Uvalde Memorial Hospital. 13 children injured, being treated, but 2 people are dead.
And that's really heartbreaking. Children.
Well, we don't know if the 2 who are dead are children.
Okay.
We don't know. We just know that 2 individuals that arrived are dead. I mean, 13 children were brought there by ambulance. I don't know if these 2 are among the 13. So 13 injured, 2 dead, and then a woman in critical condition at University Health and a child in undetermined condition at University Health. All of this began about noon today at Robb Elementary in Uvalde with an active shooting situation. That shooter is now in custody. We know 2 people are dead, 13 children injured, another adult and child here in San Antonio being treated.
And we are waiting to hear from the school district, UCISD. They are expected to speak to our cameras, to the community. They are at Willie DeLeon Civic Center is where that press conference is going to be held. But we just learned that 13 kids are being treated there at Memorial Hospital in Uvalde, and 2 children have died after this active shooter situation that unfolded at Robb Elementary School around noon today.
We're not exactly sure if they're children. We just know 2 people have died.
2 people have died.
Possibly children and possibly not. But we are waiting for Dr. Hal Harrell to hold that news conference. He is the superintendent of Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District. And all of this as we show you live pictures of Robb Elementary, where there is still a police presence there, where all of this tragedy unfolded just about 3 hours ago.
And it looks like they have pushed that crime scene tape back further. This is a live look of Chopper 5 there at Robb Elementary School there in Uvalde, where all of this unfolded. We know DPS has taken over the investigation. FBI is there at the scene. San Antonio Police and BCSO are lending their hand in assistance, as well as San Antonio Fire, as well as many other law enforcement agencies from around that entire community have stepped in to help in any way they can.
Yes, we saw dozens of law enforcement there around the school. Our reporter Vanessa Croy on the scene. She told us that several officers came out of the school extremely distraught, even crying, and now we have learned of 2 deaths, possibly children. 14 other children injured, and one adult that we know of, a 66-year-old woman being treated here in San Antonio at University Health in critical condition.
And we just got that information just a bit ago. We do have Alicia Nieves and Victoria De Leon. They are there at Willie De Leon Civic Center. I just saw a post by UCISD that they're expecting that press conference to happen in the next 30 minutes. That was a reunification center where they sent children by bus who were there at Robb Elementary School. They sent the rest of the children by bus to be reunified with their parents after several hours of counting and making sure every child was accounted for there.
And we did speak with a father who has a child not at Robb Elementary, but what is the other one there? Audrey, do you remember the name of it?
Dalton Elementary.
Dalton Elementary. He had a son at Dalton Elementary. And then he had heard there was a shooting. He went to Dalton and it wasn't there, and so he went right over to Robb. And he saw a school bus being loaded with a lot of bloody students, he told us. And we have now learned 13 students were taken there to Memorial Hospital in Uvalde. Some were taken by ambulance, but some were taken by bus. That is also the location that has reported that 2 people have died. And we don't yet know whether those are children or adults who died there at the hospital.
We do know the blood bank has sent, I want to say 13 liters. 13 liters of blood there to Uvalde Memorial Hospital to help out with the injured. Like you just heard from Deborah, 13 kids being treated there at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. They're asking that only immediate family members show up at that hospital to wait on the second floor in the cafeteria, and staff should be speaking with them. They let us know that a few hours ago. Hopefully everyone's there with their family.
Okay, we're going to go now live to KENS 5's Matt Houston. He is at University Hospital where they are treating an adult and a child. Matt?
Deborah, you just reported that the 66-year-old woman is in critical condition. We don't know how that child is doing. Critical condition generally means serious injuries, though we don't know the severity of those just yet, only that she isn't doing too well at the moment. We want to talk for a moment about the differences between University Health and Memorial Hospital in Uvalde. Memorial is a level 4 trauma center. There are about 193 of these statewide. They're generally prepared to handle basic cases. University Health is one of 20 level 1 trauma centers in the state. They are best prepared to handle the most urgent situations. And so again, though we don't know much about the 2 patients inside, we can sort of infer from the fact that they are here at University Health that these are serious cases and taken seriously by the doctors on staff at the hospital behind me. Uvalde Memorial generally transfers its most serious patients either to University Health or to SAMC here in San Antonio. That's standard procedure for rural hospitals around the state. Again, a 66-year-old woman in critical condition. We don't know the age or the condition of the child that is here, but 2 patients from that shooting in Uvalde now being treated in San Antonio. We'll keep you posted as we learn more about their conditions, what exactly happened as all of that unfolds, and kind of keep you posted as we learn more from University Health about the situation. Deb?
All right, Matt, thank you. Okay, that is the situation there. Here in San Antonio, an hour and a half away from the scene of that shooting at Robb Elementary. Now, we do know in Uvalde at Memorial Hospital, 13 children were taken there and being treated. We do know 2 people have died there. We don't know right now whether those 2 are part of that 13 children, or if they are separate from that.
And we also know there were some pending transports as well to San Antonio, hoping to get them there to University Hospital, possibly to be treated. But again, this all unfolded around noon today at UCISD's Robb Elementary School. There's only about 600 students who go to that school. It is the last week of school for the district. The district has called off any activities for this evening, and we're waiting to hear from Dr. Hal Harrell, who will be speaking. There will be a press conference at Willie De Leon Civic Center. We expect to hear from him. We know DPS has taken over this investigation, and we know FBI is there at the scene. We also know that several neighboring law enforcement agencies agencies have been on the scene all afternoon, lending a hand in any way they can, including Bexar County Sheriff's Office, San Antonio Fire, and San Antonio Police. We saw their SWAT team there at the scene. So a still very active scene there in Uvalde, which we were saying is just west of San Antonio, about 85 miles away.
Right, everyone jumping in to help this small community deal with this tragedy there where.
And we've learned 13 children are hospitalized there at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We learned that 13 liters of blood were sent by the blood bank there to help support them. We do know 2 people were reported dead. We've confirmed 2 people confirmed dead after this active shooter situation. One woman, a 66-year-old woman in critical condition at University Hospital here in San Antonio, as well as one child being treated at University Hospital who's also critical condition.
Yes, and let's go back live to Vanessa Croy on the scene there. Vanessa, have you learned something new?
I've not learned anything new from here on the scene. I just wanted to give you an update, kind of tell you a little bit more what we're seeing here right now. When we first got here a few hours ago, it was shortly after they brought that, somehow had that suspect in custody. We don't know exactly, what happened inside the school building today. But now that we're learning that 2 are dead and that so many are injured, including so many children, it explains the faces of the law enforcement who I saw them walking out of the school earlier, and visibly upset, as we are out here today, just watching the scene unfold, as many people were wondering what was happening out here today. Just seeing the faces of the challenge of what was happening inside as the scene was unfolding inside today. Once again, if you're not familiar with this community, Uvalde is a very small community out here, border community. All of the surrounding counties are also very close-knit, and law enforcement, EMS came immediately from these surrounding counties to support Uvalde Police and Uvalde County Sheriff's Office. Also talked to a few officers out here on my way, and I could just hear the frantic terror in their voices, not knowing exactly what was happening. And I can't even imagine how many of these officers on the scene today, from DPS to Border Patrol to the local law enforcement, had children inside that building, or perhaps family members inside that building, and still wondering what was unfolding inside.
And we do know that, Vanessa, you were saying they pushed you back for a bit. You're back on air with us, but you're at the front of the school, and it seems to us, what we can see, that a lot of that activity is on the side to the back of the school, is where all that law enforcement is gathering.
That's correct, Audrey, and we can still hear, chopper overhead. I'm not sure if the DPS chopper was out here earlier today, but you can see behind the school they have a sort of a tent set up. That is what looks like the source of the investigation. When I first arrived here earlier, the majority of law enforcement officers were all focused in the back of the school. It's hard to estimate how many, but the entire area you're looking at right now was full with law enforcement officers, once again from Border Patrol to DPS to local law enforcement. And then about 45 minutes after that, we saw a group run into the building. That included a SWAT team. It appears to be from San Antonio Police, run into the building. We have still not confirmed exactly why they were running into the school, what they were looking for. We are still trying to confirm that as well, what they were looking for inside. We also saw, many school buses leaving the scene earlier. Those buses full of children heading over to the Civic Center to reunite with their families. So I can tell you also, when I got here today, there were so many people lining the streets out here, just waiting to find out what happened, talk to parents wondering, how do I find my child? I can't imagine what this community is experiencing right now, finding out this information that we're sharing right now.
All right, Vanessa, thank you. And hopefully all parents have been reunited with their children now. The children were evacuated to the Willie De Leon Civic Center, and about an hour ago they were releasing those children to their parents. We do know 13 children were transported to Uvalde Memorial Hospital with injuries, and that 2 people have died. dead there at the hospital. 2 other people were airlifted to San Antonio at University Health, a 66-year-old woman and a child. Let's go back live now to Matt Houston at the scene there in San Antonio. Matt.
Deb, the 66-year-old is in critical condition. Again, that generally means serious injuries here at University Health. Again, this is one of the largest hospitals in the entire state of Texas, one of 20 level 1 trauma centers. There are 193 level 4 trauma centers, of which Uvalde Memorial is one. Generally, smaller rural hospitals will send their most urgent cases to major metro areas at San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, Austin. There are also major trauma centers in Waco and Tyler. That's obviously the case here. Again, it's critical condition for the 66-year-old. We don't know how the child here at University Health is doing. We can tell you it looks like a pretty normal day from the outside here in San Antonio. Uvalde Memorial generally sends its patients who need urgent care to University Health or to SAMC in San Antonio. All of those hospitals are part of the Southwest Texas Regional Advisory Council, that STRAC. You heard a lot about that council during sort of the peak of the COVID wave here in San Antonio. So obviously they have some practice working with one another. San Antonio played a massive role in accepting some of the most urgent patients from rural hospitals during that scenario. Obviously a different situation today, but good to know that there has been frequent collaboration between these hospitals, good communication between the hospitals, and STRAC overseeing all of that with experienced leadership on scene right now to treat those 2 patients. Again, one 66-year-old in bad shape and a child whose condition we don't know at the moment. We're going to keep you posted as we get updates from University Health. We know that the shooting was reported around 12:23. University Health let us know they'd accepted 2 patients at 1:40. So, give or take an hour difference between the 2. That would be a pretty good indication, as Deb said, that they were airlifted, and we do have that confirmed. So we'll keep you posted as we learn more about the condition of these 2 patients. 66-year-old in critical condition. We don't know about the child. Deb, Audrey, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Matt. We want to get back to Uvalde. We have Alicia Nieves there at the Willie DeLeon Civic Center. We want to check in with her to see what that scene is looking like. Alicia.
Audrey, we're awaiting a press conference by district officials here in Uvalde. They tell us it will be happening within about half an hour. And right behind me, you have district officials standing by. I want to point out we have a lot of members of law enforcement. DPS, you have members of the sheriff's office here, Border Patrol, guarding the doors to the Civic Center and the perimeter. So this is the area where parents were said to go and pick up their children. And right outside the doors, they have a sign here that tell the parents which classes have the students at this center where they can go and pick up their students. Uvalde just tweeted that parents are being asked to pick up students at the regular dismissal times at the child's campus for other students. There will be no bus transportation, the district is saying. Officers will be on site to escort the students and the parents to their cars, or the students rather, and then they're just asking for the parents' patience at this time. This is something that the Uvalde community, we spoke with some city officials who were just here moments ago dropping off water to the crews, and they just said, this kind of thing doesn't happen here. I think they're still trying to grasp everything that's just going on. The Border Patrol official, when we were coming here to park at the Civic Center, he did tell us that this is still a very secure perimeter. There is still an active threat, but he did not say any other specifics. So we are hoping with this press conference, again, that's expected to happen within about 15 to 20 minutes now, we are hoping to learn more information. We do know, as Matt reported, we have several injuries. This is affecting both children and parents, and so district officials are just preparing to keep us updated. Members of the media are here. We have a staging area for ambulances about 2 minutes down the road off Main Street. You had ambulances from Valverde, Utopia, San Antonio Fire Department. They had one of their mass casualty vehicles on standby just in case they need help, but they say at this time they are not getting the call, they're just preparing. So another look at the Civic Center, we have city officials here, district officials, law enforcement. They are awaiting a press conference. We have helicopters, multiple law enforcement vehicles So if you are driving down Main Street right now, be prepared to drive a little slower, maybe drive around if you can. But we will bring this press conference to you live as it happens on air and online. Once again, we hear that should be happening in about 15 minutes now. Ladies.
All right, thank you so much, Alicia, for that update. And like she just mentioned, in about 30 minutes, we're expecting to hear from Dr. Hal Harrell, who's the superintendent of Uvalde Consolidated School District, as well as law enforcement officials who are working at that very active crime scene. Now, it was around 2:47 that Uvalde Memorial Hospital, they did confirm that 2 people have died in this active shooter situation. 13 children were transported to their hospital, Uvalde Memorial Hospital. They also had 2 children transferred to San Antonio, and 1 child is pending transfer. And we also know that 1 woman, a 66-year-old woman, is in critical condition at University Hospital as well. And there is another child there that is one of those children who was transferred. So still a very active situation. This is a live look there at Robb Elementary School there in Uvalde. Uvalde, just 85 miles west of San Antonio. San Antonio PD, Bexar County Sheriffs, FBI, as well as other surrounding local law enforcement agencies have been there all afternoon since this whole situation unfolded, trying to assist in any way they can. Just a very heartbreaking situation. We now have confirmed 2 people killed in this active shooter situation there at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, the small town of Uvalde. Now we do know Uvalde Memorial Hospital, again, they were treating 13 injured there, and 13 liters of blood have been sent there from the blood bank, have been sent to Uvalde Memorial Hospital to help with that situation. We don't know the Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We don't know the conditions of those children right now, but we do know 13 kids were injured and they were sent there. We want to send it on over now to Henry Ramos, who is also there at the scene. Henry, what can you tell us right now?
Within the last 3 minutes, but let me step aside and show you exactly what we're seeing out here. So as you mentioned, yes, we're in front of the hospital. You can see law enforcement is staged right at the front. Several law enforcement agencies, from what I'm reading, Kenny County Sheriff's Office, obviously Uvalde Police, directing people. I've seen people walking in and out of the hospital. Obviously, as you can imagine, many people shaken up, trying to figure out exactly what is happening if their loved one is here. What we do know, as the latest information, and I know that you and Deborah, Audrey, have been sharing this, but here at the hospital, they received 13 children here at the hospital to receive treatment. As we know, 2 unfortunately have passed away. Just so you know, too, I was trying to get some context just from people who live here in Uvalde, and I actually just did an interview with a grandmother. Her name is Mary Henson. She actually lives just about 4 blocks away from Robb Elementary. This was a very tough interview because her grandson, named JJ, 9 years old, was inside the elementary school when this shooting was unfolding. She said the shooter was so close to his classroom, it was just across the hallway from where her grandson was at. Her grandson escaped because as soon as his father heard what was going on, he showed up to the school. He went to his son's class and he pulled him out of the window. She said students were being pulled out of the windows here of that classroom. Thankfully, JJ is okay. Her grandson is safe. He actually took refuge at a funeral home that was across the street from the elementary school. I mean, just to sum it up, I mean, it is very difficult for all of us and here that are on the ground back in the studio to report on these types of situations because we are dealing with family members, with children, with loved ones. As grandmother Mary put it to me, this was supposed to be the most joyous time for these kids. This was their last week of school, Thursday being their last day. Here today and tomorrow, they're receiving awards, you know, reminiscing of the school year, looking forward to the summer. And now they're dealing with what we know right now, 2 of their classmates not being able to complete the school year this year. 2 children, unfortunately, pass away. Others, several others, now injured. Of course, the severity is still unknown. But Memorial Hospital, they have been prepared for this as they've received so many patients inside their ER. But what I can tell you, we see a chopper now just passing by here across from the hospital. We're just on the other side of the orthodontics office. Just from what I'm gathering, a lot of people just showing up kind of confused on their cell phones, trying to make up if they can get closer to the scene. You can see that chopper there in the sky there, as this is very much an active scene. I can't tell you though exactly, I haven't been able to map it out just how close we are to the elementary school, just to give us that kind of insight as well. But we do know that from University Memorial, from the last update, that at least 13 students were treated here. 2 children unfortunately died. The hospital is saying, though, that they do ask you to refrain from coming to the hospital, which is why I do believe we have such an extent of law enforcement here. But as I mentioned, Audrey and Deborah, just interviewing Mary, she said Uvalde, as we know, is a type of community. They basically know one another. Me being from a small town, I grew up in a community just like this. You know everyone. You feel it when something happens bad, when something happens good, you're there to celebrate. When something happens bad, you're there to pray. You're there to be united, and that's what this community is doing right now. Grandmother Mary put it to me that she says it is truly devastating that this is happening. As she said, she never thought in a million years that this would be unfolding in front of her yard and her backyard, unfolding in front of her very eyes, not knowing if her grandson JJ, as I mentioned, was inside that elementary school, was going to be okay. He is okay. Escaping from a window, being pulled out of a window from the help of his father and other students as well as teachers. I mean, you can just imagine these children. He is 9 years old, a 4th grader, going through something like this. I asked her, how is he doing, going through something like this? And she said, Henry, he's traumatized. He's very shaken up. It's hard to describe for a 9th grader, or excuse me, a 9-year-old, a 4th grader, to see something like this and to go through something like this, as he took refuge at a funeral home across the street. But again, we are out here at Memorial Hospital. As you can see, several law enforcement agencies directing traffic. We've seen people here just waiting here across the street. I'm assuming that they're loved ones, family members, just trying to get the word. A lot of heartache, uneasiness that these families, really this community is feeling right now, Audrey and Deborah.
Terrifying.
Yes, and Henry, did the grandmother say, did JJ describe what he heard? Did he hear gunshots?
Yes, she did. She was just saying that it was one of those things that it happened so quick. It was really chaotic. She didn't go into detail, as she really hasn't had a lot of time, Deborah, to really talk to him. I mean, her first priority was to make sure that he's okay. But all she told me was that it was just a lot of chaos. A lot of chaos. Obviously, you can imagine these kids were terrified. They didn't know what was going on. And as she mentioned, her son-in-law, his dad, as soon as he heard something bad was happening, he rushed to the school. Obviously, he knows the classroom where his son is at, and he got to the window and just started pulling kids out, and then they just started running for their lives. But the biggest thing that she told me, Deborah, is that, I mean, he's just traumatized. Just really just sensing chaos is the only thing that she was able to tell me. She even mentioned a neighbor across the street. She was saying that one of their loved ones was shot, and so she said she saw her neighbor just start running to the hospital. Again, I haven't mapped out the proximity of where we're at, but truly devastating are the words, is what Mary told me. I mean, she really was in tears, and rightfully so. This is tough, but it's what this community is going through right now, a small, tight-knit community here in Uvalde.
All right, thanks so much. Henry Ramos there at Uvalde Memorial Hospital, just 7 minutes, about 2 miles from Robb Elementary School. Now, right now, we want to get to Matt Houston, who is at University Hospital in San Antonio, where several people have been transferred there. Matt, what can you tell us? Any updates?
Audrey, we still don't know about the condition of the child who is here at University Hospital. We do know that a 66-year-old is in critical condition. That's generally an indication of serious injuries here at the facility behind me. As we've been telling you, University Health is uniquely equipped to handle trauma cases in a way that Uvalde Memorial might not be. Generally, level 1 trauma centers like University Health have more staff, more capacity, something that we became all too familiar with over the last couple of years as far as hospital conditions go. More staff, more capacity, more technology, more resources to handle really serious cases, which is why it is frequent practice For rural hospitals like Uvalde Memorial, we have plenty in the area surrounding Bexar County to send their serious patients to the hospital behind me. One look right now at the Adult Emergency Care Center here at University Hospital. You wouldn't know what was happening statewide today just from looking at this one particular building at the moment. Not a lot of activity outside. We've heard some helicopters go overhead, but again, no way to tell if that's in any way related to what's happening in Uvalde, and certainly would be pretty typical for a weekday afternoon here at University Hospital, one of 20 Level 1 trauma centers in the state of Texas. Uvalde Memorial is one of almost 200 Level 4 trauma centers. That's a basic care facility. They are equipped to handle trauma, make no mistake. They do have resources, but generally the facilities are just going to have better technology and more people, which is certainly important in a situation like this in the event that you need to handle an unexpected number of patients beyond what would be, your average Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday afternoon here in San Antonio. Uvalde frequently transfers patients to SAMC as well as University Health. We're going to keep you posted as we learn the condition of that child. Again, the 66-year-old in critical condition. Audrey, Deb?
Matt, do we know anything about those two pending transfers from Uvalde Memorial? Are they headed there to University as well? Have you heard anything about that?
Audrey, we haven't gotten any details on that just yet, but again, Uvalde generally transfers patients to University Health and then on to SAMC. So we can't assume anything right now, but it would make sense that if there are pending transfers, they could end up here in San Antonio, either at University Health or at SAMC. But no word on that. University Health has been sending out frequent updates. We're in touch with communications staff there, trying to learn as much as we can right now. But generally, when you transfer someone from a Level 4 trauma center to a Level 1 trauma center, it's an indication that they need more staff, better care at a bigger facility.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Well, it is 3:30. All of this began unfolding at noon. If you are just joining us, we do want to bring you up to date on what is going on and what we know right now. At just shortly after noon, we received word of an active shooter at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. We have learned that 2 people have been killed. 13 children were taken to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. A woman and a child were airlifted here to San Antonio University Health. The suspect has been taken into custody, and we are waiting right now for a news conference at the De Leon Civic Center where the remaining children, 600 children in that elementary school, were taken and where they were picked up by their parents.
Yes, and we're waiting to hear from Superintendent Dr. Hal Harrell from Uvalde Consolidated School District, expected to speak, as well as law enforcement agencies and the city there on site as well, all lending their support to the school district and to the police department. DPS, we have learned, has taken over this investigation. FBI was also there on the scene, as well as a number of local law enforcement agencies lending a hand as well. Again, this is just one of 2 elementary schools there in Uvalde. Robb Elementary is where all of this situation unfolded. Like Deborah said, we have learned 2 people have lost their lives in this active shooter situation. 13 children were injured. They were sent to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We do have 1 woman, a 66-year-old in critical condition at University Health in San Antonio, as well as a child whose condition we are not certain about. But there are also 2 others in Uvalde pending transfer, but we do not know where they will be sent just yet.
And we are waiting for a news conference. The superintendent of Uvalde School District, Dr. Hal Harrell, is going to be informing us there at the Civic Center. That is where KENS 5's Victoria De Leon is right now. Victoria?
Looks like we're having issues right now. now with Victoria?
Okay, I think we're good now, but I was just saying that the Civic Center is just 5 minutes away from Robb Elementary School. Right now, this is where a lot of parents are being directed to pick up some of those students. But right now, I can tell you that there is mostly district staff outside and parents. I want to step out of the way just to give you a better look. Parents have been escorted inside, and then outside, it's mostly, again, district staff and other members of the media. Now, we have not been able to talk to too many parents since we've been here. I can tell you, though, there was one mother who did walk out with her son, very, very young, both of them visibly just absolutely devastated. They were in tears. I did speak to one man who says his wife is a teacher at the elementary school and he is out here waiting for her as well. But at this point, we are going to be staying here for the next couple of hours, trying to gather some more information and talking to some more parents who, many of them on social media at least, saying that this is just absolutely the worst day and the worst possible thing that they could have ever imagined happening. But Deborah, as we're looking right now, the FBI showed up, I want to say about 5-10 minutes ago, and we're going to be keeping an eye out for any other developments. So for now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Victoria, thank you very much. And we have just gotten word from the Uvalde School District that parents are being asked to pick their children up from the junior high, the middle school, the high school, and the other elementary school, Dalton Elementary School. There will be no bus service today, so parents will need to pick their children up from the school.
Yes, there will be no bus transportation. There are officers on each of those campuses to, help ease everyone's tensions, because this has been such a emotional day. This has been such a scary day. We've heard several stories from families and parents. Henry Ramos spoke to one grandmother who said that her 4th grade grandchild, who's just 9 years old, his father heard about the situation, ran to the school, knew which classroom his son was in, broke a window, pulled his son and several other children out of a window, and then they hid at a nearby funeral home. I'm sure we're going to be hearing many other stories coming out from this terrible, terrible situation. And we want to get back to Alicia Nieves, who is at Willie De Leon Civic Center, where that press conference is about to take place.
At first check, we were told about half an hour, so that should be where we are expected to go inside of the Civic Center right behind me for a press conference. But what we're seeing now, lots of loved ones come up to the door. They are greeted by members of state police, Border Patrol. We had a DPS, and they are checking parents in at the door. Then they are walking inside, the parents are, to go and pick up their loved ones here at the Civic Center. They have a sign right outside that lists the classes with that have the children here. We are seeing, as you can imagine, ladies, lots of emotion. Family members walking out, escorting their young children to the car here at the Civic Center. It's a lot, right? It's overwhelming for many of these families and people who work at the district because of what just happened this morning. So we are expecting to walk inside these doors in just a few moments when district officials give us the word, and then they're going to give us an update in detail about everything that happened today, we are hoping. So this is, as you can imagine, a very tight-knit community. We have district officials who have brought water and snacks for families waiting inside, for the children waiting inside, and we have the perimeter being secured right now by members of law enforcement. I see, once again, members of the sheriff's office. You have Border Patrol that are on the outskirts of the Civic Center, lining up on Main Street. We're at West Main Street in Uvalde, and then right down the street they have that staging area that I mentioned earlier with more emergency crews on standby should they be needed today. You had emergency crews from across South Texas come to Uvalde ready to help. On our drive here, we started our drive at about noon today, 12:45, and on our drive we saw multiple law enforcement vehicles, ambulances head to Uvalde to help. So we are on standby now. We are just witnessing more family members. Victoria De Leon, one of our reporters, is speaking with a couple of women right now who are getting ready to walk inside. As you can imagine, these families are just concerned that you know, they can go and get their loved ones. They just want to embrace them and hold them once again, and they want to know that they are okay. So we will keep you up to date on when this press conference will start. We will stream that for you and keep you up to date as soon as we learn any new details. Ladies, back to you.
All right, Alicia, thank you. And we now want to go live to Henry Ramos, who is at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. Henry.
Yeah, Deborah, and so I come to you with some really sad news. So I just got off the phone to San Antonio family, Lisa DeVour. I've actually done stories with them. They called me while I was on my way here. And she told me, Henry, she was like, I'm on my way to Uvalde. She was like, you won't believe, I have 10 to 15 family members that go to Uvalde schools, and we have a few family members who go to Robb Elementary. And I said, oh my gosh, Lisa, how are you doing? She said, we don't know a lot. We just want to get here. Our family's from here. Obviously, we just want to get here. She just arrived. She told me she's at the Civic Center, but she just informed me that a 10-year-old who attended Robb Elementary has passed away. She said she died here at Memorial Hospital. She says the mother, which is her niece, is with her right now. We couldn't talk that much because, as you can understand, they have a lot going on. She was also trying to find one of their other loved ones who goes to the elementary school. They don't know if he got somewhat transported in the bus and then got lost, or if he is at the Civic Center, so they're trying to figure that out at this moment. But again, sad news. This family telling me that a 10-year-old at Robb Elementary was taken here, has passed away from her injuries, and is with her mother. I do not know more than that of exactly where she was at in the school, how many times she was shot, any of that. As you can imagine, it's tough taking these phone calls from family members because, and this is what a lot of families and friends and loved ones in this community is dealing with right now, is so much emotion, so much uncertainty. Let me step aside here, though, and show you just some of what is happening here outside the hospital. So I can tell you, lots of law enforcement. I actually did see someone from the DEA get out of that vehicle. It looks like we do have another chopper right now that is either landing at Memorial right now. You can see, we don't know if they're going to pick up someone to transport them out of here, but you do see another helicopter here landing at University Memorial right now. A lot of law enforcement out here, a lot of family members and just people here within the community just showing up here across the street. The law enforcement are just monitoring of who they're letting in and out of the hospital, as the hospital has made very clear as they just don't want everyone showing up here. In terms of latest numbers, I do want to make a correction because I'd mentioned that 2 children had passed away. At this point, what KENS 5 confirm is that we do know that 2 people have passed away. We don't know if they are in fact both children. Obviously, I just found out that a 10-year-old did die here, according to the family. But we do know that 13 children were taken here to the hospital to be treated. And then we do know, as my colleague Matt Houston is out, City Hospital, at least a child and adult have been taken there. And the last check, the hospital here was saying that they may transport another child to University Hospital as well. We can say, you know, in speaking with that family just now, Audrey and Deborah, very tough because, again, with so many family members that attend here, there's so much uncertainty, especially when you have so many children that attend that elementary school. But just telling me that their niece, the mother, her 10-year-old daughter, passed away here from her injuries at the hospital. It's very, very sad because, as we've been saying since we've been on the air, is that this was the last week of school. This is the time where, you know, if you remember in elementary school, you're looking forward to the summer, you're receiving all those participation awards and all these award ceremonies. There's that hype, and then you have this that happened, and these children dealing with those gunshots ringing out in schools. And obviously, as we know, the current state of time that we're in, right, this is something, unfortunately, that children have to grow up with. But we do know, and I just spoke, as I mentioned, when I was with you ladies off the top about, and everyone else that's joining us, that I did speak with a grandmother, Mary Henson, whose 9-year-old grandson was inside Robb Elementary, and he was actually pulled out of the window from his father as well as other kids. He is safe. Just saying that there was just chaos inside that school. And also saying that for a 4th grader, he's traumatized now as to what he saw, what he heard. And that's tough. And as I mentioned, This is Uvalde. This is a community that's tight-knit. They know everyone. This is why you see just even community members. Was talking to a man here. He was just saying that him and his family were in San Antonio and he was driving back, and he said, you know, I'm just going to come here at least to pay my respects outside the hospital to say a prayer for the family members. He said, for my community. It's devastating. I mean, this community is reeling right now, and you definitely feel that just being here on this side, Audrey and Deborah.
Well, I know Henry, Vanessa was telling us law enforcement leaving the school coming out were just devastated. Their faces were just a lot of people grieving. You know, Uvalde is a place where it's a small community and people are born and grow up there and don't move away. And so, you know, undoubtedly, you know, people in that community, everyone knows someone affected by this shooting. This is video that was sent to us by a viewer right at the beginning of this whole situation when they were just starting to evacuate children by school bus there from Robb Elementary. And you can see parents and law enforcement there in that picture. We understand some of the children taken to Memorial Hospital there were taken by school bus, and some were taken by emergency vehicles.
And just shortly, we are awaiting a press conference by the superintendent, Dr. Hal Harrell of Uvalde Consolidated School District is expected to speak, as well as law enforcement. City and county officials are also there to lend their support. It still is a very active crime scene there at Robb Elementary School. But again, we have confirmed 2 people have died in this active shooter situation. 13 children injured, being treated at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We've learned that 13 liters of blood were sent from the blood bank, so you can only imagine the types of injuries if they had to send 13 liters of blood there to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. There were 2 people transferred to University Hospital in San Antonio. One woman, a 66-year-old, in critical condition, a child as well. We do not know that child's status, and there was one pending transfer, and we're not sure which hospital they will end up at, in San Antonio or a neighboring city, but still waiting to hear more. We're going to send it on over to Victoria DeLeon, who is there at the Willie DeLeon Civic Center. Victoria.
Hey, Audrey. Well, I just went around to look through the window of that reunited with their students. Now, earlier today, this is where Uvalde ISD officials, CISD officials, were directing their parents. Now, if I step out of the way here, I want you to see that it is mostly district staff outside, and of course, lots of law enforcement and media presence out here. I have now seen, I want to say, 3 parents who have walked out with their kids, just absolutely devastated, and of course, so grateful to be reunited with their kids, because unfortunately it's just such a devastating situation. We did talk to one man here who is waiting on his wife, who is inside. He says that she is a teacher here. We are still working to talk to some more parents about just the day unfolding. As we learn more, I'm sure there are just going to be so many heartbreaking stories coming from the families and the people in this community. But for now, we are here, and this is where that press conference is expected to take place. We're not sure what time, but we're going to be following these updates and then bringing them to you as we learn more and as we talk to more people in this very tight-knit community. I mean, the pain and the devastation is just, I think, felt throughout all of Uvalde and not just the Robb Elementary community. Audrey, Deborah.
Okay, Jessica, thank you very much. I need to speak with our executive producer, Monica. Oh my goodness, we have just gotten devastating news from Governor Greg Abbott. 14 students dead and 1 teacher dead. He has just tweeted this. This is at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. Just unfathomable. 14 students dead and a teacher.
I can't even. There aren't any words right now for this situation. Just a heartbroken community waiting to hear more. We do know that one person is in custody, was taken into custody around 1 this afternoon. We're waiting to hear from the superintendent from DPS who's taken over this investigation about how this all unfolded. There should be a press conference taking place here any minute shortly, but the town of Uvalde, no doubt, is heartbroken this evening over that news. Governor Greg Abbott, in a press conference, just confirmed 14 students and 1 teacher dead who were there at Robb Elementary School when this active shooter situation unfolded around noon today. It was the last week of school. School is to let out on Thursday, what was supposed to be a joyous time for all of these students and staff of a really hard year to begin with.
Right, coming off of 2 very difficult years, yes, and we do know a lot, of course, a crime scene. Those students are presumably still in the school. We saw dozens of law enforcement officers about 2.5 hours ago go running into the school, the FBI going into the school. We've not seen them leave Robb Elementary. Perhaps that's when they discovered all of these bodies. We do know 1 child died at the hospital, but Governor Abbott has said 14 children were killed, and a teacher, and the shooter as well is dead. And just got that word. So that is 15 dead, including the shooter.
1 woman, a 66-year-old, is in critical condition at University Hospital. 1 child is also being treated at University Hospital. We do not know their status. We know that there were some pending transfers there from Uvalde Memorial Hospital, but we don't know the status of those transfers or how those victims are doing. But honestly, at this point, you could just say a prayer for this community. This is heartbreaking.
No, it's just heartbreaking.
We're waiting a press conference again at Willie DeLeon Civic Center. Our crews have been there at Uvalde Memorial Hospital speaking to people who are trying to be reunified with their family of the injured. We have crews there at the Civic Center who have been speaking with parents who have been picking up their children, trying to again be reunified with them. A lot of these parents maybe showing up and being sent somewhere else, which is terrifying for any parent, any family member to hear. Like you were saying, this is a small community. A lot of people were raised there. They grew up there. Everyone's connected in some way. Right,
and then not knowing if your child, and now having discovered that 14 children were killed, you know, the condition of your child. How is your child? Parents are at Memorial Hospital where 13 children are being treated, and possibly only 12 now that we know 1 has passed away. And we are waiting to hear from the superintendent as more details on this. Governor Abbott has just spoken. We are getting those remarks ready for you right now. But he is the one who confirmed 14 children dead, the shooter is dead, a teacher is dead. Vanessa Croy is at the scene at the school. Let's go back to her live. Vanessa, are law enforcement still inside the school?
Looks like we're having some technical difficulties with her audio, but as you can see, it's still a very, very active scene there. Vanessa's been on the scene since this unfolded about an hour after it all began. Hopefully we can get her back with us because she has been there on the ground all afternoon.
She has. Of course, Uvalde's about an hour and a half away, and once we heard about this, it all started about noon, we dispatched our crews, and they are all now in Uvalde. There's another law enforcement pulling up.
State trooper.
State trooper.
And we know the FBI arrived on scene. We know DPS has taken over the investigation. Uvalde PD was the first responding law enforcement agency. SAPD their SWAT team was there on site. BCSO was also sending help. We know San Antonio Fire and then multiple law enforcement agencies were helping out. I know other schools in this district were asked to pick up their children at the regular release time. There will be no buses, so parents will need to go there. There will be law enforcement there, not to be alarmed, but it's to for everyone's safety.
Let's go to Vanessa now. Let's see, Vanessa.
I just wanted to say a few words. We're back out here live at the school. I just heard the devastating news at the same time you did. In the last 20 minutes or so, I hope I can say this, keeping it together, a parent came out here still looking for his child. I can't imagine what these families are going through right now, especially at this time, wondering where your child is at this hour. I do want to show you what's happening behind me right now. Looks like the focus of the investigation looks like a command center is set up behind the school. That's where the majority of law enforcement is staged back there. We did see the FBI is here. We can confirm that. And I did see 2 FBI crime investigation agents just walk down the street to approach the crime scene. Multiple law enforcement agencies have been out here today. I was out here just shortly after we heard at first the suspect was in custody. Now we're learning that that suspect has died. It was shortly after that. It was when many of the law enforcement officers were walking out of that school, and visibly from their faces I could tell that this was horrific. That was actually the words of the Uvalde County Sheriff today. When I arrived here today, I asked him, I know he said he couldn't share any information. They were still trying to figure out what happened. And he told me this is horrific. Our worst nightmare has come true out here today. And our prayers are with this community. This is a very tight-knit community out here, and truly hurting right now. Deb and Audrey, I'm going to send it back to you.
Oh, it is. Everyone is hurting, and I can't imagine that community. 14 children confirmed dead, 1 teacher and the suspect. Of course, all I can think of, anything comparable to this, is the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting where 20 children were killed, and we have 14 now here in Texas in Uvalde. Here's Governor Greg Abbott.
It was Salvador Lomas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased. And is believed that responding officers killed him. The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and
Ramos,
all right, so like you just heard from the governor, Salvador Ramos, an 18-year-old is the shooter, confirmed shooter. The governor says that he entered the school with the handgun, possibly another weapon, but they have not confirmed that. And we just learned that there were 14 students killed, 1 teacher was killed, and that responding officers were able to shoot and kill Salvador Ramos, who was the suspected shooter there at the active shooter situation.
And we are now looking live at Robb Elementary, the back of the school in Uvalde, where a command center has been set up. There's a tent set up there. We believe that most of those students and the teacher are still in the school, which is why we saw so many officers in the FBI go into the school. And the 13 who were transported injured to the hospital. 1 child died there. But we believe most of the victims are still in the school, and they have set up an area there where they will be bringing them out.
And we do know that one woman, a 66-year-old, is in critical condition at University Hospital, as well as one child who was injured was transported there. We don't know their status at this point, but we are waiting to hear from officials there in Uvalde. They are at Willie DeLeon Civic Center where they are gathering, and they are supposed to be briefing media in just moments. I saw Vanessa Croy there at Robb Elementary School. Vanessa, that scene's still very active, and from what we can see, it seems like that investigation is taking place on the backside of the school.
Well, that's right, Audrey. From where we're standing, we are actually in the front of the school, but we can see it looks like somewhat of a command center back there where they have a staging area. It looks like the source of the investigation is focused back there. That's where those law enforcement officers, you see them standing under that canopy tent. We know that FBI is here, Border Patrol, DPS. We don't know who is leading the investigation. Once FBI arrived, we assume they are. We heard earlier DPS could be a joint investigation. We know the Texas Rangers are here, as well as local law enforcement, Uvalde County Sheriff's Office, Uvalde City Police. No doubt there is DPS as well. Many of these troopers are from this area. Many of these Border Patrol agents are from Uvalde. Their children most likely attend, some of them, at this elementary school. So it is a very difficult, I can tell you just from seeing the officers' faces walk out of that school building shortly after that suspect. We thought at first he was in custody. Just seeing their faces, how difficult it was for them to see whatever unfolded, to see the aftermath of whatever unfolded inside that school building earlier today.
Much, Vanessa, and like we just learned from the governor, 14 students dead after that active shooter situation at Robb Elementary School. One teacher dead. The suspect, an 18-year-old shooter, also dead, shot by responding officers. We're learned from the governor that that 18-year-old, who is also a resident of Uvalde, entered the school with a handgun and possibly another weapon.
Yes, and I was just looking over timelines here of mass shootings in schools, and only 2 in elementary schools. Sandy Hook, which of course we all remember, 20 students killed there, 14 students killed here at in Uvalde, here in Texas. Just terrible, just terrible. And San Antonio and surrounding communities coming to help. Bexar County BSO sending units there. San Antonio Police sending equipment there. Border Patrol, FBI, all responding to help Uvalde deal with this tragedy on this last week of school, with high school graduation scheduled for Friday, dealing with this many deaths that must touch every single person in Uvalde, the community of 16,000 people.
And we are awaiting a press conference at the Willie DeLeon Civic Center, where school district officials, city, county, and police are expected to update the media and the community. We want to head out to Alicia Nieves, who is there at that scene. And Alicia, what can you tell us?
We're still waiting for an update, Audrey, to see when this press conference is going to start. But within the past 10 minutes, we've seen a lot of members of law enforcement start to walk through these doors at the Civic Center. And then we're seeing more parents walking in to pick up their children here. And then, of course, we're hearing and seeing, witnessing the heartbreak from other loved ones who are walking out in tears. They are being escorted by members of the sheriff's office. And of course, we are giving them their space. This is as close as we are going to get, and it is just absolutely heartbreaking to witness, you know, what appear to be grandparents, parents, district officials, just get very, very emotional as they are walking out of this building. We do have chairs that are set up outside of the Civic Center right now, and we have some district officials who are waiting here, and then members of law enforcement continue to secure the perimeter around this building. They are almost to West Main Street, where the Civic Center is located, and They're armed at the doors, just making sure that only family members get inside, that only other law enforcement personnel or district officials get inside. The press conference, when it does take place, will be in this building, but once again, we are awaiting word. And the school has been very, very communicative up until this point, or on Twitter and on Facebook, letting parents know where to pick up their children, letting them know about the bus schedule, letting them know about after-school activities. So we have a full parking lot right now at the Civic Center. We have tents set up outside. We have district officials who have brought water and snacks for these families. And I do want to note, some families have not immediately walked out with their loved ones. We have some who are still awaiting, I presume, news inside, or waiting for word just to make sure their loved ones are okay. So we have some who are seated as soon as you get in. But I myself have not been in the building yet, so I'm not certain of the layout. But that is just what we've been seeing within this past about hour and a half since we have been here. As soon as we get word of the exact time of this press conference, we will, of course, pass that along to you all.
All right, thank you, Alicia, and of course we will carry that live. We now want to go to Matt Houston. He has an update on the 2 people who were brought here to San Antonio. Matt?
But we already knew that a 66-year-old woman is in the hospital in critical condition. We now know the other patient is a 10-year-old girl, also in critical condition. Again, that's generally indicates serious injuries. We know that when you're care flighted from a rural hospital to a level 1 trauma center, they need more resources, more staff to take care of those injuries and treat those patients. So 2 patients, 66-year-old woman, a 10-year-old girl, both in critical condition here in San Antonio. One point that's probably somewhat important to make is we're talking about a potential death toll of 14 children at this point. The maximum class size in the state of Texas, barring some rare exceptions, is 22. We don't know that all these kids were in the same class, but we are clearly talking about a generation of Uvalde students now caught up in this tragedy, and something to consider as we hear numbers and think about each one of these kids with a name and a face, including the 10-year-old girl right now in critical condition behind me here in San Antonio. We did hear early reports that Uvalde Memorial would transfer more patients to San Antonio, either University Health or to SAMC. We still don't have any of that confirmed. So for right now, 2 students from Uvalde, rather 2 patients from Uvalde, a 66-year-old woman and a 10-year-old girl being treated here at the hospital behind me in San Antonio. As we learn more, we'll keep you posted on their condition. University Health has been good about getting us frequent updates so that we can keep you posted. Deb, Audrey?
Okay, Matt, thank you. So now we do know the 10-year-old is in critical condition. Henry Ramos had spoken to a friend of his who lost a 10-year-old niece. So apparently a lot of this shooting must have gone on in a 4th grade classroom. You have 2 10-year-olds there, 1 dead and 1 critically injured, and a total of 13 students being treated in Uvalde at the hospital there.
But we have learned, we confirmed through Governor Greg Abbott, that 14 students are dead. 1 teacher is dead. The shooter, an 18-year-old local Uvalde resident, entered that school with a gun, possibly another weapon. And we do know police also were able to shoot and kill him as that situation was unfolding.
Right. We don't know the motivation right now, why he went in there, why he opened fire on all of these children and the teacher. But this is what Governor Abbott said just moments ago.
The shooter was Salvador Ramos, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Ramos, the shooter, he himself is deceased and is believed that responding officers killed him.
So there you have it. We heard from the governor, 14 students dead, 1 teacher dead, and that shooter also dead, killed by police. We want to go to Henry Ramos right now, who is at Uvalde Memorial Hospital, where a lot of those students were first taken. Henry.
Yeah, Audrey and Deborah, you know, so I've just been talking with people, even through online, and people are reaching out to me, and I do want to read you something that is really tough and really chilling that was just sent to me. This was a text message that was sent to a loved one she's a coach at Robb Elementary. When all of this was unfolding, this is what she sent to her family member. She said, "Someone is shooting at the school. I love you." She sent that to all of her family members. I was told that the coach, she actually hid in a bathroom while all of this was unfolding, and obviously scared for her life. She did survive. But speaking with this love, he's from Uvalde, and I want to step aside here and you know, just talking to him, I said, give me a little bit more sense of this community. And he said, you know, Henry, you've been saying it right. It's a small community. Everyone knows everyone. They are there and each other. We're there for each other when every time it gets rough. He says something of this magnitude isn't supposed to happen in a small farming community. There's nothing that will prepare them from moving on. He said, even though if we leave the area, they remain our roots. It's the essence of who we are. When we venture out in the world, our hearts, thoughts, and prayers are with every single citizen. As you can imagine, that is the sentiment that has been since this unfolded until now, as we continue to receive the word, as we did from Governor Abbott, you know, saying 14 children have died. I mean, it's just scary, folks. And, you know, as Deborah had mentioned, I did speak to a family member probably about 30 minutes ago, telling me that their loved one, a 10-year-old who was a student at Robb Elementary, died here at the hospital. Something I can tell you, and you can see Irissa is pointing up there at the Air Life here of Chopper. I've been seeing them constantly coming in and out here of Uvalde Memorial Hospital. It has been nonstop. We've been seeing family members that have been leaving there, as you can see, pretty somber in their faces, not really saying much. Tears. I will tell you, as a journalist, this is where we cross that fine line. I want to give them respect right now, especially as they're just leaving the hospital, probably receiving news that they did not want to hear. And that's where so many students, as you mentioned, Deborah, being bused here in school buses to receive the critical help that we need. And speaking with that family from San Antonio who has so many family members here in Uvalde, with just so much uncertainty and unknown, but also hearing that a 10-year-old just going to school today, just 2 days left of the school year, lost her life today. That is the harsh reality that so many family members and loved ones and this small, tight-knit community are dealing with. And as I mentioned, just from that text that I received, I mean, just chilling. A coach at Robb Elementary, hearing those gunshots, saying, someone is shooting at the school, I love you. That was sent out to all of her family members. As I mentioned, I asked their loved one, is she okay? She hid in the bathroom. She did survive. But those are the stories that we're hearing. Those are the stories that we're going to continue to hear. We're going to hear the stories of the tragedy, the stories of survival. But again, just to tell you, as eyes on the ground, just to show you, as I have been, lots of law enforcement still directing traffic. We've got different law enforcement agencies. I've got Kinney County Sheriff's Office. As I mentioned earlier, I saw the DEA arrive here. You can see there's the Kinney County Sheriff deputies there getting into their vehicle. We even have a constable here from Galveston County. Federal law enforcement is here. We have seen some family members that have been leaving across the street, as I mentioned, just get into their car, as you can see, pretty heartbroken by receiving some of the news and the news that we just received. But that is the sentiment here at the hospital, Audrey and Deborah.
All right, Henry, thank you. We now want to take you live, still in Uvalde, to the De Leon Civic Center, where Vanessa Croy is at the school, Robb Elementary. Vanessa, where I guess students and the teacher, their bodies are still inside that school.
Deborah, we have not confirmed that here yet. All that we can tell you is that it's a heartbreaking scene out here. Friends and family members have come here in the last 15, 20 minutes trying to find out where their family members are, where their children are. We saw a father not too long ago talking to officers looking for his daughter and trying to find out where she was, because he had been to the Civic Center. I can't imagine what these families are going through right now. So we cannot confirm the children are still inside the building right now. We can tell you where the source of the investigation is. Let me step out of the way. You can see it in the back of the school here. We're actually at the front of the school, at the corner of Geraldine Street, very near the turnaround in the front. Looks like that's where the source command center is set up, kind of the source of the investigation there. That's where the majority of law enforcement has been gathered for the last hour or so. They do have all these streets blocked off over here. No one is allowed through here around anywhere around this scene. They do have the school blocked off with crime tape and officers guarding each perimeter of the campuses. In fact, this is as close as we can get at this time. We do know that FBI is here. We recently saw their crime scene investigation team walk over to the scene as well. We have seen Texas Rangers, DPS, Border Patrol, and all the local law enforcement out here today. And we say state troopers and Border Patrol, we have state and federal agents, but they're also local law enforcement as well. This is a very tight-knit community. These Border Patrol agents, these DPS troopers, their children also live and thrive in this community and perhaps even go to this elementary school. Earlier today, when I got out here, shortly after something had happened with that suspect at the time, when first we heard he was in custody, just seeing the officers' faces walk from the crime scene this way, you could just see the tragedy in their faces that unfolded inside that building today. In fact, Sheriff Nolasco of Uvalde County told me right before I got here, this is our worst nightmare has just happened. He said it's just horrific. And now that we're learning what happened today, it is horrific. And our prayers go out to this community and those families today. Deb and Audrey, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Vanessa. And we just learned from Uvalde CISD's Facebook page that they are actually moving that press conference to a Facebook Live. So that's going to be aired live on the Uvalde PD Facebook page as well as the Uvalde CISD Facebook page. But we do have a crew there at the Civic Center where parents were being reunited with children. We want to go up to Victoria DeLeon, who's been speaking with those families. Victoria.
Hey, Audrey, it is just the devastation, the heartbreak is just palpable here. I will say in the past 20 minutes at least, I have not seen a lot of parents come out with their kids. I have seen parents come in and then come out maybe 10 minutes later without them. Just a few minutes ago, I spoke to one man who was here looking for his niece. They've been kind of getting the runaround and they have not been able to find his niece, so we are absolutely praying for the best possible outcome for that family. Other families walking out with their kids over the last hour or so, understandably visibly upset. We do want to be very respectful during this very difficult time, so we have not been pushing them too hard to talk to us about one of the scariest days of their lives. But if I take a step out right now, you can see that it is still mostly just district officials, staff, a lot of media, and of course law enforcement. Uvalde CISD did say that the dismissal process is taking place at on their campuses. They're asking that parents please stay in their vehicles while picking up their children. And over, I want to say an hour ago, parents were asked to start picking up their students at the regular dismissal times at those campuses. Now, earlier today, there was this whiteboard with about more than a dozen teacher names. Those are the teachers' classrooms who were brought to the DeLeon Civic Center. But again, Audrey, we're still seeing some parents, family members, and loved ones walk into the building and then coming out a few moments later without any students. So we are not totally sure how many people are in there or how many students are in there, but it's something that we are going to stay out here and keep an eye on. Audrey, Deb.
All right, thank you so much, Vanessa. Well, we are bringing you live coverage of one of the worst mass shootings in the United States history at an elementary school. It is the second worst to have occurred. Of course, Sandy Hook, where 20 students were killed. Right now, we have confirmed 14 children killed at this elementary school today. Certainly the worst mass shooting at a school in Texas.
We also know one teacher was killed there at Robb Elementary School when this active shooter situation unfolded. We know police were able to shoot and kill the 18-year-old shooter. He apparently, according to the governor, entered with a gun and possibly another weapon. We're still waiting to hear more from law enforcement about whether there was any motive, whether they could find anything out on social media. But we do know 2 people were transferred to University Hospital. A 66-year-old woman is in critical condition and a 10-year-old girl in critical condition. But Uvalde Memorial Hospital taking the bulk of those victims.
Okay. Yes, we are. There is someone in front of our camera right there. This is a live picture at the elementary school where all of this happened. We do have cameras set up and we're getting ready to go inside the Civic Center there in Uvalde to bring you the news conference live from the superintendent there. Our cameras right there are set up at Robb Elementary School, but we have cameras at the De Leon Civic Center where we are expecting to get an update from Dr. Harrell.
Well, we did just learn through their Facebook page that they're going to be holding those press conferences through Facebook Live, through PD's Facebook
Right.
and through their Facebook. So I don't know. It wasn't very clear if they were going to let media in or if because of security they were moving to just a live. Okay,
Yes, we are.
We
do have a crew in there, and so we will be able to bring you that news conference on air, as it is also streamed out on social media. And we have Alicia De Leon, Vanessa.
Alicia Nieves,
Alicia
who's
Nieves.
there at the Civic
Yes.
Center. We're waiting
And Victoria
to go.
De Leon,
and Victoria
right.
De Leon, both there. And here's a live picture of the Willie De Leon Civic Center where law enforcement officials, school officials, we're going to go live now.
Good afternoon. I'm Anne Marie Espinoza, Executive Director of Communications and Marketing for Uvalde CISD. Please understand at this time, we will be making a statement and not taking any questions. So we please ask, at this time, we will be making a statement and not taking any questions. Here to provide a statement is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
Good afternoon. As she mentioned, I'm going to make a statement, and at this point, we won't take any questions. We will give you a time when we'll be addressing the media soon. At approximately 11:32 a.m. this morning, there was a mass casualty incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. This school has children that are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime. Families are being notified, and we are providing services to them as the district should. As far as the rest of the district is concerned, safety measures were taken to make sure that we had a safe release for the rest of the district. Throughout our city of Uvalde, and we had numerous law enforcement officers and agencies that assisted with the safety release for those students. We do want to keep all our families in their prayers. I hope you do as well. And we also want to respect the privacy of the family. The crime scene is still being worked on, and again, we'll notify the parents and the families as soon as we have some news for them. Thank you so much.
We greatly appreciate and patience with us. Please know at this time, we are only making a statement. We will be releasing more information as the investigation continues. We appreciate your courtesy. At this time, it concludes our press conference. Thank you.
Just heard from Pete Arredondo, the UCISD Chief of Police. He said that active shooter situation that started around 11:32 this morning there at Robb Elementary School, which houses 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders. He says DPS is assisting. They believe that suspect, the 18-year-old suspect who is dead, acted alone in this active shooter situation. They only wanted to make a statement. They did not take questions from the media. They said families of the injured and deceased are being notified at this time, so they are trying to respect those families.
Right, people are still finding out. The parents of those 14 children that were killed and one teacher so far. And the police chief said that the shooter, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, acted alone. Walked into the school and killed 14 children and a teacher, and then he was shot and killed by law enforcement there. He came. Victoria De Leon is live in Uvalde. Let's go to her right now.
Hey, Deborah, yeah, just to kind of recap, it was a very short press conference, not a lot of information that we didn't already know. We do know now, though, that the shooter acted alone, and there are multiple injuries, and of course those 14 students dead and one teacher. We are now inside of the Civic Center, where we passed by a couple of parents, families, loved ones of the Uvalde Elementary School community. We also learned that the elementary school runs from up until 4th grade, so the youngest of those students impacted maybe 9, 10 years old. So we're going to stay out here in Uvalde for the rest of the day and continue to bring you those updates as we learn more.
Thank you so much. Right now we want to go to Henry Ramos, who is at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. He has an update for us. That's where a lot of those victims were taken earlier today. Henry.
Yeah, Audrey, I actually just spoke with a grandmother who just walked across the street from the hospital with some good news. I just interviewed her. She told me that her grandson survived. He was shot. She said that he was shot. The bullet kind of hit him right here along the leg area. It didn't hit any bones, and it just kind of went through, is what she said. But she said the way that her grandson, who's a 5th grader at Robb Elementary, described what was happening, he said they were all hiding in his classroom, obviously scared. And he told his grandmother, he said, "Grandma, it sounded like fireworks was going off. It was just nonstop." And she said that that he was shot once. He was taken here at the hospital. The grandmother named Hilda, when she got the news that there was a shooting at Robb Elementary, she called her daughter, and the grandmother, just hysterical. She said, she's like, "You know what? I just got in the car. I just knew that I was going to go to the school. I was going to make sure that my grandson was okay." He was brought here at the hospital. She said for the most part he is in good spirits. He's doing okay as best that he can. Also realizing that a lot of his classmates, didn't make it, as we've been reporting. 14 children passing away here, and a lot of the children, though, taken here. But her grandson did survive, and she said, "Henry, this is something that we just, and something that we have been hearing, something that I have been sharing, in talking with different people, is that they didn't expect for something like this to happen, especially given at any point, really at any point, but given that this was the last week of school." But she said her grandson just left the hospital here, and he actually walked out with a couple of police officers, I believe from Uvalde. He walked out with them. And I told her if we could share that photo with all of you, and so she said she's going to send it to me here shortly. She's actually on her way to her grandson's home just to be with him. She said she's going to hug him a little bit tighter, and she did want me to say that, for a lot of people who are watching that are not from South Central Texas, who are not from Texas, who don't know Uvalde, right? We've been saying it's a tight-knit community, but those watching across the nation, this is the type of community that knows everyone. This is the type of community, as I mentioned, that when something good happens, they're together, but when something bad happens, they're even more together. And she said, "Henry, we're going to come out stronger because of this. Right now, all we need," and she said, "all we need is prayers." Because the reality is, she says, "I'm lucky as a grandmother. I'm able to leave with the good news that my grandson survived. He's okay." But that is not the case. Not the case for a lot of family members, knowing that their loved one, children who just went to school, did not make it out. And that's the sad part. In terms of traffic, I can tell you There's not that much out here. You still have law enforcement, but I have noticed a lot of law enforcement that was here has since left. I don't know if that indicates anything. You can actually see it looks like a few law enforcement just exiting right now of the hospital parking lot. I can see some flashing lights here. I know this right here is a law enforcement vehicle. It's an unmarked one, but I do see some more that are leaving here with their emergency lights on. But we do have police here that are just guarding the scene here. A lot of family members just walking across. Again, some with good news, others not so much. But that's the latest that I have for you here from Uvalde Memorial. Audrey and Deborah.
And Henry, you know, wow, amazing that that student was able to tell his grandma all of those details. Was he able to say what class he was in? Was he in a gym class? Was he in the cafeteria? Or was this isolated to just one classroom? I'm sure there was a lot going on, but I don't know if he was able to relay that.
Yeah, I did ask Audrey, you know, what other details or what else did he tell her? And obviously, as you can imagine, their priority for these families is to make sure they're okay, and so he didn't reveal much. I know that she did say that he was in his classroom. Whether it was isolated to that classroom, I don't know, or if the gunman was going elsewhere, that's something I don't know. But what I do know is that he did say that he was in the classroom hiding with other students, and told his grandmother that it sounded like fireworks were going off, that it was just repeatedly, it was nonstop. And that's what he heard. And as I mentioned, he was just kind of shot once in the leg area. Had some treatment here at Uvalde Memorial, which we know several other students were taking here, as well as others who were injured in this shooting. And but as I mentioned, thankfully for this family and for this grandmother, this fifth grader was able to walk out of here.
He was a fifth grader? We had heard there were only second, third, and fourth graders at the school.
What's that, Deborah?
Henry, did you say he was a fifth grader? We had been told that
that's what the
he's a fourth grader. Okay, there were only second, third, and fourth graders at the school, and most of the injuries that we know about so far are fourth graders. So I don't know if the gunman was concentrated in that area. This little boy was in his classroom where he was shot. Is that correct, Henry?
Yes, that's correct. And she did say fifth grade. That's from what I was told, Deborah, but I don't know about the or what the gunman's focus was on, but that's what I was told from the grandmother.
Okay. All right, Henry, thank you. Well, we've just gotten word from CBS that President Biden has been informed about the shooting, and he plans to address the nation this evening. He plans to speak this evening when he is back at the White House. And now we are going to go to Vanessa Croy. She is, no, we don't have Vanessa.
Waiting,
okay.
Yeah. But just a devastating day for the city of Uvalde. Again, there were 14 students killed, 1 teacher killed. That suspect was shot and killed by law enforcement. That suspect said to be an 18-year-old resident of Uvalde, and they believe he acted alone. DPS is assisting. We just heard from Pete Arredondo, who is the police chief of UCISD, who made a statement, but they were not taking any questions as to respect the victims of those families. So still a lot of unknown in this, ever-developing situation.
And they are still informing families as right now. That's what the police chief said, these 14 children and the teacher. So Vanessa Croy, who has been at Robb Elementary all afternoon, has told us, I'm sorry, I'm being told, what is that? Monica? Okay. Vanessa told us that parents are showing up as recently as 30 minutes ago at the school, waiting for some word about their children. It's just heartbreaking. It really is just hard to. Okay, all right, Vanessa, we're going to go to Vanessa Croy now live at Robb Elementary. Vanessa?
Well, that's right, Deborah. In the last hour, we've seen families coming up here asking where their children are at this hour. We just had a group standing behind us wondering, where do they go? What do they do? They've been to the Civic Center. Where do they go next? All that we can tell you is that there are plans in place to create another staging area, but that's all we can tell you right now. DPS has not confirmed anything to us where that will be and when that will be. As soon as we get it, we'll definitely share it. We have been asked to move back a little bit from the front of the school. We were just in front of that sign, the sign on the corner a few minutes ago, but we were asked to move back because the crime scene investigation is going to extend further toward this side of the school. Now you can see in the front of the school, we have a little bit better perspective now from where we're standing. That is San Antonio SWAT team in that the large Humvee vehicle out there. We saw the DEA here earlier today. We know the FBI crime scene investigative unit is here as well. We do know that most of the investigation is focused on the back of the school. We can't see where that law enforcement group is gathered any longer since we had to change positions, but you can see a canopy behind the school towards the back. I believe earlier somebody said the teacher's parking lot. Audrey said the teacher's parking lot. So that is where it looks like a command center is set up, and that's where the focus of the investigation is. However, we were just told that investigation is moving different areas closer to the front of the school. That's why we were asked to move at this time. And I can also tell you we're kind of tight over here with all the media that's starting to line up, but other community members have come out here today. We just talked to a school district employee, and I asked her, does she have a child at the school? And she just said, no, I just wanted to be here. Henry was just talking about how close and tight-knit this community is, and that's very true. Everyone here cares about each other, and including all the law enforcement right now, many of them from this community, DPS, Border Patrol, Sheriff's Office, who are from this community and may have friends or family members, children. They'll go to this school here. So it's definitely hitting this community very hard right now. Deb and Audrey, we're going to send it back to you.
It's a heartbreaking situation. Thanks so much, Vanessa. And we want to get back to that sound with Governor Greg Abbott. He briefed the media earlier today on this deadly active shooter situation in Uvalde.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed
horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased and is believed that responding officers killed him.
That's Governor Greg Abbott. And KENS 5's Zach Briggs has also been getting reaction from leaders around the state.
Tragedy in Uvalde sparking reaction from lawmakers. Congressman Tony Gonzalez coming out saying, "My heart breaks for the city of Uvalde. Pray for our families." Texas House Speaker Dade Phelan coming out on social media stating, quote, "This is a horrific and heartbreaking situation. I've reached out to Representative King and I'm keeping in touch with Texas DPS. Please pray for the students, teachers, families, and everyone else involved." Zach Briggs, KENS 5.
A hard day in Uvalde, but right now we want to go to Alicia Nieves, who's going to give us another recap of everything that we learned in that media briefing that just took place. Alicia.
Audrey, the briefing was less than 5 minutes. DPS members were in there, district officials, and the police chief here in Uvalde. He said that multiple injuries were reported, didn't give as many details, I should mention, as Governor Abbott did. But what we know is that 14 students and 1 teacher were killed. Around 11:30 is when everything started this morning at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. I'm standing outside of the Civic Center where parents have gone in today to pick up their students. This is where the press conference happened about 15 minutes ago. Chief Arredondo says that Robb Elementary holds students 2nd through 4th grade. He says several injuries were reported, but once again, our numbers are coming from Governor Abbott. The chief said the suspect, who is 18-year-old and who is from Uvalde, is dead, and they believe that he acted alone. DPS, they're assisting with this investigation. The chief says that measures were taken to make sure that the school district had safe release for students. And I know this was a frustrating time, and it still is, for parents here in Uvalde who have students at this school in this district, because there was a little confusion on whether they could pick students up at the school, whether they had to come to the Civic Center. But the district, who has been communicating on social media, is saying that parents can pick up their students either here, if their classes were designated to come to the Civic Center, or at their respective campus. The bus schedules, they said, are not running tonight, and they said that after school activities are also canceled. The district is just asking everybody who is watching to keep these families in your prayers. We have never heard of anything like this happening in Uvalde. I was monitoring social media, and of course you hear conversations coming up about Sandy Hook. We had Sutherland Springs, the shooting at the church that happened in 2017 here. And this community is just overwhelmed, and you can tell that the district is just trying to work with parents to make sure that as many as possible are reunited with their students. We have been standing out here since about maybe 2 o'clock. And since then, we have seen quite a few parents come in and walk out in tears, and a few of them remain inside at this moment. We were not taken to where, if they still do have any children inside, we were not taken there. I do believe, actually, I'm about to see one walk out. But we do know that there is still a lot of activity in this building. The crime scene also at Robb Elementary, it is obviously still being worked on, still being active. The district says that as soon as they get new information, they will relay as much as possible to these parents. So outside of the Civic Center right now, we have district officials, we have parents, we have members of law enforcement, we had the sheriff's office and border patrol out here securing the perimeter. If you are from Uvalde, this is off of West Main Street. So this is a very, very active area outside of the Civic Center. So if you are driving down West Main Street, just be prepared to slow down. You're going to encounter more traffic than usual because of the staging area, because all the journalists are here, and you still have some pickups going on at this time. But you have many parents just, still wondering what will happen with school tomorrow. We do know that this was the last week of school. So right now, the students they were excited to go on summer vacation. They were doing, you get that, all of us were, in grade school once. We remember being just excited to see our classmates, for the last time before summer. Many students in Uvalde School District were getting their yearbook signed, just planning for summer vacation. And then this happens this morning. So we are continuing to monitor the situation, and as soon as we get more details, we will pass them along to you. But for now, I'm live in Uvalde. Alicia Nieves, KENS 5.
Alicia, thank you. Well, it was wonderful to see that little boy get picked up by a parent, presumably, but being picked up at 4:30, that's 5 hours after this all began. The UCISD police chief told us this mass casualty event began at 11:32 when an 18-year-old walked into Robb Elementary School and began shooting. Robb Elementary School with 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, 14 children dead, and a teacher. And then we also learned there are 13 children taken to the local hospital, a 66-year-old woman and a 10-year-old child here in San Antonio at University Health, both of them in critical condition. We don't know the conditions of the 13 children at Memorial Hospital, but there is an extensive investigation underway right now at Robb Elementary. Crime scene tape all around. I think we can presume that those students are still inside that school along with the teacher.
Yes, and we've been hearing reaction from Governor Greg Abbott. We heard President Biden is expected to speak this evening, but we also have some neighboring communities officials who are responding as well. We want to go to some of those right now. First up, we have Chief William McManus. He tweeted this out. He said SAPD has sent resources to an active shooter at Robb Elementary in Uvalde and is standing by to assist as further needed.
Yes, San Antonio immediately sent people, and so did CSO. They sent units as well. And we are hearing from officials. This was sent out earlier by Chief McManus. We also have heard from County Judge Nelson Wolf on this terribly tragic day. Judge Wolf saying, "It is with profound grief and broken hearts that we learn about the news coming this way this afternoon, our way. We stand united with the community in Uvalde and offer our assistance." And as we heard from Uvalde officials, they are asking for prayers, and families are still being notified about their children.
And Judge Wolf, he did go on to say, "We also mourn with them over the lives of those children and adults lost to violence. Bexar County is sending personnel and material from the Office of Emergency Management, the Medical Examiner's Office, the Sheriff's Office, and University Hospital to support the ongoing operation." So a lot of neighboring communities, not just San Antonio, not just Bexar County, also assisting this afternoon.
Right. Well, let's go back live to Henry Ramos. He is outside the Uvalde Memorial Hospital. Henry.
Yeah, Audrey and Deborah, so I've just been talking to just messaging the first grandmother that I spoke with on the way here, whose grandson, I think I told you about him, JJ, who was able to escape from a window at Robb Elementary with the help of his father, who saved other children as well, pulled them out of the window from their classroom. She said that she's at home with him right now, and I'm asking her, like, how is he doing? And she said that he's okay, that he actually knew the teacher that was killed. Do not believe that it was his teacher as well, but just trying to gain a little bit of more insight as to those chaotic moments of what happened inside that school. As for here outside the hospital, I can tell you a lot of vehicles have left. We've seen, as I've been here, we've seen a lot of family members just leaving, walking in and out. Just for my last time I was here with you all, I did speak to a grandmother who walked out just telling me that her 9-year-old grandson survived. He was inside Robb Elementary. He was shot once, I think she had mentioned just in the leg area. And he received some treatment here, as well as several other students who were taken here to Memorial Hospital here in Uvalde, and just trying to get as much context and insight as I can, and talking to these family members as to what their loved ones are saying as to what happened inside the school. He just mentioned to me, and I know I'd mentioned this, but the only thing he could say is that he told his grandmother that it just sounded like fireworks just going off as he was in his classroom. He said they were hiding there with other students as well, and he was able to walk out with police officers here at the hospital. Of course, her priority as a grandmother was to take him to go meet him at home, and he just said the thing that he just wanted to do was to rest. And but of course, you do think about those other family members who aren't fortunate, and for some that are still waiting for answers, others receiving the bad news that their loved one didn't make it here. As you can see, just right back this way to your left over here, you can see what appears to be at least loved ones. The community here could be family members, and that's what we have seen just walking across here, as we do have law enforcement blocking traffic from either side here as loved ones show up here at the hospital. I will tell you, though, probably about an hour ago, consistently I was seeing the chopper, Air Life, land here at Memorial Hospital. I mean, it was kind of like on a rotational basis. It was nonstop. That's something that I have not seen in quite some time. From the last time we were here, you all were here with us, we also had seen law enforcement agencies leave. So I don't know if that really does indicate something here. but it does show that at least that they are leaving here from the hospital, which has been quite a scene. As you can see, the parking lot is still full, but this hospital receiving a lot of the patients as well. But that's kind of what we're seeing from our end. Of course, as more family members do show up, I will do very politely and respectfully, ask them and try to gain a little bit more insight as much as I can from them as to what happened on this day. Audrey and Deborah.
Thanks so much, Henry. And we did have questions about those 2 pending transfers, so we can only assume that possibly that could be it. But we want to take you back over the situation, how it unfolded today. We heard from Pete Arredondo, the UCISD Chief of Police. He said that all of this unfolded around 11:32 a.m. at Robb's Elementary School there in Uvalde. That school, it houses 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders. Now, the police chief says that that's when the suspect, who is named Salvador Ramos, 18 years old, a local there, entered the school with a gun. Now, we don't know if it was 1 gun, 2 guns, but they did say that he did act alone. We learned that 14 students were killed, 1 teacher is dead, and police were able to kill that shooter, 18-year-old Ramos.
And right now, the Robb Elementary School is surrounded with crime scene tape, and inside, the FBI and law enforcement are processing that scene. Vanessa Croy is at the scene right now. Vanessa, she has been there all day at Robb Elementary, driving there from San Antonio an hour and a half right after we got the news. Vanessa?
Well, that's right, Deborah. We did get the news shortly after the first calls came in today, and I jumped in the car and came out here not knowing exactly what to expect when I got out here today. I can tell you when I arrived, they hadn't really even blocked the road off yet. Parents were lined up trying to figure out what was happening. The street was lined with community members and families trying to find out what was going on. All that they knew is that there was some kind of active shooter inside their child's school. And I can tell you, I was standing on the corner right there when many law enforcement officers walked out of that school, tears in their eyes. You could see in their faces something horrific had happened inside that school building today. In fact, that's exactly what Uvalde County Sheriff Nolasco told me when I talked to him right before I arrived, that this was just horrific. He said, our worst nightmare happened today. And now that we're learning about those deaths today, and the children and the teacher just hitting this community devastatingly hard. There are other community members here standing behind our cameras. We've also seen parents come up here trying to find out where their children are. They don't know where to go. They've been to the Civic Center, they've been to another area, and they're trying to find somebody to help them find their child and find out where they are. Many people have asked us out here what's happening inside that school building right now. We don't know. All that we can tell you is that it's an active investigation. The FBI is here. The crime scene unit is here. I know that assisting in the investigation is Border Patrol, FBI once again, DPS, Texas Rangers are also here, and the local law enforcement. Hit really hard, of course, because this is their community. They were the first ones that went inside that school building today. Uvalde police, I saw them walk out of that building today before a lot of the extra help arrived. DPS, a lot of these DPS troopers are local, these Border Patrol agents, they are from this area. And just seeing their faces was devastating today. And now that we understand what unfolded in that building, we can definitely see why. I think we had some video of before we even realized we saw officers hugging and praying in the streets. What they saw inside definitely very difficult for them. Audrey and Deb, we're going to send it back to you. Once again, we are waiting for some more details. One last detail before we go. I just talked to a DPS. They said they're working on a new staging area. They are going to release that information soon, and we will get that to you as soon as I have it. I'm just waiting to hear from them any minute now with that information, where that will be, and we can let those parents know where to go at this hour.
All right, Vanessa, thank you.
Lots of heavy hearts in Uvalde this evening and surrounding communities, but we do know that University Hospital here in San Antonio, they also got 2 transports, a 66-year-old woman in critical condition and a 10-year-old girl also in critical condition. And we learned that the San Antonio Blood Bank also transferred 13 units of blood. We want to go over to Troy Kless, who is there at the blood bank with an update on that and their needs. Troy.
Audrey, thank you. Yeah, we are here where it was within an hour of getting the call about the shooting that South Texas Blood Bank was able to send initially 15 units by helicopter. They were able to get to Uvalde Memorial Hospital within just 45 minutes after getting that call. And, you know, even when we came down here to talk to South Texas Blood Bank about this, there were people that were actively donating that their blood could be going there tomorrow as well. So we did actually learn that there were an additional 10 units of O negative blood that were sent later in the afternoon. Again, all were sent to Uvalde Memorial Hospital to assist them with the response to this traumatic experience that first responders and healthcare workers are going to have to deal with right now. So there is, of course, a huge call for anyone with any blood type that could donate right now. We actually did just learn within the last hour that tomorrow in Uvalde there is going to be an emergency blood drive held from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Herbie Ham Activity Center. Again, that's from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow. Again, any blood type, all people can be accepted. You don't have to sign up or do anything. But people around San Antonio and all across South Texas, they're going to be able to help. If you want to be able to donate at a time when, you know, blood supplies are at pretty low levels right now, you can go center to you in that way.
Okay, Troy, we're having a little trouble with the audio, but we got the main message, the very important message that blood is needed, and there will be a blood drive in Uvalde from 9 to 1 tomorrow at the Herbie Ham Community Center. Well, if you are just now joining us, we want to bring you up to date on what has been happening in Uvalde since 11:32 this morning, when a gunman, an 18-year-old resident of Uvalde, walked into Robb Elementary School with a handgun and possibly a shotgun and began shooting. Robb Elementary School, home to 600 students, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade students. He killed 14 of those students and a teacher, and then law enforcement shot and killed him. 13 students were taken to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. A 66-year-old woman and a 10-year-old child were brought here to San Antonio. They're both in critical condition.
And lots of officials from around the area, around the region, state, local, national, responding. Want to go to a comment from Mayor Ron Nirenberg about the situation that unfolded there in Uvalde. The mayor said, quote, "Uvalde is experiencing the sickening aftermath of a horrific mass shooting. At least 14 children and a teacher are gone. Pray for the loss, their families, and Uvalde." And of course, we did hear a brief statement from Pete Arredondo, who is a UCISD chief of police. But again, Mayor Ron Nirenberg, he did say San Antonio has sent mass casualty resources to the region and will do all that we can to help our neighbors to heal. But we did have a brief press conference, less than 5 minutes. The UCISD police chief did speak, and he said at 11:32 a.m. That suspect walked into Robb Elementary School that houses 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade students. That suspect, Salvador Ramos, 18 years old, a local Uvalde resident, entered with a gun, possibly another weapon, and shot up that school. We don't know exactly where he entered. We don't know what classroom he entered, but we do know there were 14 casualty students. We know there was 1 teacher dead, and we know that there is 2 other people in San Antonio. We want to go to some of that sound from earlier.
Good afternoon. I'm Anne Marie Espinoza, Executive Director of Communications and Marketing for Uvalde CISD. Please understand at this time, we will be making a statement and not taking any questions. So we please ask, at this time we will be making a statement and not taking any questions. Here to provide a statement is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
Good afternoon. As she mentioned, I'm going to make a statement, and at this point, we won't take any questions. We will give you a time when we'll be addressing the media soon. At approximately 11:32 a.m. this morning, there was a mass casualty incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. This school has children that are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime. Families are being notified, and we are providing services to them as the district should. As far as the rest of the district is concerned, safety measures were taken to make sure that we had a safe release for the rest of the district. Throughout our city of Uvalde, and we had numerous law enforcement officers and agencies that assisted with the safety release for those students. We do want to keep all our families in their prayers. I hope you do as well. And we also want to respect the privacy of the family. The crime scene is still being worked on, and again, we'll notify the parents and the families as soon as we have some news for them. Thank you so much.
We greatly appreciate and patience with us. Please know at this time, we are only making a statement. We will be releasing more information as the investigation continues. We appreciate your courtesy. At this time, it concludes our press conference. Thank you.
Well, that was UCISD Police Chief Pete Arredondo, and as you saw, a very short statement there. We did hear from the governor, though, that 14 students were killed and a teacher. And we have just gotten word that Bexar County has sent the medical examiner to Uvalde, to Robb Elementary School, where we believe the students and the teachers remain inside that school. They have set up a staging area there, and it is all taped off with crime tape.
We want to get out to Vanessa Croy, who's there at Robb Elementary School and has an update for us right now about that scene. Vanessa.
They just asked us to move where we were standing on the corner a few minutes ago, and you can see what's pulling up over here. We haven't confirmed exactly what's going on. All that we were told when we were asked to move is that they were moving the investigation to the front of the school. We did see the Bexar County Medical Examiner pull up about 5 minutes ago. We've seen officials from the Texas Department of Emergency Management also here. That's along with this investigation with DEA is here, FBI is here, DPS has been here all afternoon along with Border Patrol and local law enforcement. As the events were unfolding inside this elementary school today. We're also seeing parents that are coming up here to the school trying to find out, ask questions, where are their children? We've seen half a dozen, maybe more parents come up here in the last hour asking law enforcement here how to find their children. They've been to the Civic Center, they've been to another area, and they have not been able to find them yet. I did talk to DPS. They said they are creating a new staging area. We're still trying to confirm where that is. As soon as we hear from DPS, we'll let you know as soon as we hear from them. I know that is in the works right now because we want to make sure that we can tell these parents something who are just hurting so much right now, trying to find out where their child is at this hour.
We just can't even imagine. And that large truck appears to be possibly a refrigerated morgue that has pulled up next to Robb Elementary School. And if you're just joining us now for Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock, we are covering a horrific story, one of the worst mass school shootings in the U.S. history, the worst in Texas history. 14 students killed today by a lone gunman, an 18-year-old Uvalde resident who walked into Robb Elementary and shot and killed those students and a teacher. And that suspect was killed then by law enforcement. There is the large truck that has just pulled up next to Robb Elementary in Uvalde. And inside Robb Elementary School, dozens of law enforcement and the FBI. DPS has taken over this investigation. They are inside. SAPD has sent units down there, BCSO, as well as all of the neighboring communities around Uvalde, the small community of 16,000. Here we have an aerial shot of Robb Elementary School this afternoon. When we first got on the scene, we heard about this at noon, sent crews right away and had a live picture up shortly after 1 o'clock. We saw law enforcement running inside the school. We now know that is because they had discovered the bodies, additional bodies inside the school. And then we saw school bus after school bus leaving with these 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade students being evacuated over to the Civic Center. And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of those children. Children are still being picked up from that location.
And we do know 2 people are clinging for their life at University Hospital in San Antonio. We have a 66-year-old woman who's in critical condition and a 10-year-old girl who's also in critical condition. But we want to get back to the Civic Center. We have Victoria De Leon there live. She's been speaking with families who are going to pick up their children. Victoria, you know, I can't even imagine what those parents are going through.
Yeah, Audrey, during that press conference not too long ago, you heard officials saying that parents are still being notified, and that's probably going to be the case for the rest of the day. Here, there have been several parents who have walked into that Civic Center and then had to come back out without their children. There were 2 women here who were waiting here for the past 2 or 3 hours, waiting for their family friend's daughter, who that family has just kind of split up and is looking all over the place for their child. So it is just absolutely heartbreaking here. And again, this Robb Elementary School from 2nd to 4th grade, so some of those youngest kids only 9, 10 years old. We've been here since about 3 p.m. I've seen a handful of people walk out with their children, obviously very devastated, tears running down their faces, many of them holding them very tight, as I'm sure lots of parents and family members are going to be doing for the rest of this day. We're going to be out here for the next couple of hours trying to talk to some more families to get a little bit more insight about what this day has been like. Absolutely devastating. We are, though, being respectful of them during this very difficult time. These stories are going to be coming out over the next few days, weeks, probably even months. So first and foremost, we are going to absolutely respect them and give them their space as they are grieving through something so devastating.
Okay. Thank you, Victoria. Yes, it's just impossible to even comprehend. We have been notified by CBS that President Biden has been told about this tragedy, and he plans to speak this evening when he returns to the White House.
Yes, and earlier today we were speaking about 2 people who are at University Hospital. They were transported to San Antonio, a 66-year-old woman and a 10-year-old girl. There were 2 pending transports, and Henry Ramos did say that he did see a lifelight leaving Uvalde Memorial Hospital, where a lot of those victims were taken. We haven't confirmed whether they have been transported to San Antonio or a neighboring area, but we do know that DPS has taken over that investigation. We know the FBI is there, as well as San Antonio Police, BCSO, but a number of neighboring law enforcement, Hondo, Batesville, Bracketville, all of these neighboring law enforcement agencies have been there all day assisting. Other campuses were released today at regular time, and those parents probably did see some of those law enforcement officers who were just there to ease the minds and hearts of some of those parents at other campuses. But the kids who were there at Robb Elementary School, they were being picked up from that Civic Center. And like you just heard from Victoria, a lot of those parents stressed out. They're still looking for their children, still being picked up at 5 o'clock, and this all began around 11:32 this afternoon at Robb Elementary.
And you are looking live right now at Robb Elementary, where this large truck has just pulled up. The Bexar County Medical Examiner has just arrived on the scene in the past 15 minutes. And that appears to be a refrigerated morgue truck. And we are hearing from people We also have heard from BAMC. That's one of the two #1 trauma centers here in San Antonio, the other one being University Health. BAMC says we have received 2 adults from the tragic shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. We don't have conditions to release at this time. So that is a total of 3 adults that we know who are hospitalized, 2 at BAMC, 1 at University Health. 13 children hospitalized at Uvalde, and also 1 child, a 10-year-old, hospitalized here at University Health.
It's a tragic, tragic day, a dark day over Uvalde today, and it's going to be a long couple of days because this investigation, we don't know a lot. We do know that the suspect, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, he was a local there in Uvalde. We learned from Pete Arredondo, the UCISD police chief, that they believe he did act alone, and he was killed by police, responding officers to that active shooter situation that we've learned. A deadly, deadly situation. 14 students killed, 1 teacher dead, and of course that suspect was killed as well.
Yes, and then we have 1 student in critical condition, and we don't know the conditions of the other 13 students in Uvalde. And we have 3 adults hospitalized in addition to the 1 teacher who was killed. And they're at Robb Elementary School.
Children still being picked up. It's 5 o'clock now, still being picked up from the Civic Center. We also learned that there will be a blood drive tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Herbie Ham Center. They are in need of blood there in Uvalde. You can only imagine after this terrible situation, and usually when any sort of critical situation, there is always a need for blood. There's typically a need for blood. So this, if you would like to help, if you're in Uvalde, 9 a.m. to 1, that blood drive will be taking place tomorrow.
And San Antonio's blood bank sent 13 liters of blood to Uvalde today to help out in this crisis. Of course, everyone trying to do all that they possibly can to help everyone in Uvalde, and they are asking for prayers for their community. All of this happening on the last week of school. Children are supposed to get out of school on Thursday. High school students are graduating on Friday. Of course, all of that now up in the air. Again, these are live pictures over, this is from earlier actually, at Robb Elementary School, where police and law enforcement from around the area, EMS units all converged, and school buses.
And we've been hearing stories from families. Henry Ramos spoke to one woman who said her son-in-law actually found out there was a shooting there at Robb Elementary School. He knew what classroom his son was in. He went, he broke the window out, he pulled his son out and started pulling other children out. They ran to a nearby funeral home where they hid until they could safely get away from that scene. And we've been hearing tons of stories like this. We also heard from a grandmother whose grandson was actually
shot
grazed
in the leg. He said it sounded like firecrackers, and they were all hiding, and then he was grazed in the leg. He was hurt. Just terrifying for these children.
And of course, they're going to need a lot of help, a lot of support, and neighboring towns and counties are sending that. We heard from Judge Wolf earlier today. We heard from Mayor Ron Nirenberg. We also heard from Chief McManus, who spoke about what's going on in Uvalde. The President Biden expected to speak this evening as well about this tragedy.
Right. I mean, one of the worst mass school shootings in the nation's history, and the worst one here in Texas. And so, yes, the president will be talking about that this evening. And we already heard from the governor, of course, with his condolences. And we also, I'm sorry, Monica, what is that? Okay. Of course, all of this beginning today, we heard from the police chief there for the school district, who said it was at 11:32 that the 18-year-old walked into that school and began shooting. We don't know what his motive was, what was behind that. We did see a social media post of himself that was up but has now been taken down, just a selfie of this 18-year-old.
Police do believe he acted alone in this situation. You know, they are still notifying families at this time of the deceased. So still a very, very active scene there in Uvalde, both at Uvalde Memorial Hospital and, of course, at Robb Elementary School.
And we have just learned President Biden will deliver remarks on this horrific shooting at 7:15 from the Roosevelt Room. The president just issued a proclamation as a mark of respect for the victims of the senseless acts of violence perpetrated on May 24, 2022 by a gunman at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. By the authority, the president says, vested in me as President of the United States by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, I hereby order that the flag of the United States be flown at half-staff at the White House and upon all public buildings and grounds, at all military posts and naval stations, and on all naval vessels of the federal government in the District of Columbia and throughout the United States and its territories and possessions until sunset, May 28, 2022. And I'm reading now the president's remarks. I also direct that the flag shall be flown at half-staff for the same length of time at all United States embassies, legations, consular offices, and other facilities abroad, including all military facilities and naval vessels and stations. That from the President of the United States.
And of course, we will bring you that update this evening when the president speaks. But right now we want to go back to Henry, who's at Uvalde Memorial Hospital, to get an update on those victims. And of course, Henry, you've been speaking to a lot of families there.
Yeah, I have, Audrey and Deborah. In fact, I just do want to just show you of exactly what's happening, and also just give you a quick update of, I just spoke to a husband of a nurse here at the hospital. But just to tell you what's happening, it seems like a lot of the staff here at the hospital is leaving, as well as law enforcement, which we have been showing. But I was actually, I saw a nurse. She had her blue scrubs on. She walked into her car, and as soon as she opened the door of her passenger side, she just started bawling. As soon as she opened the door to her car. And that's, again, what a lot of the medical staff, the doctors, I mean, all the staff here that have been here, that have treated, that have saved lives here today, that have saved the lives of children that showed up here at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. So I spoke with the husband here who, he's just standing here next to his truck, and he showed up because his wife is a nurse here, a day nurse here at the hospital. And I said, you know, can you, I'm sure that your wife has been busy. What have you been able to learn? What have you been able to communicate with her? And he said, I haven't been able to talk to her much, but just via text. And the only thing that she told me is that it was a nightmare. And all the patients that showed up, the children that showed up. She arrived here at 7 this morning, and he said she was supposed to get off earlier, but given the circumstances as to what happened, you know, they stayed here later. And again, with this being such a tight-knit community, we also have to remind ourselves, folks, that these healthcare heroes, these nurses, these doctors, they're saving the lives of people they probably know. This is such a small town. They probably know these children, and that's what makes it even just more difficult, you know, especially for a town like Uvalde. And really just seeing that of a nurse leaving her shift today, seeing her in tears as she got into her vehicle. I mean, we've been reporting just in every single corner of this small town in Uvalde. That is the sentiment, the feelings, and it really is hard to describe, folks. I mean, it's not easy for us in terms of showing up to report on something like this, even back, you know, in the studio with, you know, Audrey and Deborah. This is really tough, especially when it is a community that is so close to where we live, especially when we're talking about children who are just doing what they're supposed to do and going to school and to learn and to celebrate, you know, the end of the school year. All right, so we've been talking about a grandmother that I spoke to who left the hospital, who walked across the street, whose grandson survived. She didn't want to appear on camera, but I did talk to her, and I want you to hear our conversation. Take a listen. Okay, what happened?
My grandson is in 5th grade, and he was shot in the leg. It went through the front, came out the bottom on his upper part. He has just been released, thank you God. It didn't go through any bone, it didn't do any damage, hopefully no nerve damage and stuff, but he was just released, and we thank God for that. We pray for all the children that were taken by this mass murderer, I say. He took a life of a teacher, and all these families are at a loss for everything that's happened. This is a small town, a small community. I know it's going to bring us tighter and closer together. I pray for everybody. I do, and I'm so happy that my grandson's fine. He's scared right now. He said he was scared, but he's fine. He just says he remembers it sounded like fireworks going off.
That's what he said?
Yes. He said it sounded like fireworks. He goes, sound like fireworks, Grandma. But
was he just hiding in the classroom?
It was in his classroom. So yeah, just happy to be. I'm happy he's out. It's been a traumatic few hours already waiting and stuff. Because I had gone to the Civic Center because my daughter was waiting for him. Because I called her. I go, there's been a shooting at the school, and she goes, okay. She goes, where? And I said, at Robb. And she's like, oh no, Mom, her son. And I said, okay. So she took off over there, and I called her, and she wouldn't answer me. And I was like, what's going on? And she's like, he's been shot. And I was like, what? And I took off. I didn't even know where I was driving to. I was like in a fog. I mean, he's the baby. So, but no, he's home. He's gonna go home and rest now.
Yeah. He's in 5th grade?
Yes.
How old is he?
He's 9.
9. Wow. What else did he tell you?
Nothing right now. He said he's just like, all the attention he got. We got a picture of him with the officers that walked him out. And she was happy. She cried. She was happy to see him walk out, all the officers and stuff. And they were wonderful.
Were they?
Yes. They were awesome that they came together to help this small town. And hopefully we get to the bottom of this, because I know I don't forget.
No. You don't think so?
Well, there's more threats coming in. There's rumors of the girlfriend making threats and stuff. So we have to be on,
be ready.
Yes. I don't know if we can ever be ready for something like this, though.
Yeah, you can never be ready.
No. And right now they're releasing kids, because my other 2 grandkids are in 2 other schools, junior high and middle school, and they're letting them out one by one too, and they're being escorted also. But it's scary.
I mean, there you heard it. The words from a grandmother, grateful, extremely grateful that she was able to walk out with her grandson, who actually walked out with police officers here. As you heard, just our conversation there, as she recounted, as I asked her as to what her grandson, 9 years old, what he was able to hear, what he was able to witness, as we've kept saying throughout this afternoon. I mean, you heard it from there as her grandson told her grandma it sounded like fireworks. It sounded like firecrackers going off. And she was just praying. And that's what it really is. And if you notice that something very distinctly what she said, and it's something that I want to point out because it is something, as me being from a small town, this is what it's about. When it comes to tragedy, when it comes to something that is unimaginable, that you can't even just really wrap your head around, that we're talking about children who have died, who are no longer here, that were shot and killed at school. It's just so hard to wrap your head around that. And what she said is that when it is times like this that are so tough, that are difficult for us, these are the times that we are stronger, that we come together. These are the times when a lot of people across the nation who have never even heard of Uvalde today, what she wants you all to know that are watching, that are going to see this play out here for the coming days, as we share the heartbreak, as we talk to these families, these grieving families, and this community who is certainly in mourning right now, that this is a community that's going to come together. This is a community that's going to unite. This is a community that is going to be stronger because of a tragedy. But back here at the hospital, as I mentioned off the top, a lot of the staff here is leaving. You can see this woman in blue scrubs here across the street, and speaking with a husband of a nurse here. He said that his wife is a top nurse here at the hospital. Just via text, all that he would share with me that his wife told him is that it was a nightmare, and dealing with all the several students that were bused here, that were in school buses here, that were taken in ambulances here to the hospital to save lives, to seek treatment. And as I mentioned, I mean, these are the healthcare workers, the nurses and the doctors. This is a small community, so they're treating and they're saving the lives of people that they know. You can see, though, from law enforcement, that aspect, the presence, there's not much out here, but we still have law enforcement still blocking traffic. We still do have family members that I have seen that are arrived as we've been out here and now approaching almost the 6 o'clock hour. Audrey and Deborah?
All right, Henry, thank you very much. We are now joined by Sharon Coe. Of course, we've been on the air here since noon with this horrific story out of Uvalde where 14 students and a teacher have been killed.
Watching this all unfold has been just extremely tragic, extremely tragic.
I'm sure out in the community, I mean, it's all anybody is talking about right now. On the phone with us right now is Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra. Archbishop, I understand you're on your way to Uvalde.
To the hospital and to the church and to the school and to see how to be present in this very, very terrible tragedy. We are very sad and we want to be for the people and with the people, and we hope that we will be able to console some, with our presence. Tonight we're going to have 6:30, that means that shortly we're going to open the church, Sacred Heart in Uvalde. Will be open for the public to be able to pray. Anyone who would like to come and pray. We're at 8 o'clock, we celebrate Mass this evening, and we are calling priests and permanent deacons and lay leaders in the area to come to Uvalde to help to people praying, just to be a company. If we need to help them to get something to eat, whatever would be needed that we can do, we'll be very happy to do it. And of course, there is deep pain in many people's hearts at this time.
Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra, when we watch this unfold, it's extremely tragic for us, but I can't imagine for the parents of these children. So what would you say to those parents?
Well, what I will say to the parents is your children or your children are precious and will always be, because they are so present in you, in your minds, in your hearts, in your lives, and to God, because of the circumstances, that just to embrace them in the way you can, not in the way you cannot, because it's what we want to do with you, to embrace them in the way we can. And we believe that God will allow us to do it in so horrible situation and so painful time for all of you, not only the Catholic Church, but all the churches, the people of goodwill throughout the country are with you. And we know that it's a very lonely moment for you. It's a very painful moment, and also with so many emotions. But we just want to say to you, God and all of us are with you and for you at this time.
Archbishop, have you heard from any parishioners in Uvalde, anyone who has lost a child?
No. I heard from the parish that the teacher who also was killed, it seems like she was a former teacher in our school, and many families connected with the people who have died are connected with the parish, with Sacred Heart.
Archbishop, we've been hearing from parents, grandparents about what they're experiencing, what they're feeling, what they're seeing out there. And when we're watching this unfold, we're thinking this is unspeakable evil. So what would you say to give hope to the people who are watching this happen?
Oh, sure. Well, it's very easy to think that way, and we know that evil has to do a lot with death, and that's why our faith reminds us that there is something more beyond death, and that we just celebrated the resurrection, Easter, but what it is also very easy to connect is with our systems. There is a systemic problem in our country, and that death is becoming like a common thing. People are discarded. The value of human life is diminished. The idolatry of guns is so strong. I mean, we have heard just a few weeks ago, Buffalo, and we heard in Houston, and we saw the situation months ago, a year ago in El Paso, in Los Angeles, in Chicago. I mean, daily killings in our own area of San Antonio. Life has been not taken with the dignity that it has. And so I can imagine how easy is connect with that something evil is happening. We don't know, I don't know the situation and the motives of the individual who did this, but what we can say is there is lack of protection of the human person. And these are children so precious, so valuable. Their families love them dearly. And we do. And I might have known some of them when I had been in Uvalde. I don't know. But we love them. And we hurt. But our systems have to change, in which the person should be the priority, and especially the most vulnerable. In this case, children. But I will not invite people to dwell in the idea that the evil one is there, because then we can dismiss our responsibilities in bettering the situations of our societies, to make a better society wherever we live in. And also with this situation, the responsibility we have to take care those who are left behind. And in the middle of pain and sorrow and anger, all that is understood. But we all need to take some responsibility. And all of us, we can do something. Even just to have a good thought, or through prayer, to help, not necessarily Uvalde directly, but in other areas where we live, we are prompt because of all what is going on politically. That is seen, everything is looked through politics, and human beings are forgotten. We don't want to forget them. We don't want to forget these children. We don't want to forget these families and the consequences. And in our environment, wherever we are at, are prompt to provoke this. And arms are everywhere. I mean, how we're going to protect the human person in time of need?
Thank you,
So,
Archbishop. That's so uplifting, Archbishop. And I know you're on your way to Uvalde right now. You're going to Sacred Heart Church, and you're opening that up for everyone to come and pray?
At 6:30.
At 6:30?
And then at 8 o'clock tonight will be a mass.
All right, Archbishop, thank you so much, and travel safely, and thank you for joining with us.
Tragical situation. God bless you, Deborah. Bye.
We now turn to Victoria De Leon, who is at Robb Elementary School. And Victoria, is there any new developments you can share with us?
Hey Sharon, we're actually 5 minutes away from the elementary school at the Willie De Leon Civic Center. This is where earlier today parents were directed to pick up some of the students from Robb Elementary. Now, just a few moments ago, a district spokesperson texted and said that all students have been picked up. I'm still trying to clarify whether she means all students from the Civic Center have been picked up, because in the last few minutes we've still seen a few parents walk in and there are still a few families sitting on some of the chairs. It seems like they are waiting to hear from some of their students. So I'm not sure if that means that all students from the Civic Center have been picked up or all students from Robb Elementary are now home, but it's something that we're trying to clarify. But more than just families, it's also just community members from Uvalde who have come here to just try to see what they can do to help. A few moments ago, a man was here asking where he could donate blood. Now, I did see that they're holding a blood donation drive at the Herbie-Ham Activity Center tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We've also seen some people here coming in with water and snacks for those family members. We've been able to talk to some people off camera, understandably so. They are just not in a place right now to give interviews, and we of course want to be respectful of that. The word that I just keep hearing over and over again is just shock, heartbreak, disbelief. There's a lot of pain here in Uvalde tonight, and we're going to continue to be following this story over the next coming days. We are learning that there might be a prayer vigil, so we're going to try to head over there as soon as we can. Sharon.
Thank you, Victoria. It's great to hear that the community is coming together and truly living the word community, helping these families, helping these parents, and parents are reuniting with their kids.
Yes, and everyone praying there. And as we just heard from the Archbishop at 6:30, they're opening the doors at Sacred Heart Church there in Uvalde for everyone to come and pray. And of course, the people reacting around the country. President Biden has lowered all of the flags at half staff. And other officials also reacting. Zach Briggs has been speaking with them.
In San Antonio, Mayor Ron Nirenberg tweeting, Uvalde is experiencing the sickening aftermath of a horrific mass shooting. Pray for the lost, their families, and Uvalde. He also notes San Antonio has sent mass casualty resources to Uvalde. Well, Senator Ted Cruz says he and his wife are fervently lifting up in prayer the children and families in the horrific shooting in Uvalde. Well, thank you to heroic law enforcement and first responders for acting so swiftly. Meanwhile, President Biden has been briefed on the shooting at Robb Elementary, according to the White House press secretary. He's expected to speak on the incident this evening. Zach Briggs, KENS 5.
Okay, let's now go to Vanessa Croy, who is live at Robb Elementary School. And Vanessa, what can you tell us?
San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood just arrived on the scene. He's walking with what we're assuming could be families. They've been sitting here for a while waiting to find out what happened, where their children are. We've seen many families come out here in the last hour and a half asking, where are our children? We've been to the Civic Center. We've been to the other staging area in town, and we just want to know where our child is. I know these families have been waiting around, and Chief Hood just walked up with some DPS state troopers to escort those families to the front of the school. We don't know exactly where they're going or what they're doing, but he just arrived here. We have seen multiple law enforcement, EMS crews from all over this area and starting to see all over the state. Texas Department of Emergency Management is out here. San Antonio SWAT team has been out here, as well as these neighboring counties. The first responders to be on the scene today to support Uvalde Police and Uvalde County Sheriff's Office. Both small departments who are dealing with a lot of other things in this community right now, all rushing to the school. I did talk to a few of the sheriffs in these neighboring counties who said they immediately sent what short-staffed EMS crews they had from Val Verde authority from Kenny County, from Medina County to head out here and help the first responders on the scene, in addition to DPS and Border Patrol, who it's very important to understand, the state and federal agents, but all part of these communities, these border communities in this area. You can see behind me, the scene is still very active. We have been asked to move on this side of the street before we were right in front of the school. They did pull up what appears to be, we're not exactly sure, they haven't come out and tell us yet, but we know this is Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas Department of Emergency Management is also is here as well. I did talk to law enforcement earlier, county officials who said they're just trying to notify these families. Some of the families, as we've seen out here, are just wondering where their children are at this hour still today. Now, we do know behind the school, off to the side, is what looks like where the command post is, where the focus of that investigation is in the back of the school. But once again, they have set this up here. They have continued to barricade off this perimeter of the school, and we've been asked to stand over in this area at this time. We're still waiting to find out if there is another staging area for families to go. DPS said they were working on that with the sheriff, so we're still waiting to find that out right now.
All right, Vanessa, thank you. Just heartbreaking to watch those families walking into the school there with Chief Charles Hood. Well, we want to let you know it's at 5:33. If you're just joining us, what we've been following all day today, at 11:33, a gunman, an 18-year-old Uvalde resident, walked into the elementary school there, Robb Elementary School, with a handgun and possibly a shotgun, and just opened fire, killing 14 students and 1 teacher. The school houses 600 students in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. 13 students were taken to the hospital there in Uvalde Memorial Hospital. A 10-year-old and a 66-year-old woman were taken to University Health. They are both in critical condition. 2 other adults are being treated at BAMC. We do not know their condition. The gunman was shot and killed by law enforcement on the scene in the worst mass shooting in Texas history and one of the worst in our country's history.
And of course, the community is coming together to help as much as they can, at what they can. Leaders, 13 liters of blood have been sent to that
13,
area.
yes,
13 to that area, to the district. Troy Kless is live at the blood bank with more on the donations. Troy.
Yeah, Sharon, we actually did learn those donations increased in the afternoon. So initially there were about 15 units of blood that were sent 28 minutes after they got the call about the events that unfolded in Uvalde. They sent them to the Uvalde Memorial Hospital, and then later this afternoon 10 additional units of blood were sent, so that's 25 total. And in speaking with the South Texas Blood and Life Center earlier this afternoon, they say that's one of the best ways to help in the immediate aftermath for the victims of this shooting. So we did talk with one man earlier today who his blood will likely be going to assist with the victims tomorrow, by as early as tomorrow, in 24 hours after the shooting. So again, for anyone else that might be interested in wanting to help out, there's several ways you could do it, not just here in San Antonio, but also in Uvalde. So in Uvalde, tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Herbie Ham Activity Center, they're going to be holding an emergency blood drive there where anyone of any blood type can arrive. But again, you don't have to be local to Uvalde to help out. You can go to any one of the blood donation centers here in San Antonio in order to assist. You want to go to southtexasblood.org. Again, that's southtexasblood.org, and you can find the center that's closest to you, and that way you can go to donate. Now, this is one of the first times that they've had to respond to a shooting like this, but we just mentioned earlier that it was within 45 minutes they were able to load up a supply of blood, getting on a helicopter, and get it to the hospital where they were treating the victims there. And again, it can take just a day in order for your donation to be turned around, tested, and be sent off to that response as well. So again, like we were just mentioning, 25 total units have been donated from the South Texas Blood and Life Center. So far, they are on standby to see if they need to send any additional supply. But as of right now, and because of several other factors, their supplies have been pretty low recently. But all the more reason for people to come down here and donate, or again, go to your nearest blood donation center. Again, check out southtexasblood.org. Again, southtexasblood.org if you want to donate and help the victims recovering from the horrific events over in Uvalde. Sharon?
Thank you, Troy. Yes, I know people just want to know, what can we do to help? And this is a wonderful thing you can do. In addition to prayers, go and give blood. Now, Henry Ramos has been in Uvalde all day. He has been at the hospital there, Memorial Hospital, talking to families. Let's go to Henry live. Henry?
Hi, good evening there, Sharon and Deborah. Just again, I've been talking about what we've been seeing out here, the sentiment, the feelings, the heartbreak. I mean, we just saw a woman just pull up right next to our camera, and she just opened her door and she just started crying hysterically out loud. And I wanted to give her space, and then she walked in with someone holding hands, and they walked into the hospital. I mean, we still have loved ones here still showing up to the hospital. I've actually reached out to them to see if there is a new update in terms of the number of patients, the care, but I haven't received word. And the only thing that we do have to recap for you is that we do know that 13 children from Robb Elementary were sent ambulance by bus, were sent here to the hospital, and then 2 children were taken to San Antonio. And we do know that 2 individuals that arrived here unfortunately lost their life. And I had spoke to a family from San Antonio who told me that one of those 2 that died was a 10-year-old little girl from the elementary school. They told me that hours ago and confirmed to me that she was 10. She went to Robb, and she was taken here, and she died, and her mother was here with her. But what we have been noticing is a lot of the staff here is leaving. I mean, I've just, even speaking to just some of the husband of the nurse, it just, you have to think about this other side of it. I mean, there are so many families, this whole community is impacted here because of this tragedy, but we also have to remember the healthcare workers, the nurses and the doctors and the staff here at this hospital, which serves 5 counties. This is the hospital where people go to. I mean, people were still even showing up to their doctor's appointments when I was walking up to them. I mean, so you also have to think about that, and then you have to deal with this kind of mass casualty event here when you have so many of their community, their loved ones, some of them their family members and friends showing up to them, and then they're treating them. Something else that I know that did arrive was STRAC, and it was the mass casualty bus with San Antonio Fire. I know I heard my colleague Vanessa Croy mention that San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood is here, but the STRAC bus is also here and has been here for quite some time here at the hospital, obviously providing aid. They do respond to these types of situations when we are dealing with so many people that are injured, obviously so many people that have died, lives that have lost, children that are no longer here. So we know that there is so much aid that is arriving here to help here on the healthcare front. Obviously, as we just heard from Troy about the blood donation, because that is the next big thing that the hospital does need. We did mention to you all about the grandmother who had left the hospital, whose grandson was able to walk out. He was grazed in his leg. A 9-year-old saying it sounded like fireworks as he was hiding in the classroom. So scary for a lot of these children, not knowing what was happening. It was just the last week of school almost wrapping up on Thursday, but he was able to walk out of here. He was able to survive. I do know that the hospital apparently was supposed to have a a board of directors meeting. That has since been canceled. The hospital here in Uvalde is updating everyone publicly on its social media pages, and its last update, besides me reaching out to them, was probably about 30 or 40 minutes ago, and it was pushing the blood drive that Troy had mentioned, of course, that being tomorrow at the Herbingham Activity Center parking lot. It's from 9 a.m. to 1. Extremely important if you can. And exactly right, Deborah, for those that we don't know what to do, of course, this community says offer prayer. They need all the prayer that they need. They need to be lifted up, as a lot of families, a lot of heartbreak. But the other thing that we can do, if you can, is donate blood, and that's happening from from 9 to 1. And the thing is, you don't have to pre-register to donate blood, and you can certainly save a lot of lives with that. But we have seen a lot of the law enforcement here that was blocking the hospital has since left, but there still are loved ones that are still showing up. And of course, I do want to remain respectful, because this is what makes our job extremely difficult in rushing up to these families and trying to get the insight to provide you the latest information as well as accurate information. But we do have to be respectful. We are human, and we understand that they're hurting, and there's so much uncertainty unknown as to what they're going through right now. So we are here with them. We are here for you to keep you updated. As soon as I hear more or gain any more new insight from anyone here in this parking lot, of course, we'll make sure to bring it to you, Sharon and Deborah.
All right, Henry, and for people who are just joining us, will you share the story of the grandmother you spoke to, where her son-in-law went over to rescue his son?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so that was I actually interviewed her in the car on the way here, and Mary is she's a KINS 5 viewer. She lives here in Uvalde. We're friends on Facebook, and I saw that she just kept posting, and so I'd reached out to her, and she told me her son JJ attends Robb Elementary, and so we were able to chat as she was outside her home. She lives very close to the elementary, so she was hearing at least the action from the law enforcement side as you had all the choppers flying over. Obviously, as Vanessa had mentioned, we have Border Patrol and so many agencies here. But she was also mentioning that her grandson JJ goes there. He was in the classroom. As soon as her son-in-law, JJ's dad, heard that there was a shooting at the school, he rushed to the school, right? As a father, as a parent, it's like you've got to make sure that your child is safe. He went there. He knows the classroom where his son is located, and was able to get children and his son out of the window. I mean, just pulling them out of the window, and that's how they were able to run to safety. I was told they ran to a funeral home that was near Robb Elementary, and there they were able to seek refuge there for a while. But those are the kind of stories that we're hearing, Deborah, these stories of survival. But as Mary had mentioned to me, she's like, it's not in a million years, Henry, would I ever think that we would be seeing this unfolding in our small town, a town who loves, a town who's united. And especially on a day where these kids were getting certificates. I mean, it's the end of the school, and I keep saying that, but that just gives you perspective, folks, the context as to the joy that these students were facing, as well as learning, but also looking forward to the summer. But, and the same message that the grandmother Mary has been mentioning is that she just asked that while this is truly devastating, that she just asked for prayers for everyone.
Right, very powerful, and thank you, Henry. We were speaking with Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra just a little bit ago, and he's on his way to Uvalde to offer prayers and comfort families, and at Sacred Heart Church, 6:30, they'll be opening the doors to everyone there to pray.
And Deborah, when I hear the story from Henry and what he had said earlier, I'd love to underscore that. What can we do to help? I think that comes to mind. We feel almost helpless when something like this happens. He really talked about the healthcare workers. They are working tirelessly to help these children, to help these folks. Troy Kless, who was live at the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center, talking about the generosity of the community. And Deborah, I know that you have donated. I've donated blood. It's painless. It's quick.
Right.
It's really easy, and that can go a long way and can help tremendously. So let's now go to Alicia Nieves, who is at Uvalde. And Alicia, what can you tell us?
There's a new staging area for the media now, Sharon. Instead of the Civic Center right down Main Street, we are a little bit further away, about a 3-minute drive to the Uvalde County Fairplex, right outside the Uvalde County Event Center. As soon as we pulled up, we saw 3 county workers walk behind me to go and lower the flags to half-staff. It was a directive by President Joe Biden to remember the lives lost of the 14 students and 1 teacher at Robb Elementary. After one of the workers, after they completed their task behind me, I asked him, how are you doing? I'm so sorry, for your community. And he says, you know what, it's still shocking, he says, because I'm from here. And he said that he was working the scene earlier today as an emergency responder. And he said that it just hasn't sunk in You know, he's still in just, I guess, the adrenaline rush of everything, the shock of reading and finding out about what happened and working that scene. I'm sure, ladies, you can imagine how extremely tough that was. And he was telling me about how his wife, or he has a child in pre-K, and his wife went to go pick up the child at about noon. So you have parents, my point is, who have been waiting about 5 hours already to pick up their child from another school within Uvalde Consolidated School District. So it is just, like Henry was mentioning, unfathomable to imagine this happening anywhere. And in Uvalde, you know, relatively quiet city, it is just hard to sink in, especially for the people who were born and raised here. So we are once again outside of the Uvalde County Fairplex, and we are hearing from other journalists there's a possibility of another press conference. You have the governor who is in Abilene today, and he can get here pretty quick if he maybe plans to do a press conference. That is one possibility, but the school district says that they are going to keep all parents updated on their social media pages. You have them very active on Twitter. You have the police department very active on Facebook as well. So as soon as we get word of any press conference, so we can bring you all new information, I'll pass that along as soon as I can.
All right, Alicia, thank you. And we now want to go back to Robb Elementary, where Vanessa Croy has been all afternoon. Vanessa?
Well, Deb and Sharon, we have just learned that one of the Border Patrol agents that responded to this shooting today was somehow struck with gunfire. We are hearing that our law enforcement sources are telling us this information. They are telling us that that agent is okay today, that he was thankfully not seriously injured. And once again, he was just one of many law enforcement officers that responded to this shooting today. I'm going to step out of the way and show you what's happening right now. We've seen families coming out here in the last hour or so trying to find their child, trying to figure out what exactly has happened. They had, we saw frustrated families before that, just wanting to know where to go. We also saw San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood. He got here probably about 45 minutes ago and was escorting some of those families into the front of the school. Can't imagine what they're facing when they enter the doors of that campus.
Like we just lost Vanessa Croy's live feed, but we do have a statement from Senator John Cornyn, and he says, "My heart goes out to those in the hospital receiving care and to the loved ones of those who lost their lives. As a parent, I cannot imagine the pain they must be feeling. I am in touch with local officials in Uvalde and plan to travel there as soon as I can get there."
And the Red Cross said in a statement, quote, "The thoughts and deepest sympathies of the entire American Red Cross family are with the people of Uvalde and those affected by this tragic shooting. The Red Cross and its volunteers continue to coordinate our efforts with the Department of Public Safety, the City of Uvalde, and Uvalde County to assist family members of the victims. We appreciate the outpouring of support of community members reaching out to the Red Cross to offer their help during this challenging moment. At this time, we have all the resources and assistance we need. We will continue to coordinate with local officials and community partners to determine how we can best support the Uvalde community in the days and weeks ahead." End quote.
And we are expected to hear from President Biden, who is going to address the nation, who is going to speak to all Americans about this tragedy and what happened.
At 7:15 tonight. Yes, you know, Uvalde is known, of course, as the hometown of Governor Dolph Briscoe, of Matthew McConaughey, and now, unfortunately, it's going to be known for this terrible mass shooting at an elementary school. Robb Elementary, with 600 students, second, third, and fourth graders there. And a gunman just walked in today and just started shooting.
Governor Greg Abbott sharing and confirming 14 students have died. One teacher has died in this shooting. He shared with us that the shooter acted alone. An 18-year-old Uvalde resident who came with a handgun, possibly another rifle, another weapon of some kind. The governor saying that has yet to be confirmed, but possibly another weapon.
And we do know a 66-year-old woman is in critical condition here in San Antonio. 2 other adults are in BAMC. We do not know their condition. We just heard from Vanessa just moments ago. A Border Patrol officer who responded to the scene was wounded in the leg, shot in the leg. And then we know 13 students were taken to the hospital there in Uvalde, and a 10-year-old girl is in critical condition here at University Health.
We've seen an outpouring of law enforcement support ever since the shooting started around 11:30, around noon. Again, at Robb Elementary School, we've seen at the FBI, Uvalde Police, Bexar County Sheriff's Office, San Antonio Police. We saw early a few minutes ago the San Antonio Fire Chief going in there, walking with families, walking with community members. Of course, DPS has taken over as a lead in this investigation as this continues.
Yes, and still an active crime scene there at Robb Elementary School, surrounded with crime scene tape. We did watch as people were walking in there. I can't imagine the scene in there. Vanessa Croy told us DPS officers and other officers were leaving with tears in their eyes earlier today. Let's go back to Vanessa live at the scene.
We are here back live at the scene. I've been here since around 1 o'clock this afternoon, before they even had all these streets blocked off today. But you can see now the scene is still very active. The investigation is still very active. We just saw San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood get out here and escort some of what we believe to be the families into the front of the school just a few minutes ago. We've seen families come out here the last hour wondering where their children are. They had been to the other staging areas and at a loss of what to do now. In addition to our San Antonio Fire Department and police, we also have all the local law enforcement out here as well from surrounding counties supporting Uvalde Police and Uvalde County Sheriff's Office. The weather is getting pretty windy out here as the investigation goes on. Most of the investigation is focused behind the school. That's where it looks like a staging area is set up. We did see more law enforcement out there this afternoon, but we have seen FBI here today. DEA, as well as the FBI Crime Scene Investigative Unit, is here as well. Out here right now, so you can still see they have all these streets blocked off in this area, and we're hoping to get some more information soon out here.
And law enforcement officers will be there for hours. Audrey is back here in studio with us.
Yeah, it's still a very active scene there. Like we just heard from Vanessa, one Border Patrol agent who did respond to that scene was injured during that active shooter situation, but luckily he is going to be okay. That's some good news there. But right now we want to go to Victoria De Leon, who is at a local church that is getting ready for a service there. Victoria.
Right. Hey, Audrey, this is the Getty Street Church of Christ, right off of Getty and Main Street, just 3 minutes away from Robb Elementary School. Now, they will be out here until 7:30. They expected it to start around 5:30, and I think they're just waiting on people to come and start trickling in. We did just see maybe 2 cars pull up. That prayer vigil is going to be inside of the church. The outreach minister I just talked to, his name is John, says he used to be a substitute teacher at the high school, and this is just an absolutely heartbreaking for him, as well as all of the families involved and just really the entire Uvalde community. This of course was just a very last minute thing. He says even if one person shows up to this prayer vigil tonight, because we know there will probably be a couple happening, if just one person shows up, he's going to be here to offer his support and his prayers. It's definitely something I think the community could really use tonight, just being together with other people who are hurting. So we'll be out here for a couple more hours and talking to people who end up showing up to this prayer vigil, and we'll keep you updated with the latest.
Victoria, there at the Church of Christ that is getting ready for a vigil tonight. Of course, the whole community wanting to come together during such a hard time, but you know, that's what happens a lot, right? People just want to wrap their arms around each other and pray and just come together.
Yeah, and we had heard earlier from Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra. He really shared a message of hope and really prayer. I think that can go a long way. I think sometimes when things like this happen, it can be trivial to some people, but I think especially with this community, they need that and they need your help. And if you physically want to do something too, we had also heard from Troy Kless at the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. You can certainly donate to make a difference.
And right now we want to go to Alicia Nieves, who actually moved over to a different location, a new staging location for media. Alicia, those flags behind you flying at half staff.
As directed by the President of the United States, you saw on Twitter earlier, guys, that the President has been briefed about what happened here, and he has spoken with Governor Greg Abbott and is offering any assistance. When we pulled up here at our new location, it was maybe about half an hour ago, we saw county workers begin to lower the flags just in memory of the lives lost. And we've been talking about this since we've been on the air, about how this kind of thing just does not happen in Uvalde. I mean, we worked Sutherland Springs, ladies. We have heard about these cases across the United States, and then when it hits home, it hits hard. And the county worker who has a child in pre-K, he is from here, and he just told me earlier, after he finished lowering the flags, that it's just hard news to settle in. He hasn't accepted it yet, as I'm sure many other people haven't either. So you have parents who are likely still waiting to pick up children tonight at different campuses. I heard about parents who had a child in pre-K who were waiting for about 5 hours to pick them up from school. And so we are hearing all of the updates on social media from the school district. I just reached out to school officials to see if they are going to be doing another press conference here at the Fairplex, which is where we were relocated. We were previously at the Civic Center, and we are still waiting to hear back. You can see it's windy. It looks like it's really about to start pouring here in Uvalde. So if they do have a press conference, we are being directed inside, and we are just waiting on word to see when that will be. But once again, the district has been very communicative on social media, on Twitter and Facebook, the police department as well. So we have post notifications turned on, and we will keep you updated as soon as we hear if they plan to release any new information. Hopefully that will come sooner rather than later. I mean, in conversations with people today, you know, they're saying there are just more questions than answers at this point. Lots of people want to know the motive. Lots of people want to know, you know, why would someone like this, why would someone target children? You know, the innocent lives lost, and it is just hard to comprehend. So once again, I will keep you ladies posted if we hear anything new.
Thank you so much, Alicia.
And you can see behind her, flags are lowered in honor of those 14 children and a teacher who died.
It's now 6 o'clock, and if you're just joining us, we have continuing coverage of a mass shooting out of Uvalde. So we want to go over what we've learned so far today. Pete Arredondo, the UCISD police chief, gave us a brief statement. He said this all began at around 11:32 a.m. at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. Now, that's a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade campus. And we learned that the suspect entered that building possibly with one gun, maybe two. Suspect identified as Salvador Ramos, an 18-year-old Uvalde local. While in there, he shot at students and teachers. We learned that 14 students died. 1 teacher died. Police were able to take down that shooter, who they say later they believe was acting alone in this. Families are still being notified. Several students were transported to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We also had Two people transported to University Hospital in San Antonio, a 66-year-old woman in critical condition, a 10-year-old girl in critical condition, and we also learned that there are two adults who were also transported to BAMC, one of the other hospitals that was allowed to take some of those transports from Uvalde Memorial. Now, just recently, a reporter at the scene there at Robb Elementary School, we learned through Vanessa Croy that there was a Border Patrol agent who also was responding to that location, to that active shooter situation. That Border Patrol agent was injured, but they say he is going to be okay. So some good news there. There still was parents picking up students as of 5 o'clock earlier. It's now 6. They are still notifying parents, so we still are waiting for a lot more information. We also know the Church of Christ is going to be holding a prayer vigil shortly. That's coming up here in just a bit. And also, if you would like to help, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow, there will also be a blood drive at Herbie Ham.
And speaking of blood drive, Audrey, you know, Troy Kless has been at the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center talking about the donations that have been coming in. 25 liters of blood have been sent to the district, to the area in Uvalde. He joins us live. Do we have him? There we go. Troy, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Sharon. Well, while we were here earlier today talking with the South Texas Blood and Life Tissue Center about the donations, there was one man that we spoke with that his blood could likely go to assist as well. The center is currently on standby to send additional blood, but like you mentioned, Sharon, 25 units have been sent so far. 15 were sent in the initial aftermath and the response to the shooting there, and then 10 were sent later in the afternoon. And again, it's a critical component to the response for a traumatic event like this. You know, we were talking with the Blood and Tissue Center, and they say they have a program called Brothers in Arms that provides blood in situations like this. And again, you can go to southtexasblood.org if you want to donate. And again, we have that donation that's going to be coming up tomorrow in Uvalde, like you mentioned as well. Back to y'all.
Thank you, Troy. We know that one donation can save 3 lives.
Absolutely. Well, right now we want to get over to Henry Ramos. He's been at Uvalde Memorial Hospital, which took a lot of the injured there. Henry, I see you have someone joining you right now.
I do, Audrey, and please bear with us because the wind, these gusts are certainly picking up, so I apologize if it's a little bit difficult. But oh my goodness. Oh my God, are you okay? Okay, I'm so sorry. Please bear with us, folks. Hopefully this wind will pass. I'm so sorry. So go ahead, and for everyone that's watching, why we're meeting today, because your niece, who is more like a daughter, attends Robb, and she's missing right now.
Correct. Yes. Her name is Ileana Torres. If anybody knows where her whereabouts, please contact my sister. Her number is 830-279-8358. Her name is Sandra Torres. We are in disbelief of this tragedy that happened, and we have not yet gotten any answers of where her whereabouts are at. And please, if anybody has any news on her, any hospitals that have any information on her, please reach out to us and let us know that she is at y'all's facility, and just praying for a safe return home.
So you came here to the hospital here to see if she was here, and how long were you here? And you said that process, the way that they were identifying was tough.
Yeah, it was tough. They would ask you for a picture, just a picture, this description of what they were wearing this morning, and it was hard. They did take my sister to the back to identify, thinking it was my niece, but it wasn't my niece.
So she's not at the Civic Center, nowhere? Like, no. I mean, you have no idea?
We have no idea, and it's not like her. It's not like my niece not to reach out, because when she feels that she's threatened or scared, she's always calling on her cell phone. She'll blow up somebody until somebody answers her. And up to right now, to this minute, we have not gotten one phone call from her, and her phone is off.
What's going through your mind is you're trying to make sense to find where your niece, who's more like a daughter for you, who's 10 years old, who was at Robb this morning, and then making sense we have 18 children died today. I mean, what's kind of going through your mind right now as you live in this town?
Well, it's 14 plus because they're dying as I guess they're working on them. I'm just praying that my little one is okay. I believe in the power of prayer, and I believe that I want to tell myself that she's okay, and I'm going to keep telling myself that she's okay and she's going to come home.
Can you show us a picture of her real quick so that way, and you have her on her, and you said, you know, we've been saying, if you can kind of zoom in there, Irissa, that this was the last week of school. She had a softball game today. She's a fourth grader. She was looking forward to school, you know, ending.
She was very excited about her softball game today. She was kind of nervous. I talked to her last night and she was kind of nervous, stating that it was her last game and she didn't want softball to end. And she was excited because they were gonna, I guess, announce the ones that made it to All-Stars. And she was also saying, like, what if I make it? I'm gonna be so nervous. And I was like, girl, you got this. You're gonna be good at it. You got this. So she was excited about her game today.
And is that the last time you spoke with her as of right now?
It was the last time that I spoke to her was yesterday.
For people that are watching and people all across that are watching, when they're hearing Uvalde and they're hearing the tragedy and the children and the lives lost, what do you want them to know about this town and as we try to all kind of make sense of this with you all right now?
Well, all law enforcement is doing what they can and what's expected, and just for the safety and for everybody, and wanting everybody to hopefully they find their loved ones. That's all I can say. I hope they find their loved ones.
And for you, we hope the same. So where do we go next?
Next, well, we're headed out to the Civic Center.
Keep looking.
Where the waiting starts there as well.
Will you please keep us posted?
Sure.
Okay. Stay strong. Is there anything else you'd like to add? We appreciate your time.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Be safe. I mean, and that was kind of echoing, I mean, as you heard there live, same what Vanessa Croy was saying, is that a lot of family members, you know, showing up to Robb Elementary even there, still not being able to find their loved ones. And you have loved ones that are showing up here to the hospital, trying to see if they're here. And you heard that, I mean, this couple, talking about the fourth grader, their loved one, they've been here for hours. It's a process as loved ones are showing up, not knowing if their loved one is here at the hospital, if they're being treated, if they didn't make it. We know that that two people that arrived here didn't make it. I do know that one of those was a 10-year-old, and I mean, as you heard, it's tough. I mean, they're asking them questions. What were they wearing when they went to school today? Can you have a picture? Let's identify them. There's so many different stories out there, and it's tough hearing that because it's so much worry, and it's hard to wrap your head around that, to even get families like that, loved ones, to talk about the heartache and the pain and the unknown and the uncertainty. And every single one of these people out here have their own story. It's not just like the grandmother that I interviewed hours ago, who was fortunate enough that her 9-year-old grandson, who was a student there, was grazing the bullet. He was able to walk out, you know, which it is great. And I don't want to diminish that, but we also have to remember, folks, that there are a lot of people out there at this time that have either are mourning the loss of their loved one, or there's so much uncertainty that they still can't even find them at this hour. And here we are, the 6 o'clock hour. And so that, just to give you some context there, we'll send it back to you.
We wish that family the best, and we hope that they can locate their niece.
Yeah, a lot of heartbreaking uncertainty, heartbreaking mystery, unfortunately. And we have just learned that President Biden spoke with Governor Greg Abbott to give him any assistance that he needs.
Absolutely. And right now we want to go to Vanessa Croy, who is at Robb's Elementary School. She's been there all afternoon. Vanessa, any update from that scene?
Well, first of all, Audrey, that family that Henry was just talking to, that's a heartbreaking reality for many families out here. We've seen parents, other family members coming out here asking law enforcement on the scene, how do we find out where our children are? They had been everywhere else in town they could think of and returned here trying to find their children. I'll give you a look behind us, what's going on right now. We just saw FBI agents walked towards the front of the school. We don't know if the investigation has actually moved, the part of it has moved to the front of the school, but we have seen San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood escort some families in the front of the school. Can't imagine what they're facing when they enter those school doors today. And I talked to the sheriff on my way out here earlier today, and all he could tell me, couldn't even give me the details of what was unfolding inside. It was right after they somehow took down the suspect that he said, "This is absolutely horrific." He said, "Our worst nightmare has come true." And I can tell you, Audrey and Deb as well, Sharon, excuse me, that, you know, as a former teacher, you do many lockdown drills, you do many of these drills a couple of times a year, but you never expect them to be real. And I can't imagine what those teachers were wondering today, the uncertainty of what was happening outside their classroom doors as they're inside trying to protect those kids and their care, and the children who are sitting in the classroom wondering what's happening outside the walls of their classroom. And now that we've learned that so many children and a teacher have died today, this community is really hurting out here. As I saw today when I first got here around 12:30, when I saw officers walking out of the school building, their faces, these are seasoned officers with tears coming from their eyes, leaving the tragedy inside that school building today. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa is live there at Robb Elementary School. She has been there for hours and has seen the terror, the panic from law enforcement officers. Again, this has been truly a community-wide effort. You have DPS, you have FBI, you have Uvalde Police, San Antonio Police, Bexar County Sheriff's Office, just an extreme law enforcement presence over there surrounding that area. Again, she had mentioned SAFD Chief Charles Hood was walking in there with community members and families who are truly going through this heartbreaking experience.
And right now we want to get on over to Alicia Nieves. She's at the Uvalde County Fairplex, where we are waiting to get another update from officials. Alicia.
We were relocated here, Audrey, from the Civic Center, where we had been staged since about 2:30 today, and we are awaiting to see if there will be a press conference. We are all ready. All members, all journalists are here, and we hope to be briefed with some new information. You know, the last time I spoke with you guys, we had spoken to some parents who are just saying, you know, right now there are more questions than answers. And we saw that CBS News, for example, you know, they're speaking to parents who know what this feels like. Not too long ago, they interviewed a father who was affected by the Parkland shooting in Florida. And he says, you know, our hearts, some people might say our hearts are with the families, you know, he says, but that doesn't bring them back. We want our children back, you know, and this happening in Uvalde, you know, we've spoken to people who were born and raised here, and they say it's just hard to fathom that something like this could happen here. And we are seeing support from all across South Texas, as you ladies mentioned. When we arrived here, we went to a staging area outside, I believe it was the old library. It was 300 West Main here in Uvalde, and we saw ambulances from different areas of South Texas. You had Utopia Volunteer Fire Department, you had Val Verde County EMS, and then you had San Antonio Fire. They were the ones who were in charge of that staging area. So you really had just teamwork going on standby in case those entities were needed to assist in this just terrible tragedy that happened at Robb Elementary School. So that is just another component of what we have been witnessing today, is how all of South Texas, both emergency responders and community members, are coming together to just try and help in any way that they can. You had, for example, out of San Antonio, District 8 Councilman Manny Pelayas. He was on Twitter encouraging everyone to donate blood, and I heard you ladies talking about that as well, about how it can take 20 minutes to make a big difference. So we have a link on KENS5.com with more ways community members can just lend a hand during this really difficult time for Uvalde. We will update you all if we hear any more information on when an upcoming press conference will happen. The school district and members of law enforcement, Uvalde PD, the Sheriff's Office, they've been really, really vocal on social media. So we hope to hear an update from them soon. Ladies.
As always, thanks so much, Alicia, for that update. And like she mentioned, a lot of people reacting, a lot of local, state, national leaders, including some local school districts. South San Antonio ISD is changing their protocol in response to the Uvalde shooting. They say no backpacks allowed at any campus for the next 2 days. Campus accessibility is limited to parents and guardians with proper identification, and additional safety support will be placed at every campus. Thursday, May 26th will be a half day for all students as well. And the district is reminding parents, again, Thursday, May 26th, half day. Elementary school ends at 12:20 p.m. in the afternoon. Middle school will get out at 12:45, and the high school and DAEP at 1:10 p.m. So just an update there for you all who attend South San ISD.
All right, let's go to Matt Houston, who is live at Sacred Heart Church that is in Uvalde, the church that Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra mentioned earlier.
Sharon, the prayer vigil will start here in about 15 minutes. In fact, you might be able to see some people going into the church behind me. I'm not sure how good our angle is going to be at the moment. I stepped in a few moments ago just to sort of see what the atmosphere is like inside. There's probably 25 or so people in there, some clearly in prayer, hands folded, knelt on the kneelers in the pews inside the Catholic Church here, some simply in quiet reflection, eyes open, looking back at the cross in the center of the cathedral here in Uvalde. We expect the Archbishop to deliver some sort of address here again in the next 20 minutes or so. The prayer vigil doesn't start for another 15. You heard his message earlier here on KENS 5, talking about looking at each one of these children as people, as victims, but as the next generation of residents here in Uvalde, and remembering their contributions to societal happiness in the area, and pondering that while also remembering a time of tragedy and looking for hope in all of this. And so you can expect that will be part of the message as you see more people entering the church right now. Again, probably 20 to 25 people inside, very quiet, as you can imagine, at Sacred Heart. Of course, there is another prayer vigil on the other side of town at the Church of Christ here in Uvalde. You can imagine, even if they're not in churches, there are a lot of people praying in this community tonight, and always a blessing to see that come together. And Sharon, you've talked a lot about the sense of community here in the last hour or so. This is one way that manifests itself. When people come together and join hands, religious or not, to remember a tragedy and look forward to whatever comes next, and what will be a days-long process trying to determine what happened, how families will respond. So again, a prayer vigil set to begin here in the next 15 minutes or so at Sacred Heart Church. There are people inside. It's quiet, as you can imagine, and I would imagine that will probably stay that way throughout the night. We'll keep you posted as we participate in that and see how folks are reacting to all of this. Sharon.
He had mentioned that prayer service at Sacred Heart Church that starts in about 15 minutes. Earlier, Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra had also mentioned after that prayer, there's also an 8 p.m. Mass that will begin after that.
All right, and you know, Uvalde PD, they just updated us as well. They said they are going to hold a press conference where we're expecting to get more information on this mass shooting at Robb Elementary School. Alicia Nieves is there, but before we get to her and we get to that press conference, we want to go to Henry Ramos, who is at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. He's been speaking with families who've been coming and going from that location, some with injured family members, some searching for family members. We're going to go live to him now.
Yeah, Audrey and Sharon, I mean, I will tell you, like, this is extremely tough. I mean, for all of us and all different corners of Uvalde, speaking to people, and obviously because it's so much emotion, so much that they're going through. And I actually had to take a minute to myself because especially just interviewing that aunt who's still looking for her niece, and it's after 6 o'clock in the evening. I mean, her niece, who's in 4th grade, 10 years old, just went to school today and was looking forward to her softball game today, and she still hasn't been found. We're talking to family members who lost their loved one today. A 10-year-old girl lost her life at this hospital today. 13 children taken in buses and ambulances to this hospital today. We've got healthcare workers inside trying to save them. doing the best that they can in a small community where, as I've mentioned all day, they probably know these kids and whoever came here in terms of adults. I did speak to a woman who actually was trying to just drop off a letter at the mail, and I respectfully went up to her. I didn't mean to scare her, but I went up right behind her. She turned around, she said, "I just watched you on the air, Henry," and she said, I just live a couple of blocks down. And I said, "I'm so sorry, but you know, as someone who doesn't live here, and a lot of people who do live here and who are here in Uvalde for the first time, what can you tell us?" And she said, "Well, let me tell you that I was actually a secretary at Robb Elementary for more than 20 years. Her husband was a principal at Robb Elementary. Her son used to be a student at Robb Elementary. Robb Elementary, even though she's not from here, is home for her. She's walked those hallways. She knows that school. And to hear that today, that someone went in there and that you had children losing their lives inside a school that she worked for, it's tough." And so I want to play a little bit of what she told me. Take a listen.
That's where I worked. And so it's my school. I consider it, you know, our school. So it's just breaking my heart. It's just breaking my heart. I just didn't ever expect anything like that to happen here in Uvalde. And then the person that did this, he used to go to high school here. I mean, he was going to high school here. He was a high school student here.
Right now?
Right now.
Is it just hard to put into words? I mean, I can see it in your eyes. You're like...
I couldn't believe it when I was watching it. They said, "No, I'm not going to watch anymore. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it anymore." It's just so hard. Like I said, that was where I worked for 25 years. My husband was a principal there. My son went to school there.
Just a candid conversation. I mean, you see the raw of emotions, and that's how it's been, you know, and speaking to a couple of grandmothers today, both of them, you know, their grandsons are safe. You have JJ, who was pulled out of the classroom, pulled out of the window from his dad saving other children. You had another 9-year-old who was able to walk out. He was grazed with his leg, speaking to his grandmother, who prayed that her grandson survived, and he did. But you know, as these families rejoice, as these communities, as people in this community, I should say, try to rejoice in the survivors, there's also that heart, because their neighbors, their loved ones, these kids that didn't make it. And so every single person that I've talked to, whether it was in this parking lot across from the hospital, whether it was over the phone, whether it was over Facebook video chat, every single person told me the exact same thing. And it's a message that I keep repeating because I think it bears worth repeating every single time. When you're in a small town and there is tragedy, when there is something that is just ripped from you unexpectedly, this is when this community unites. This is when this community comes together, as we see the Archbishop of San Antonio coming here to a parish here in Uvalde, as we see people now offering prayer services and vigils all over. This is what this town is about. I have reached out to the hospital to see if there's any update about the 13 children that were taken here. We do know that 2 people did die here. I have not received any word, but once I do know, I will of course pass that on to you. If I talk to any more people out here in this community, of course I want to share that with you. This is a difficult job for every single one of us back in the studio and on the ground here, but very important to make sure that we give you, the viewer, you at home, the insight, the tragedy. We tell these stories of this community. Sharon and Audrey.
And Henry, before we let you go, I do want to ask you a question, because you had spoken to a woman earlier. She was looking for her niece. Can you share one more time her name? I know that she's still looking for her. She went to a softball game and she still hasn't been found.
She hasn't, no, Sharon, and thank you for that, because you know, there's so much that's happening. I took a picture on my phone and from her phone, and we want to show you. So Irissa, if we can show that. Yes, this is Liana. She is 10 years old. She is a 4th grader. You can see she's in uniform. I don't know if my phone is a little bit too dark there, but she's a 4th grader. She hasn't been found. Her aunt and her uncle were here at the hospital for several hours as they tried to identify. They went through the identification process here with several other families. The staff here asking, well, what did your loved one wear to school today? Can you show us any pictures? And at one point, they thought that she passed away, and they went back there, and it wasn't her. And so when I talked to her as she came back to her car, there's so much uncertainty and so much unknown as they're looking for this little girl. And I think it's fair to say that there are so many families in the same boat here, right? There's so many families, as Vanessa's been mentioning, that have been showing up to that scene at Robb Elementary where they're still looking for their loved one. This particular family said they were going to go to the Civic Center. They're not giving up. They want to find that little girl.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Henry, for that update and, you know, that really moving interview. A lot of people probably feel the same way. Shock, no words to put to this terrible, terrible situation. But, you know, right now we want to get back to Alicia Nieves. She's at the Uvalde County Fairplex, where we are waiting for an update from Uvalde PD on this investigation. Alicia.
We're expecting this update to start at 6:30, so we are just minutes away. 3 minutes, we will bring that update to you live. As I mentioned to you ladies earlier, lots of questions about what was the motive in this crime. We heard, you know, tips from the governor about whether more than one weapon was in the hands of this 18-year-old from Uvalde who opened fire at Robb Elementary School. So we are hoping to learn a whole bunch more in this press conference, which again is set to begin at 6:30. You can catch that here live on air and online, and then we will bring more updates to you as soon as it is over as well. So ladies, I will keep you posted.
Thanks so much, Alicia.
Yeah, I think we're all wondering, what was this man's motive? What was this 18-year-old Uvalde resident's motive for going in and shooting children at Robb Elementary School? 14 children dead, 1 teacher dead. I mean, I think that is the big question.
Absolutely. And we do know also there was a Border Patrol agent who was injured who was responding to that scene. And like Vanessa said, a lot of those law enforcement agents, they are local and everyone is connected. Like you heard from that former school district employee, she had kids who went there, she worked there. It's such a small town. Everyone is connected and knows someone somehow who's being affected by this situation.
And who do we have next? Okay, we're going to go now live to Troy Kless at the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon. We're here where earlier today we saw people that their donations will likely be flipped and turned around in the next 24 hours to be able to send to the Uvalde response. Now, if we do have video real quick, we can show you of the helicopter that launched around 12:30 this afternoon and got to the Uvalde Memorial Hospital within about 45 minutes. So it's a very quick turnaround for them. I spoke with George Eisenhofer about why he's donating and why it was important for him that his blood could help in the response to this tragedy.
I was in the Army. When I was in the Army, yeah, they gave blood all the time. That was, Vietnam was going on, and we gave blood a lot. So, but for whatever it's used for. But no, I heard about that Uvalde shooting, and I'm not sure. I didn't hear any of the details on it, but if the blood's needed there, I'm fine with that.
If you want to donate as well, you can go to southtexasblood.org to sign up. And again, in Uvalde, there is going to be an emergency blood drive tomorrow morning from 9 to 1 a.m. And we'll have more details about that as well. Sharon and Audrey.
Thank you, Troy, and thank you to that kind donor who is donating blood at this moment. So we do want to just do a quick recap of what we know so far of the situation of the shooting. So this happened in Uvalde, which is 80 miles west of San Antonio. It happened at Robb Elementary School. Around 12:17, shots fired. It was an active shooter, and all campuses, including the elementary school, went on lockdown. We do know that Uvalde Memorial Hospital received some patients, about 13 students initially, and 2 who arrived were deceased when they received them. University Hospital here in San Antonio also taking care of 2 victims, a 66-year-old woman and a 10-year-old girl who are both in critical condition. We know that about 600 students, is that right, Audrey? 600 students. We're also we're at that elementary school, and right now you're taking a live look at the media conference that's supposed to be happening in a few minutes here. Alicia Nieves is live there. She had shared with us earlier that we are expecting a press conference from Uvalde Police. I would assume the district as well.
Yeah, we're hoping to find out more information. You know, this community's hurting. They want more answers. They want to know more about the shooter, about a motive. But back to, you know, what took place today, we do know that, you know, Uvalde Police were the first on scene at this campus that houses 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade students. And like you mentioned, there are about 600 students at that campus. A Border Patrol agent who also responded was injured, but is said to be okay. We do know 2 additional people were transported to BAMC as well. But right now we want to get to Matt Houston, who is at Sacred Heart Church there in Uvalde, where a memorial service is about to take place. Matt.
Yeah, the pews are quickly filling up here in Uvalde, probably a good 50 or 60 people inside the cathedral behind me. We'll give you a look at the doors as you see some more folks strolling in at the moment. Just a few minutes ago, really heartbreaking, an older gentleman came up to us and said his grandson is one of the people in the hospital right now. He showed us a picture from his wallet, a 10-year-old who was at the school at Robb Elementary today. I asked him what he's here to do, and he said pray hard. So he walked inside, as did, you know, several other dozen people who are now, you know, quietly sitting in the cathedral waiting for a sort of prayer vigil as the rain starts to fall here in Uvalde. We do expect a mass around 8 p.m. with the Archbishop, but I would imagine it will be a quiet chapel until then, with lots of people in reflection. I mentioned we went in a few moments ago just to sort of get a sense of the atmosphere, very quiet. Lots of people with their hands folded up against the pews, kneeling, praying. Lots of people just sitting there. We've seen some congregation members walk in with flowers and leave them toward the front of the church near the altar. There's about 6 dozen or so bouquets sitting there right now. Of course, you can smell the incense inside the church. One of the beautiful aspects of Catholicism, and certainly more to reflect on today as you sort of get that feel for the sense inside the church and what things are like. 5 or 6 more people walking in right now. You see some folks outside on their phones. They're trying to stay as up to date on the information as we are, as we give you the developments over the course of the next couple of hours. Again, even people inside with family members impacted by this in the hospital right now. And as a community of this size, as we've been telling you all day, everybody knows everybody. And so if they're not personally impacted with a family member in the hospital, their neighbors or, you know, co-workers or people that they go to church with, they are impacted. And so it adds some extra weight to the prayers leaving this chapel tonight, and certainly silent reflection at the moment. You can see a couple of people congregated near the doors. We've not heard bells or anything like that, but there's definitely a crowd growing. I'm seeing a couple of other people on the other side of the chapel right now that we can't show you at the moment because of our vantage point, but they're hugging each other, embracing tightly. There will be more of that inside this church tonight, as well as at the other vigil at the Church of Christ on the other side of town. Lots of prayers going up tonight for obvious reasons, as many of these families and friends and parents and students reflect on this situation and this tragedy here in Uvalde, trying to make sense of it. And one obvious place to turn in this time is religion, and you can see many of those people doing just that right now, walking into the Sacred Heart Roman Catholic Church here in Uvalde. Again, we expect the Archbishop will deliver a Mass around 8 p.m. The prayer vigil is set to start really any minute now. It's still quiet inside, and it will probably remain that way even once the service begins. You're going to see a big family walking in right now, one woman carrying a box of tissues. That just speaks to the reality of this situation, and you heard the Archbishop talking a little bit about that earlier. He mentioned remembering each of these victims as a person, not just a number, but a member of this community. And there's no better symbol than that for all of the tragedy and the sadness right now than carrying a box of tissues into the church as you're about to pray for those victims, pray for your family members, pray for your loved ones. And I cannot imagine what the message will be tonight, or even preparing that message, but I know that the Archbishop did a pretty unbelievable job of describing the atmosphere and then finding some hope to hold on to in this sort of situation, as he spoke to Deborah and Sharon a little while ago here on KENS 5. But you can expect he will do everything he can to comfort those members in the audience and, again, remember those victims as people, not just as numbers, and that's something we're going to have to keep in mind over the coming days as this coverage evolves, and obviously that's something that starts tonight. We understand that there's a press conference coming here shortly. We're going to throw it back to the desk at the moment as we sort of wait on leaders to give us an update about what's happening. Guys?
That's right, people, teachers and children, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders, some of the youngest innocent lives affected, 14 dead, 1 teacher dead as well, and 13 children injured. We've had 2 adults at BAMC right now injured, fighting for their life. We have 1 woman at University Hospital in her 60s and a 10-year-old girl also fighting for her life at University Hospital.
And as we just heard from Matt Houston, who is live at Sacred Heart Church, the pews are filling up and the community is coming together to lift the families and the parents up in prayer.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we want to go to Henry Ramos right now. Again, he's at Uvalde Memorial Hospital, where he's been speaking with a lot of those families who have been catching up with loved ones who are coming and going, and also looking for some of their family members. Henry?
Yeah, Audrey and Sharon, I mean, it's just a culmination of so many different things. For every family member, it's extremely different. As you mentioned, we spoke to the aunt who's still looking for her niece. I've talked to 2 grandmothers whose both grandsons were in Robb Elementary, and 1 was shot. He's okay. As I step aside here, though, just to kind of give you, at least to tell you, for those that are watching, and give you an idea of what it looks like outside the hospital, the scene has definitely changed. We've arrived probably, I would say, before 3 o'clock, so we've been here at least for the last more than 3 hours. We had a huge string of law enforcement out here guarding. You can see that's gone. A lot of the staff here that was here earlier in the day has left. As we've seen, we still have just a few family members that are still arriving, but not many. You can see there's 1 lady in scrubs there that's getting out of her vehicle. But I've heard so many different stories, and one that I haven't shared in a while, but and this is just to give you the context, that insight. Every time, which is so unfortunate when we report on these types of situations, on these mass shootings, we always hear of from loved ones. What did they say when this was all unfolding inside? And so this came from a coach inside Robb Elementary, and she had sent this to all of her loved ones. And I shared this a few hours ago, and I'll share it again for those who are joining us. She had mentioned, and she had sent this to a text to all of her family members, and she wrote, "Someone is shooting at the school. I love you." The last 3 words, "I love you." She sent that to all of her family members, and she, the coach had hid in a bathroom, was able to survive and was able to walk out. You can just imagine the family members that received that text message of their loved one saying, "I love you," not knowing if they were going to make it out. And in this case, she did. And speaking to this loved one who shared this with me, they shared this because they are a member of this town. They grew up here, and they were saying that, in this type of community, in this small farming community, it's just unthinkable. There really is no words, and really the message that they have is just saying that their continued thoughts, their prayers, that's all they ask, and especially at a time right now. I mean, as Sharon and I have been mentioning, in these situations, as us that are on the ground reporting on it, And those of you that are watching, you know, you ask yourself, what can you do in these types of situations? Obviously, we've seen, as Troy has talked about, the critical need for blood donation. We know that there's going to be a blood drive here tomorrow that you don't need to register for. It's happening from 9 to 1. But prayers, I mean, that's the biggest thing. And whether just, if you don't pray, just lift these families in your thoughts. You know, think about them and the heartache and every situation that is so different. The families that are still searching for these children here into the evening as the sun is now going down here. That heartache and that pain is certainly not going to change, even though as the day progresses here. And as we continue to be here on scene, we're going to be with you all throughout all of this. Our hearts are with you all, and every single one of us here that are back at the station and here on the ground, because this is a tough job. But know that we are here and thinking about you all, because our hearts are heavy, as well as this community of Uvalde. I'm still waiting on a response or any update from the hospital, because the only thing that we do know that they'd put out that 13 children were taken here via school bus, via ambulance, and as well as others were taken here. And we do know that 2 people here didn't make it, and then they had to transfer others to San Antonio hospitals, which I know we've been talking about. Sharon and Audrey.
Thank you so much, Henry, for that update. And yes, we're all feeling it. The city of Uvalde is feeling the pain tonight. And right now, Deborah Knapp joins us again for our continuing coverage on this mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde.
Yes, and Audrey, we've just gotten word that Salvation Army is sending a canteen truck to Uvalde to feed the first responders and anyone there who is hurting, which of course is the whole community. And 2 prayer services are underway right now. One is underway at the Church of Christ, the other at Sacred Heart Catholic Church. Archbishop Gustavo is on his way there and will hold a mass at 8 p.m.
And we're also waiting for a press conference. Uvalde Police Department right there, that's what we're waiting for. They're supposed to come out and speak, and that press conference is being held at the Uvalde County Fairplex. That's where they've moved the staging area to for this evening. Our team is there, Alicia and Nieves, and we should be bringing this to you live and of course online on KENS5.com. But a lot of unanswered questions that we're hoping possibly we could get more answers this evening.
Yes, we have 3 adults in the hospital right now, all here in San Antonio, 2 at BAMC, 1 at University Health in critical condition, a 10-year-old girl in critical condition here, and then the children who are in the hospital in Uvalde. And we don't know any of their conditions.
No, we don't. We also know a Border Patrol agent was also injured when responding to that scene at around 11:32 this morning. So, you know, luckily that agent is going to be okay, we're learning.
Yes, and these are pictures from Chopper 5 over Robb Elementary School. Now, officially, we have only heard from the chief of the Uvalde, what is the C for? Consolidated Independent School District. We've only heard, thank you, Audrey, from him, and it was a very brief 3-minute press briefing that he gave us and told us very little. So we are waiting to hear more about what happened. Right now at Robb Elementary School, we saw San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood walk into the school with some parents, I presume, 14 children killed and a teacher. We believe those bodies are still inside the school. A great big evidence truck pulled up there about an hour ago.
Yeah, and taking a look from the ground, it looks like that scene is still very active as well. Vanessa Croy was there all evening long, still there. They keep pushing that scene back further and further because it is an active investigative scene. Now, we also know that DPS is also involved in this investigation. Earlier, we saw the FBI showed up on scene as well, and of course, the number of local law enforcement agencies who also have traveled to Uvalde to give their assistance in any way that they can. But so unfortunate about the 14 children whose lives were lost and that one teacher who also lost her lives, and then of course those others that were injured and who are fighting for their life this evening.
Yes, and then some parents, as we know, still looking for their children at this hour. Just heartbreaking that they don't know where they are. Hopefully they'll get word they're with another family. We certainly hope that's the case. All of this unfolding at Robb Elementary School today, and we are told an 18-year-old who is a resident of Uvalde walked into the school at 11:30 and just started shooting and killed 14 students. These students range from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. And now we're going to go live to the police chief in Uvalde.
Good afternoon. I'm Anne-Marie Espinoza, Executive Director of Communications and Marketing for Uvalde CISD. Please understand, at this time, we come to you to share information. We will be providing a statement and not taking any questions, for the investigation is not complete. This is a tragic time in our district, and we greatly appreciate your patience and understanding. Here to provide a short statement and not take any questions is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
I don't see a switch.
Would you like for me to do this again? Let's do this again, Pete.
Sure.
I apologize. I did not realize we were not on, and you probably could not hear what I was saying. I am Anne-Marie Espinoza, Executive Director of Communications and Marketing for Uvalde CISD. This is a tragic time in our district, so please know the investigation is not complete. We will only be sharing a statement with you, not providing questions. We greatly appreciate your patience and understanding. Here to share a statement and not take questions is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, briefly, as of now, we're still working on this active investigation. Once we're able to provide information to the families, we will do so. First and foremost, obviously, our priorities is to get information to our families and give them some information. So please bear with us in regards to that. Secondly, once we do get some information that we can release to the public, we will be doing that. So please know once we do get some information, we will share that with you and call another press conference. Let me assure you, the intruder is deceased, and we are not actively looking for another individual or any other suspects in this case. We definitely ask you all to keep the families that are involved in your prayers. Thank you so much.
Here to provide a statement and not take any questions is our Superintendent, Dr. Hal Harrell.
Good evening. This was a tragic and senseless event today, and my heart was broke today. Our hearts and thoughts and prayers are with all our families as we go through this day and days to come. A few announcements that we need to make is beginning tomorrow at 10 a.m. we will have grief counseling and support at the Civic Center for our students, our staff, community members, anybody that needs to come at that time. And we may be there more than one day, may be there several days. Our Robb staff will meet at 8 a.m. at the Civic Center as well. We will begin with visiting with them and seeing what those needs are. School will be closed. The school year's done. We will have no school tomorrow or Thursday. All activities are canceled throughout the district. No graduation is on people's mind. We will come out with a notice on that at a later time. All the staff members, they will report to their campuses, other than Robb campus, which will come to the Civic Center. Again, my heart was broken today. We're a small community, and we will need your prayers to get us through this. Thank you.
Again, this is a tragic event in our community. We are very sorry that we cannot provide you more information, but greatly appreciate your patience and understanding during this very difficult time. We ask that you pray for all of the families affected. Thank you, and be safe.
Okay, so we just heard a press conference. First, we heard from Uvalde UCISD Chief of Police. He didn't really give us too much information. We were hoping for more information on a motive or victims, but he didn't give us too much. But then we did hear from Dr. Hal Harrell, who is the superintendent of UCISD, and he did call this a tragic and senseless event. He said starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. there will be grief counseling services at the Civic Center for students, teachers, staff, or anyone in the community who may need it. They also would like Robb's staff, so that's the teachers and staff, to report there at 8 a.m. at the Civic Center. And as of now, the school year is over for UCISD.
Right. He said graduation will be rescheduled and all teachers are to report to their campuses, but students, the school year is over. And of course, there'll be grief counseling for everyone in the community and everyone there at the Civic Center, beginning with the Robb School staff. And the school police chief really did not give much information. He said they are still getting information to families. It is an active investigation and they cannot release any information right now until they speak to the families, which of course we can all understand. And right now we have a confirmation of 14 dead. Children, 14 students, and a teacher.
And right now we also want to go to Victoria DeLeon, who's at the Church of Christ there in Uvalde, where a memorial service is being held. Victoria.
Right, Audrey. Yeah, this church just 3 minutes away from Robb Elementary, and they're expecting to have a prayer vigil up until 7:30 tonight. It was, of course, this just last-minute thing. They were planning to have a game night, as they do every week, and then the news came about those 14 children dead and teacher who passed away in the shooting. So they just wanted to be here for the community. And again, they will be here up until 7:30, lending an ear, just praying with the community. So far, we've seen maybe about 10 to 12 people come by, one family with their 2 children who used to go to the elementary school, just wanted to be around the faith community, praying for the rest of her community. We talked to the pastor who used to be a teacher at the high school, so this definitely hits close to home, not just because he's from this community or has lived in this community for a while, but because it's just such a devastating time and he just wants to be there for the family. So again, that prayer vigil is happening inside the church up until 7:30 tonight. There are a couple of more people who are arriving and are just seeking to be together right now, Audrey.
All right, thank you so much. And now we want to go to Alicia Nieves, who is also there in Uvalde at the scene of that news conference, the Uvalde County Fairplex. Alicia.
I know so many parents, so many of us viewers, right, wanted to know more. But because of the status of this investigation, because there's such a big crime scene to deal with, authorities just couldn't give us a lot of the details that we really wanted to hear about a motive, about how this could happen, you know. So really the details that were given to us today were more logistics for school tomorrow. So what the CISD chief of the Uvalde School District, Pete Arredondo, what he did say was they are working this investigation as much as they can, and they will release any information they possibly can to parents as soon as possible. And he just asks that the community keep Uvalde in their prayers. What I have been noticing, by the way, a lot on social media is that you have entities nationwide that are sharing a graphic that says, our hearts and our prayers are with Uvalde. For example, the San Antonio Spurs reaching out, offering their support on Twitter not too long ago. The superintendent of UCISD says this is just a tragic and senseless event. He says his heart broke today, and he said that in tears. And you have folks from all over the nation who are sharing in these sentiments, just wondering how something like this can happen and how can it happen in Uvalde. The superintendent did also say that tomorrow, 10 a.m., they'll have grief counseling and support for students, teachers, and staff at the Civic Center. The Robb staff, they're going to meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow at the Civic Center. The superintendent says school is over. School will be closed. All activities going forward are canceled. He says graduation just isn't on the mind right now. This is the priority, to get to the bottom of what happened and to reunite as many students as possible with their families. Last I spoke with you ladies, we were talking about how some parents were waiting more than 5 hours to pick up their children who were at other campuses other than Robb Elementary School. So the superintendent also mentioned that they are going to come out with the plans for graduation at a later time, and they will relay as many details as they can with parents as soon as they get them. They've been sharing this on Twitter, on Facebook, and then you have communication from the local police department on Facebook as well. So once again, every leader who stood up there at the podium today, they're just asking for prayers and support for this small community of Uvalde. They're emotional right now. They're trying to get you details at home as soon as they can, but they're just not there yet, and we will stay put until we can learn more and share that with you all. Ladies?
And Alicia, I had a question, because earlier today we had heard that DPS had actually taken over the investigation from Uvalde Police, but I know we've only heard from Pete Arredondo with UCISD. Do you think we're going to hear from DPS anytime this evening?
I haven't heard anything yet, Audrey. I sure do hope so, but you're right. What we have seen, DPS has certainly had a strong presence at every scene that we have gone to today, especially here at these press conferences. You had multiple members of DPS here, but to answer your question, they have not yet announced if they are going to do another one tonight. We tend to find out just shortly beforehand, but we hope so. So you had DPS here, you had the school district police here, and then of course district officials. Once again, the superintendent getting very, very emotional when he took the podium today, and they will share updates as soon as they get them.
Right, Alicia, thank you so much. I know so many questions still. And we are waiting for President Biden. He will be addressing the nation in about 15 minutes. He called the governor about an hour and a half ago, offering whatever support he could. He also ordered that all flags be flown at half-staff in honor of these victims.
And a lot of people wondering what they can do to help, not only with those memorial service, but also anything that they can do to help first responders. We want to go to Troy Kless because he has some answers for the community out there.
Yeah, Audrey, one of the ways that can be immediate help to the victims and to the first responders and healthcare workers taking care of the victims is by donating blood. We came here to the South Texas Blood and Life Tissue Center earlier this afternoon after we learned that 25 total units of blood were sent to the Uvalde Memorial Hospital in wake of the shooting earlier today. Now, they are hoping that they can get more supplies in order to send to them over the next day or two. So we talked with the South Texas Blood and Life Center about the importance of donations, even especially if their supply is rather low right now due to several other factors. It's all the more reason for people to come donate in such a quick amount of time. Take a listen to what they had to say.
We are on standby right now to see if additional units will be needed at this time. We always are in need of blood. As you can see, since the pandemic, we've been struggling to bring in blood donors to supply blood donations to supply our hospitals. So if you're seeing this, if you can make a donation to come in, that'd be greatly appreciated.
That was Roger Ruiz with South Texas Blood and Tissue. So again, just to recap, there are about 15 units of blood that were sent almost immediately after the shooting was reported, and then late in the afternoon, 10 more were sent. So again, if you're interested in donating, it doesn't take very long. It may take you 20 minutes. If you come down here to the South Texas Blood and Life Center or even to Memorial Hospital here in San Antonio, they will be taking donations as well. But if you can find the closest center at southtexasblood.org, again, southtexasblood.org, and again, in Uvalde, there will be a blood drive tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Herbie Ham Activity Center. And again, at this point, when so much is going on right now, this is one way that people can lend their support. We're live here at the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. Troy Kless, back to you all.
Thanks so much for that important information, Troy. We're right up at the 7 o'clock hour and still, very active investigation at Robb Elementary School after that mass shooting. So we want to go over what we know so far. We've just been updated by district police and the school district, and what we know is at 11:32 this morning there was an active shooter situation at Robb Elementary School. Robb Elementary School houses 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade students. There were about 600 students on that campus. We learned that around 11:32 that suspect, who has been named Salvador Ramos, 18 years old, a local Uvalde resident, walked in with a gun, possibly another weapon, shooting at the school. Unfortunately, 14 students were killed. 1 teacher was killed as well, but a lot of other people injured, and we still are waiting to find out their conditions at this time.
Well, San Antonio stepping up as communities all around Uvalde to help. Mayor Ron Nirenberg joins us now on Zoom. Mr. Mayor, who have you spoken to in Uvalde?
Well, we've reached out obviously to the mayor. We've been in coordination with their law enforcement, SWAT, as well as Eagle and Bob Squad. Were on the scene with regard to the emergency and crime investigation. CSI is obviously helping with that. The Texas Rangers are the lead agency with regard to the crime scene investigation. But I will tell you, Deborah, that this is an effort that's going to last for a very long time, because the trauma that's been experienced in and around that community is of unthinkable proportions. And so from everything that community members are doing on donating blood to the work that we're doing with nonprofits, the Area Foundation is working nationally with funds to assist. So there's going to be a lot of work underway to just really help with the initial, which is to help with victims and their families.
Mr. Mayor, we have just gotten word from the state AP that the death toll is now 18. Have you heard anything? 18 children and 3 adults. So the death toll is now up to 21. Have you been in contact with anyone about these numbers?
Just through our local law enforcement. Obviously, we're getting information as it's being pieced together. And the first notice of confirmed deaths came through the governor's press conference. So obviously, this is not. This is still a very dynamic situation, and unfortunately, it means that more families are receiving terrible news. So we have to be mindful of that and give our community an opportunity to grieve and to mourn. They're very much going through the worst right now.
Nirenberg, what kind of resources exactly is the city of San Antonio sending there to Uvalde over the next, days, weeks?
Well, we've said before that whatever Uvalde, and this is my message to the mayor out there and to the community, is whatever Uvalde needs to get through the next few days, and then in the aftermath, we're going to be there to support them. Our nonprofits are going to step up. Our law enforcement and fire department has already been on scene, but this is going to be a long effort to heal and to really address the impacts that are being felt right now.
Okay, Mayor Nirenberg, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And all that San Antonio is doing, and of course, all the communities all around, trying to help Uvalde in any way that we can.
And just tragic, like Deborah just mentioned, those numbers just went up. 18 children dead, 3 adults, just heartbreaking. Like the mayor said, more people finding out that their loved one did not make it through this tragedy.
Yes, just tragic. Henry Ramos is in Uvalde. He has been there all day at the hospital there. Henry talking to families as they've come by.
Yeah, Deborah and Audrey, it's a lot of different families, and as I've been mentioning throughout the day here as the night falls, just trying to be respectful. I mean, I take a big sigh because it's been really tough. There really are no words, and it's tough because a lot of these families all have different stories as we've been playing out, as we've been showing all of you. Some of them showing up, seeing if one of their loved ones are here, if one of the children that from Robb Elementary showed up here. We spoke to an aunt live who was looking for her niece, and she went through the identification process, and that took a toll because, I mean, there's so many families that they have to go through, and they're asking for photos, and they're asking, well, what did they wear to school today? Then you have other families who showed up, and they're, you know, speaking to a grandmother, her grandson was shot, and he's okay, and he was able to survive. But then there are plenty of others who have been in tears. And we saw one woman, and she actually hasn't come back to her car. She parked right next to us, who got here, and I mean, she just opened her doors and she just wailed. I mean, and I don't know what news she got, and I wanted to be respectful, and she hasn't been back since. So some families receiving news that they don't want to hear, that their loved one didn't make it. And so it has been different. And just being here at the hospital, I've been trying to communicate with people through social media, trying to get a sense of what happened. And of course, it's hard to even make sense of what happened for all of us. But to get that insight and really, you know, as I shared even from the last time about that text message from a coach inside Robb Elementary saying, "I love you" to all of their family members, not knowing if she was going to make it out, and she did. Or we think of JJ, who was in school and he was pulled out of the classroom by his dad. We think of the 9-year-old who was shot in the leg and said it was fireworks that were going off. That's what it sounded like. They were scared, all huddled together inside a classroom. We think about that this was the time that these students were about to finish the school year. And we know through these unprecedented times, school is tough. I mean, the teachers. But, you know, as I've been here, I've also reported on our healthcare workers, the heroes, the nurses, the doctors, all the staff right across the street here at Uvalde Memorial Hospital, having to treat their neighbors, perhaps their loved ones. And, you know, and I still cannot just get that image of that nurse who walked across the street in her blue scrubs and getting in her car, opening the door and just bawling, just taking a moment just to sit there and just to cry. Or talking to the husband of a nurse who said he wasn't able to talk to his wife much today, but the only thing that she said is that it was a nightmare. But they know that they have a job to do, and that's what continues to happen here. I have not received any word of any sort of update in terms of the injury. Obviously, we just received word of what the AP is reporting now that the death toll has risen to 21, 18 children and 3 adults. This is very much a fluid situation, folks, and we're trying to give you the best insight in the context that we can respectfully. But, you know, and I've said this before, but really every single person that I've talked to, they just ask for prayers, and we cannot say that enough, but that's really what they're asking for right now in this small town of Uvalde.
All right, Henry, thank you. And I do want to share with you the information that we have just received from the Associated Press. As we've been saying, the death toll has risen to 18 children killed and 3 adults killed. 3 adults are also in serious condition. The federal law enforcement officials expect that death toll may even climb. The gunman entered Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun and possibly a rifle. Officials did not immediately reveal a motive, but the governor has identified the assailant as Salvador Ramos, said he was a resident of Uvalde. Now, a Border Patrol agent, this is new information, who was nearby when the shooting began, rushed into the school without waiting for backup and shot and killed the gunman, who was behind a barricade. This according to a law enforcement official speaking on the condition of anonymity. The agent was wounded, and we had heard that earlier, was wounded but able to walk out of the school, law enforcement officers say. So that Border Patrol agent who was wounded is rushed in without any backup and shot and killed Ramos, the gunman, who now we know has killed 18 children and 3 adults.
Well, that Border Patrol agent A hero.
A hero.
A hero. Think about how many other lives he saved. And we did also hear from the school district. UCISD Superintendent Dr. Hal Harrell did update us on, processes for the next few days for the school district. He called this a tragic and senseless event. He said at 10 a.m. tomorrow, there will be grief counselors at the Civic Center, not only for students, but parents, staff, as well as community members. They welcome everyone there who needs the help. And Robb's staff of that elementary school, they are to report there to the Civic Center at 8 a.m. because, of course, Robb Elementary School is still a very active investigation scene. And of course, UCISD, the school year is over, he said, for the school district. Children will not need to report to school. Graduation is on hold. They will let those seniors know at a later date when that will be held, but really that's not on the minds of anyone right now, he said. And the teachers who are at the other campuses, other elementary school, other high school, junior high, they're to report to their campuses tomorrow. So there's an update from UCISD as well.
And we are showing you aerial pictures from Chopper 5 of Robb Elementary School, the scene of horror today and continuing horror this evening. San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood is inside the school. We saw him walking in with parents, law enforcement inside the school where we presume many of the victims are still inside. And it is an active crime scene investigation. The police in Uvalde, the school police, they don't want to release information now until all of the families have been notified. Just terrible to think that some families still don't know.
A lot of families still searching for children, which is horrifying. But we also did hear that the Texas Rangers, DPS, FBI, all there on scene, as well as a number of local law enforcement. But the only police department that we've heard from in those press conferences has been UCISD Chief of Police Pete Arredondo, and of course the school district superintendent.
Right. We've only heard from the school district police, not from the sheriff or Uvalde police there. And we've been told DPS is heading that up, and then the Texas Rangers are conducting the forensics there at the school.
Yeah, so just a very sad situation. We also have several memorial services being held right now at Sacred Heart Catholic Church. There is one being held currently, and then at 8 p.m. there will be another mass across town at Church of Christ. There's another memorial service being held. We have crews at both of those scenes. They say a lot of people from the community just, looking to lift those victims up in prayer.
Yes, and the Archbishop Gustavo, is in Uvalde right now. San Antonio doing all it can to help. SAPD, Bexar County Sheriff's Office, we just heard from Mayor Ron Nirenberg, who's been in contact with officials there in Uvalde, offering whatever we can to that community of 16,000 people to help in any way that we can. The American Red Cross said they were sending the Salvation Army rather, sending a canteen to help feed all the first responders who've been there all day long, probably without food or much to drink, on the scene helping.
Absolutely. And we saw earlier today all flags were to be flown at half-staff on order of the president, who we are waiting to hear from just shortly here. And he also extended a hand of help to Governor Abbott in any way that he can for this small Texas community. Yes,
and the flags are all lowered, and we're expecting the president in about 2 minutes to address the nation on this terrible, terrible tragedy that's happened here in Texas, in a community just 80 miles west of San Antonio.
And our neighboring communities, they're not unfamiliar with this type of tragedy. We had Sutherland Springs, which is still very fresh for a lot of people, and we've seen how that really affected that small town and how those family members are still grieving. So we can only imagine how these families are going to be feeling, and the community is just hoping to wrap their arms around them with these different memorial services, because they said what else can we do but lift them up in prayer? And we heard from Henry Ramos, that's what a lot of these people are just asking for, just lift them up in prayer. And if you want to do something physically to help, the Blood Center, the South Texas Blood Center is also asking for donations of blood. They could use them for those victims, or there's always a shortage. And even tomorrow in Uvalde, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., there will be a blood drive at Herbie Ham Activity Center. If you feel the need to help, there's one way you can do it.
Yes, that is a very concrete way you can help. San Antonio has also sent 25 liters of blood there to the hospital to help. 13 children were taken there wounded to help with that, but they do need more blood. We have 4 people being treated here in San Antonio, a 66-year-old woman and a 10-year-old girl at University Health, both in critical condition. 2 other adults are being treated at BAMC, and we do not know their condition.
Yes, but we do know that, again, that death toll has been updated. 18 students, 3 adults, 21 total. Just that number just takes your breath away.
It does. And those 18 children between the 2nd grade and 4th grade, you know, we're talking about 7 to 10-year-old children. Just horrible.
Terrible, terrible. Columbine, we know that there was 15 deaths in Columbine.
I can't remember the exact number. Of course, that. Okay, we've just gotten word. Vanessa Croy has an update for us in Uvalde from DPS. Vanessa?
Deborah, we're here with Lieutenant Chris Olivares with DPS. He is going to tell us a little bit more about what he's learned that happened out here at Robb Elementary today. And Lieutenant Olivares, we've just learned that 18 students have been killed.
Right, Vanessa. So first I want to acknowledge the brave men and women of law enforcement that showed up to the scene, that actually were involved in the scene, that actually made entry into this school and saved more lives. That, of course, we lost 18, but I want to praise those brave men and women of law enforcement. Also, offer our condolences on behalf of Texas Department of Public Safety to the families, to the victims, and the entire Uvalde community. So what we do know right now that the suspect was involved in a family disturbance earlier on the day with his grandmother, in which he shot his grandmother. From that point on, what we do know is that local law enforcement received a call of a crash and a man with a gun nearby where the school's at. At that point, local law enforcement responded to the school. The suspect made entry into the school, and as soon as he made entry into the school, he started shooting children, teachers, whoever was in his way. He was shooting everybody. We had, of course, as I mentioned, brave law enforcement made entry into that school, exchanged gunfire with a suspect who was wearing body armor. Several police officers were shot. At that point, we did have a tactical law enforcement team arrive on scene. They made entry. They were also met with gunfire by the suspect, but they were actually able to shoot the suspect, and now the suspect is deceased. As of right now, we do have 18 children confirmed that are deceased, as well as 2 adults, one of those being a teacher from the school.
And we've also heard word that Border Patrol agent was struck with gunfire, a few officers shot. We've heard that some law enforcement officers actually went into school to get their kids out. Can you talk about that?
Right, so we do know, Vanessa, right now that there was some police officers, families trying to get their children out of the school because it was an active shooter situation right now. It's a terrible situation right now. And of course, just as we mentioned, the loss of life, it's just terrible. It's a terrible tragedy right now that took place. But again, we got to keep acknowledging those brave men and women that actually were there on scene that met this suspect. And of course, we know that they were met with gunfire. Some of them were shot. But at the end of this, the suspect was shot and is now deceased. The threat is now neutralized.
And we're hearing his home was less than a mile away from here. Did you find any other guns, any other ammunition? We've heard maybe a backpack in the school or at his home.
So what we do know right now, Vanessa, is that the suspect was armed with a long rifle. We are working with ATF, FBI, multiple law enforcement agencies here on scene, trying to determine what kind of weapon this individual had, how he obtained it, and also what the motives were, if any, behind this mass shooting.
We've seen parents out here the last few hours wondering where their children are. Have you been able to notify all the parents?
We have local law enforcement out working with the families, contacting the families as well. Also those that have lost children. We do have some type of victim services involved as well to try to meet with these families and comfort them in this time of need right now. So I think we're now as a community that we need to acknowledge this and have prayers for these families, these victims that are lost right now.
Where does the investigation go now?
So it's still an active investigation. We have multiple agencies. Texas Rangers right now are the lead investigators for this shooting, as well as working with FBI, ATF as well. So it's a multiple agency investigation right now. And we will provide updates as we receive them.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. We appreciate your time today. And there you have Update, 18 children died in the shooting today, including one teacher out here at Robb Elementary. We'll have more updates later on in the show. Deborah, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. And then we know of the teacher and 2 other adults who were killed in addition to the 18 children. And we just heard there from the DPS officer about how they approached the gunman with a tactical squad. And of course, we already heard that the Border Patrol agent who rushed in without backup and was shot in the leg, and he also opened fire on the gunman, who was armed, we've just learned, with a long rifle.
Yes, and that suspect, Salvador Ramos, 18-year-old, said to be a local there in Uvalde, of course, again, killed by that DPS Border Patrol agent who showed up there on the scene when he heard what was going on. He quickly just went and, did what they're trained for, to try and help save lives, and he did. He took that shooter down.
Well, as you said, a true hero.
Yes.
True hero. Running into gunfire like that and saving lives.
And right now we are still waiting on President Biden, who was expected to speak to the nation here in just a few minutes. We are waiting. He did earlier today order all flags to be flown at half staff in remembrance of those 21 lives lost there in Uvalde at Robb Elementary School.
And right now we do not know where he opened fire. Whether it was in the classroom, whether it was in the gym. We do know a 10-year-old girl was killed, another 10-year-old girl is in critical condition, a 9-year-old was injured. So, I mean, that's all 4th grade students. And a father went and broke a window and was pulling out 4th graders out of one of the rooms. So I don't know if the gunman was in that area or someplace else.
But it's amazing, all these law enforcement officers who live in that community, and I'm sure it's hitting close to home. And when they hear that over the scanners, or they get those reports, they were like, let me jump into action. This is what we're trained for, and how great that is that they were able to pull some of those kids to safety.
Yes.
All right, and we lost our look right now at Robb Elementary School, but there are some different memorial services going on. Sacred Heart Catholic Church is having one right now, and we want to go to Matt Houston, who is there at that service.
I gotta hop off. Audrey, still an active investigation. You just heard the update there from DPS about sort of the way these events unfolded today. We know that the shooter had a long rifle and was quickly taken down, but unfortunately was able to get into the school that you see behind me and take, now we know, 20 lives, and including one life from earlier today. So obviously a rather massive death toll in a tragic situation that just gradually gets worse and worse the more we learn about it. As we mentioned, the investigation's still ongoing. We know that they're looking for anything around the area. It appears the shooter was only a couple of blocks away, lived only a couple of blocks away, and so we don't know a whole lot about motive at this point. We don't know exactly how these events unfolded, aside from the fact that he was able to get into the school and open fire, and that's unfortunately the headline here in Uvalde, Texas. Obviously tragic news, and that death toll gets a little bit higher. You can kind of see some behind me here at Robb Elementary. There are a number of officers, law enforcement, walking around a little bit, just sort of taking the lay of the land at the moment. I'm going to step out of the shot and give you a look right now at Robb Elementary. You can see the welcome sign there at the front. It looks like some folks in suits walking around trying to do more of the same and just take in what they can see at the moment, get a better understanding for the sense here, as well as the lay of the land and the events in what sequence they happened earlier today. We brought you lots of updates on this one. We, of course, kept you up to speed about the patients in San Antonio being treated there. And we're working to learn more about the condition of the other people who were taken to the hospital as we speak right now. We're going to keep you posted. Of course, we are waiting for more comments from the president as reaction pours in from lawmakers across the United States, of course, including the state of Texas and some of our local officials as well. But all eyes are going to be on the White House tonight to see what President Joe Biden has to say about this. For now, we'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
Matt, earlier, about an hour ago, we saw San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood go into the school with what appeared to be some parents. Have you seen any families going into the school? Have you seen anyone coming out?
Not at this point right now, Deb, and we just got here about 15 minutes ago. But right now, everyone sort of seems to be gathered around the perimeter of the building. We have asked to speak with Chief Hood. We are sort of waiting on trying to understand what his schedule is going to be like and what he's doing at the moment. But no, Deb, everybody seems to be outside the building at the moment, including some of the law enforcement officials who you might be able to see walking behind me at the moment, all sort of gathered talking to each other. There's not a dramatic sense of urgency at the moment, just sort of rehashing the events of today, I'm sure. Deb.
Thank you. And we do want to clarify, 18 children killed, 3 adults. One of those adults a teacher. One we think is the gunman's grandmother, the 18-year-old's grandmother, and the third is the gunman. Those 3 adults.
And we are still waiting for President Biden to speak on the tragedy in Uvalde. We're expecting him to speak any minute now, around 7:30. We're hoping to hear from him. But for now, I want to give you an update again from UCISD. They spoke a little bit earlier about the process, what's going to take place in the district in the next few days. So they said right now the school year is done for all of the students, and they are expecting grief counselors at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Civic Center. But we also want to go out to Henry Ramos, who has been at Uvalde Memorial Hospital for the last few hours. Henry, anything new on those injured?
Yeah, Audrey and Deborah,
we can try
not
and maybe
so much. I've been reaching out to the hospital and I haven't heard anything yet. The only thing that which we do know that we have been reporting is the 13 children that have been brought here. I can tell you things are a lot quieter here at the hospital than what we've seen since I've been out here since after 2:30 this afternoon. We actually don't see law enforcement presence on this side. We had some family members that were parked across the street, which is where we're located. Some have been arriving, but really there's not many left here in the parking lot. But of course, throughout the afternoon, just talking to people who have been arriving, and it's just been a tale of different stories with them as we await, of course, for President Biden to join us and to address the nation, rather. So speaking with these people, I mean, some of them, as we've heard, they're still looking for their loved ones, for some of the children there at Robb Elementary School. And then we still have some that are celebrating in the sense, if you can't even say that word, that their loved one survived. I mean, speaking to a grandmother who said her grandson was just grazed in the leg, was able to walk out with police officers. You had another grandmother whose grandson was pulled out of the window from his own father, her son-in-law. But then, of course, you know, as speaking with these grandmothers and some of the residents here that have showed up even just to look at the hospital and just pray. Because that's what this community is about. I mean, some just had no connection here. They have a connection in the sense that this is their community. And so they just came out here just to look at the hospital, and they just said, you know, if that's what I can do as of right now, then I'm gonna come here and pray. And that's what some people have done. Even speaking with the former secretary of Robb Elementary, she was a secretary there for over 20 years. Her husband was a principal there. She had a son that went there. She said that's home for her, a place that she used to walk those hallways. And just interviewing her, she was so shaken up. And I know we showed her interview not too long ago, but she was so shaken up and was hard to even just tell me, you know, of what she's feeling as she lives just 3 blocks away here from the hospital. She said, Henry, this is hard for us, and it's really tough. And it's that emotion, it's that heartache that every single person is going through, you know, as I keep bringing up, because I think it's important, folks. There's so many different aspects, so many factors to this story that is extremely heartbreaking when we think about the healthcare workers, these doctors, these nurses. A small town, they know that the people that they're treating, the children that they're treating, the adults that they're treating. The last thing that the Uvalde Memorial Hospital has updated us, and they've been updating on their social media platforms as they've been pushing the blood donation drive, which is set to take place here from 9 to 1. I know my colleague Troy Kless has been addressing that. You don't have to register for that. That's the other part that this community is asking for besides prayer, is for blood donations. They certainly need it right now. As I mentioned mentioned a while back, there was a board of director meeting that was supposed to take place here at the hospital. That has since been canceled, but we haven't heard anything else, and I have reached out to them to see if there's any latest update in terms of total count of how many patients we do have here right now at the hospital. That's something that I'm not aware of, but I even had a viewer come up and told me, you know, Henry, this hospital is fairly new. It's only about a couple of years old in terms of this building that we're looking at. But they said that, you know, if there were something to happen here, they're going to get the best care here from these doctors and from these nurses here. The sad part about it is that, as I've mentioned, is that they're treating children. They're treating, you know, their loved ones, perhaps family members, friends of family members that they grew up with, as this elementary is not far away from here, and especially with the new death toll that we received, even more gut-wrenching to report on. But a lot of different stories out here and a lot of different heartache. But again, the single message that I keep hearing and I keep repeating, they just ask for prayers, and they say that through this tragedy, through this unthinkable time, unimaginable time, they're going to unite even stronger.
All right, Henry, thank you. And of course, the community terribly shaken by all of this in the schools, and there will be grief counselors at the Civic Center tomorrow, at least tomorrow, and as the school district superintendent said, for as long as they're needed for people there.
And so many people, like Henry said, pulling together for the community of Uvalde. Just doing a quick scroll on Facebook, Southwest ISD, we stand with Uvalde ISD, Uvalde strong. We have the Houston Astros sending out their thoughts and prayers. We also have Brewster County, the American Red Cross, just so many, you know, wrapping their arms around this small South Texas community.
Yes, and the president called the governor today to offer any kind of support possible from the federal government. This is a picture of President Biden on Air Force One. He was flying today and placed the call to the governor. And we were told that as soon as he got back to the White House, he was going to pull himself together, and he will be addressing the country any moment now.
Yes, and he did order all flags at half-staff in remembrance of those victims and those affected there in Uvalde, and all of those at Robb Elementary School.
Yes, and we've seen that already, all the flags that have been lowered throughout our area and across the country now.
And some more updates for those who do attend UC ISD. You know, the superintendent, Dr. Hal Harrell, did say it was a tragic, senseless event that happened today, and he was totally heartbroken. Again, Robb's staff is to report to the Civic Center at 8 a.m. tomorrow because, of course, the school is still a very active investigative scene. Graduation is on hold. It will not be happening till a later day. Now, the school year is over for all students of UC ISD, but all the other teachers are to report to their other campuses, and then they will go from there.
I know, at the school year, we're right at the end, and now the school, of course, is over in Uvalde.
A lot of people also showing up at different memorial services across town. Sacred Heart Catholic Church is having a memorial service right now, as well as the Church of Christ.
And as we've been saying, prayers like that are so important. So is blood. And Troy Kless is live at the Blood and Tissue Center, which has sent 25 liters of blood to Uvalde. Troy.
Yeah, that's right, Deborah. And we did also get some new information within the past 15 minutes. We've been telling you that tomorrow there will be a blood drive in Uvalde, and we were told that appointments for that have already been filled up at this point. So obviously people are responding and trying to do anything they can to help in the wake of this tragedy. So you mentioned that 25 units of blood that were sent to Uvalde earlier today. Well, about 15 were sent to the actual site at Robb Elementary School and to nearby hospitals almost immediately after, 45 minutes after they got the call to respond to it. They were able to get blood over there. And then later in the afternoon, an additional 10 units were sent to local hospitals as well. So here we got the chance to talk to people who are donating blood that will likely be turned around and sent to Uvalde within the next 24 hours as well. So that is why the South Texas Blood and Life Center is encouraging people to continue donating as well. So again, you can either go to southtexasblood.org or again to a local hospital, and you might be able to donate blood there as well. So like we just mentioned though, there's been a tremendous response to this. The blood drive that's going to be happening at the community center in Uvalde tomorrow has already been booked up with appointments. That is going to be happening from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. what we're told. It's going to be another show of support that the community of Uvalde is going to need in a physical and also emotional and spiritual way that will certainly be appreciated as they continue to recover from this tragic shooting. Deborah?
All right, thank you very much, Zach. And we've also just gotten an update from University Health. They are now treating 3 people there.
Yes, so like we knew earlier, a 66-year-old woman still in critical. We have a 10-year-old girl still in critical, but we've just learned there is another 10-year-old who is said to be in good condition right now at University Health. And there were also 2 people transferred to BAMC there in San Antonio.
Okay, and we now want to go to Victoria De Leon. She is in Uvalde at a prayer service at Church of Christ. Victoria.
Yes, Deborah, we are here at the Getty Street Church of Christ, right off of Main Street and Getty Street, just 3 minutes away from Robb Elementary. That prayer vigil is going to be going on up until 7:30 tonight, although there still are about a dozen people inside praying with that outreach minister that we were able to talk to earlier today. He says this is just an opportunity for people, if you have nowhere to go to be with other people, this is one place that you can come tonight. He is absolutely heartbroken as well. He used to be a teacher at the high school. There was also a mother here with her daughter who is a senior at Uvalde High School, absolutely devastated after today's news. But we did speak to one other person who says being around people does help. And again, that outreach minister says they are here if you need them. Here's what he had to say.
If you don't have anywhere else to go, if you're not already going somewhere where you can be encouraged by others, Getty Street Church of Christ is a real church family.
So during these very difficult times, it's hard to be hopeful, and that's what they are here for, to help people through this very, very tragic time. And this is one of just a couple of different prayer vigils happening tonight, and I'm sure throughout the week there will be more to come. So we'll be following those as well, as these events are just going to be very crucial towards the healing process for this community.
All right, Victoria, thank you so much. Well, we are waiting to hear from President Biden. As we saw earlier, he was on Air Force One returning to Washington, D.C. today. He did issue a proclamation honoring the victims of the tragedy in Uvalde, Texas, and I want to read just part of that proclamation. As a mark of respect for the victims of this senseless act of violence perpetrated on March 24th, 2022 by a gunman at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, by the authority vested in me as President of the United States, I hereby order the flag of the United States to be flown at half-staff. So you will be seeing that all over the country now in honor of these victims, which that death toll has risen in the last hour to 18 students, 3 adults. That does include the gunman.
Yes, and those 2 other adults, a teacher and the suspected grandmother of the shooter. And we do know the president also was on a phone call with Governor Abbott, extending any assistance that he could to the community of Uvalde and of course to the state of Texas. And like you said, Deborah, we are still waiting to hear from the president to speak on this tragedy. But this is a live picture right now of the White House, of the podium there, where we're waiting to hear from President Biden on this tragedy in Uvalde.
Yes, and it looks like they're getting set up right there for that, getting their camera shot ready and doing the mic check for the President of the United States on this very sad occasion, talking about these lives lost here in Texas, another senseless act of violence.
Absolutely. But we did hear from the superintendent earlier, who also called this a tragic and senseless event. We've been hearing from an outpouring of state and local officials we heard from Mayor Ron Nirenberg, who said they will be assisting in any way they can. We also heard from County Judge Wolf, who says they're sending support and materials. One of those agencies, he said, was the coroner's office. Will be sending some assistance down there to Uvalde.
And the San Antonio Fire Chief, Charles Hood, is down there, along with EMS units from our city. And Bexar County has sent, from the Sheriff's Department, they've sent units as well. And this is still a very active investigation at the school. It has been evolving all day. DPS was the lead for a while, but we just heard just a short time ago that the Texas Rangers have now taken over as lead investigators in this horrific crime.
And it's not just those agencies, there's also a number of other local agencies, and even a delegation from the Salvation Army is headed down there, and they're offering assistance to first responders, whether that be, you know, food or drink or even just emotional, because, you know, they've seen a lot today. It's been a hard day for everyone.
And I'm sure the Ecumenical Center here will be sending counselors there. I know they sent them down to Sutherland Springs to be able to work with the children and the adults, but especially the children who have gone through so much trauma. As Henry Ramos talked to one grandmother who said her grandson just said it sounded like fireworks, and he suffered an injury in the leg. We don't know if the gunman was in his classroom or if a bullet came through a wall, but he was injured. He's okay. But these children are definitely going to need someone to talk to, someone to help them understand something that we, even as adults, can't understand.
Absolutely. And those were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade students who go there to Robb Elementary School. That's what that campus houses. These are young children and a number of staff members. And, you know, we heard from DPS earlier. They did say it was a Border Patrol agent who actually was just responding. He heard it come over his radio and did not wait for backup. He went. He said, you know, they said he approached. He saw the shooter who was, you know, kind of backed up behind something, and he fired, killing Salvador Ramos, that 18-year-old shooter who did enter with a long rifle, which we heard from DPS. They did confirm that.
Yes, and with a single gun, he was able to kill that many people. Here comes President Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden.
Good evening, fellow Americans. I had hoped when I became president I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, 2nd, 3rd, 4th graders. And how many scores of little children who witness what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents who will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. And it's never quite the same. It's a feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, another context. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them. Give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done? It's been 3,448 days, 10 years since I stood up at a high school in Connecticut, a grade school in Connecticut, where another gunman massacred 26 people, including 20 first graders at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Since then, there have been over 900 incidents of gunfires reported on school grounds. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, Santa Fe High School in Texas, Oxford High School in Michigan. The list goes on, and the list grows when it includes mass shootings at places like movie theaters, houses of worship, as we saw just 10 days ago, the grocery store in Buffalo, New York. I am sick and tired of it. We have to act. And don't tell me we can't have an impact on this carnage. I spent my career as a senator and a vice president working to pass common sense gun laws. We can and won't prevent every tragedy, but we know they work and have positive impact. When we passed the assault weapons ban, mass shootings went down. When the law expired, mass shootings tripled. The idea that an 18-year-old kid can walk into a gun store and buy 2 assault weapons is just wrong. What in God's name do you need an assault weapon for except to kill someone? Deer aren't running through the forest with Kevlar vests on, for God's sake. It's just sick. And the gun manufacturers have spent 2 decades aggressively marketing assault weapons, which make them the most and largest profit. For God's sake, we have to have the courage to stand up to the industry. Here's what else I know. Most Americans support common sense laws, common sense gun laws. I just got off a trip from Asia, meeting with Asian leaders. And I learned of this while I was on the aircraft. And what struck me on that 17-hour flight, what struck me was these kinds of mass shootings rarely happen anywhere else in the world. Why? They have mental health problems. They have domestic disputes in other countries. They have people who are lost. But these kinds of mass shootings never happen with the kind of frequency they happen in America. Why? Why are we willing to live with this carnage? Why do we keep letting this happen? Where in God's name is our backbone to have the courage to deal with it and stand up to the lobbies? It's time to turn this pain into action for every parent, for every citizen in this country. We have to make it clear to every elected official in this country, it's time to act. It's time for those who obstruct or delay or block the common sense gun laws. We need to let you know that we will not forget. We can do so much more. We have to do more. Our prayer tonight is for those parents lying in bed and trying to figure out, will I be able to sleep again? What do I say to my other children? What happens tomorrow? May God bless the loss of innocent life on this sad day. And may the Lord be near the brokenhearted and save those crushed in spirit, because they're going to need a lot of help and a lot of our prayers. God love you.
Will you go to Texas, sir? Sir, will you go to Texas?
President Biden addressing the nation after the massacre today at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. 18 children and a teacher killed.
Also killed, the suspect and a woman believed to be his grandmother. Prayer vigils are underway in Uvalde at this hour.
We have crews in Uvalde at those services and the hospital where 13 wounded children were taken. We will have a complete wrap-up for you tonight on Eyewitness News at 10. We now return you to programming.
Well, that's right. We're outside of the Civic Center where lots of parents continue to gather. All of these parents here looking for any kind of information on their children. These parents tell me they sent their kids to school this morning and then heard about the shooting and rushed here. They've been going to the hospital, calling even hospitals in San Antonio, but so far no response from authorities. They do tell me there's a list of some of the kids that are accounted for inside, but they tell me their kid's name is not on that list, so they're just waiting here for authorities to be able to provide them some kind of answers. Now, we do know that there are also some chaplains and counselors here available on site for the parents. But again, everyone just kind of anxiously and praying that their kid's name is not among those who have passed today. John?
Aniele Ruiz for us in Uvalde, Texas. Thank you. Our coverage will continue on CBS News streaming, your local news, and for those of you on the West Coast tonight, on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson in Washington.